All right, peace, family. Black Power, Amadi Wisdom with Six Dynasty Media. And tonight we got a panel who's going to come through and discuss some things. You see what the title is, addressing so-called information that's being put out by certain Nuwaupians, addressing some and exposing some scams and some lies. I got brother Chuck Morgan. We got Lord Abba, brother Mike, and Taariq Noel in the building. You know what I mean, for this display of not only scholarship, but giving people the truth, the information, as they always do when they come through. They provide clarity with the information that they provide, and they come with the receipts, as people are calling them. So they got the paperwork, they got that work. These brothers just don't talk it. They show and prove, and that's why they come over here, and I just like give them the floor because they show and prove every time. So ain't nobody came and refuted any information, any that they provided with any type of proof, any facts, all this paperwork we've been hearing about what that was going to show up has never reached the doorsteps of Six Dynasty. So without further delay, I'm going to allow the panel to introduce themselves. Now we're going to get it started.
All right. Well, you know me, so I'm doing what I do. Well, it's since the last time we had the show, there's been a lot going on. The Nuwaupian camp. I'm still persona non grata. My status of being a black devil has been elevated to supreme black devil, which is an honor to me from those people who feel that or who still believe in this whole devil angel thing. That's all good. But we've been making some inroads in the new territory. We've been adding more articles that address some of the contradictions and the plagiarism that York is notorious for. You can go to Nuwaupianism.com or go to the YouTube links or the YouTube channel, and you can see some of the videos that are documenting that. And I think that's important because it destroys any notions of York's alleged 76 trillion years of knowledge, which is something that he also plagiarized from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and I think it's Herbert W. Armstrong, not Herbert W. L. Ron Hubbard with the Scientology, because they use that same phrase, 76 trillion years of information. And so that has gotten a lot of the folks in that camp kind of irritated because it's irrefutable. It's not conspiratorial, it is factual. It is there. It is for the people who want to engage the research, and that's what I'm trying to bring forth is just some additional information for the people, because I think that is necessary. Being is that this organization, even though it's pretty marginalized in spite of what they are claiming, because they say, well, we're opening stores, opening up every day. This is not true. Stores are being open, or these little storefronts are being open, but this is not a nationwide global thing. It's where there are people banging down doors trying to get information. And once they are able to read the information and do the necessary research, they can see the flaws, the fallacies, the spookism, just the absolute nonsense. And it is always good, and I always recommended this for anyone who visits the website, or even for the new Nuwaupians, the neo-Nuwaupians, or the latter-day Nuwaupians, is you got to study some of the previous documents or some of the older literature that York released. Study some of his lectures, and if you're going to use the science of Nuwaupo, then take his teachings and then apply it, because the same pattern of how you scrutinize, analyze to the point of criticizing Christians, Muslims, or anybody that York went and launched his attacks on to bring people over into his group, convert them by breaking them down. You got to apply that to what he teaches past and present. And if that science is sound, then you can ask the questions and you can just watch it fall, because it's really based on, it has no foundation. It's totally fallacious. He mixes truth with falsehood. There are some things that are truth that are known, and then that is to hook you in. And once you've been hooked in, then he starts to give you his spell-binding doctrine. Okay, so for the record, I think that the brother who calls himself the Nuwaupian Assassin, I think it was last Sunday, he jumped the gun by posting a link that the website was down. Well, the website, we had to upgrade the security and add a few other articles, but no, we were never in jeopardy of being down for any in particular reason. And this happens once a year. We have to do this renovation because, you got to keep everything tight, because this is what we're bringing for the people. And we want to make sure that everything is right. And it's only going to improve. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be the thorn in the Nuwaupian side for a pretty long time, because I'm at the peak of my health. I'm in top condition. Might even get back into the ring. I don't know. Might do it because I enjoy the competition. So I'm gonna be around a long time. So you can count on this. And I have enough people who are willing to take it, even if I did expire at any time, that they can keep the mission going of bringing clarity to this this organization that has done a lot to confuse the people. Because one thing I think that people would actually say, well, I think one of the questions was, when you were a Nuwaupian, what was it before that? And then I always told them that when I came into this thing because I worked at Pyramid Bookstore in Washington, D.C. And that was really ironic, because that was the mecca for information and Black consciousness. You had Harvard University down the street. You had Jules the Aton downstairs. You had the Nation of Islam. Their store was right underneath us. You had, of course, under Hadari Ali, you had the Pyramid Bookstore, Brown Rice Network, and that was the House of Knowledge. That was the name of the building, House of Knowledge. And I was on my journey of enlightenment or endarkenment, whatever you want to call it. And I was learning and learning and learning. And I think that for me, it became a de-evolution, because I came across one of the brothers in white outside of a People's Drugstore, CBS now. And that kind of took me backwards. So I think that what happened was, when I got caught up into the whole York thing, because I think the Rebuttal to the Slanderers book was, they were trying to push that in the store and we wouldn't carry it. So I was nice enough to get the brothers a chance. So I just put it in there anyway and said anybody want it, they can have it. And that was, how it started to build with me. So I think that with all that I had already studied and learned there, with great scholars, Sheikh Anta Diop, of course, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu, and whole other people that I had a chance to meet and greet. I think that was my fall back. I kind of went backwards, because after doing all this in-depth study of York's teachings from the past on up, since my time in the whole Nuwaupian thing, or the Ansar movement, I see that there was so much stuff that he could have been jammed up multiple times, but I guess we just didn't have the courage to really challenge him to the point that we do now, especially since you didn't have the internet, because you can do a search on certain things at this point that we couldn't do in the past. And even York said that I was listening to a couple of his audio where he was saying that now you can put in a word and you can find this, and so you can check. You got to make sure everything is right. And he was basically saying that about himself, because he knew people could definitely check his words. So the site is up, been up just like less than a day after that. So just wanted to bring that to the forefront, because some people are still asking the question, what happened. They even posted sending me texts, messages saying, yeah, what happened to the site? It shut you down.
But remember, Chuck, remember they had they got so pathetic. They had a breaking news, and they went right on. That's how pathetic it is, man. It's just like, really, seriously?
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Yeah. But that was just one. I just wanted to put that in there because you know, people wanted to get a little background and get some insight into that whole thing, and that's all it was.
Okay.
That was all it was.
All right. Well, I'll go next real quick. Everybody knows my connection to this topic. I was in a cult from 1989 to 2011. You know, got real close with York, worked on his case, the whole Liberian thing pretty much, and other aspects of the case, 2255 appeals, a bunch of other shit. Pretty much from that time period, I want to say 2002 up until about 2008, 2009. You know, all those same thing like Chuck, you know, lived in the Brooklyn, Spring Valley, Philadelphia community, Miami as the answer, had bookstores in Georgia, New York, went through the whole thing. Was also at one point from 2006 to 2009 when we had the Masonic Lodge, which they're doing again, by the way, for the third time, which that's a whole nother story. I was the master over the Southern jurisdiction for York. Spent a lot of time forming the lodge when he was living in his lush mansion in Athens, which a group of us spend much time there with him, formulating a lot of these things. So one of the things that we wanted to, you know, that we will address, and I know when you were talking, Chuck, the other thing that they keep, you know, they're stuck on is, you know, what have we moved on to since we left the cult? What they don't realize is, as Chuck was explaining, he was connected to, you know, consciousness prior to before he came in, as he was explaining the Pyramid Bookstore. And as I've explained, and I put up my avatar on that last one for a particular reason, because they so spooked out with black magic and witchcraft and all that shit, because they really don't know what it is. Prior to my coming into this, that's been my spiritual bloodline and connection, which is ancestral worship, not just Yoruba or Santeria, but dealing with African witchcraft and sorcery and Kenduki and medicine man and all that type of stuff. They think that the only form of ancestral worship is, they automatically think when they hear somebody say that, they automatically go into Santeria and Ifa and Yoruba, which, yes, I've been initiated into that prior to Nuwaupu. So I've never left those bloodlines. And all the while I was in it, York relied on myself and several others for information on that. And we have tons of letters from 2007 where he's requesting a lot of information on that during a particular period when the Nuwaupians were trying to do the whole Ifa Yoruba thing, which they had no clue what they were doing. So they think they're making these, you know, heavy statements when they say, oh, what did you guys move on to, as if there's nothing out there besides Nuwaupu, or wasn't anything out there besides Nuwaupu, which is comical. And, you know, something else that you mentioned, Chuck, I find it, you know, ironic now. It's gotten real quiet on the Princess York front. You don't hear nothing about Quincy no more, because I know he's busy fighting that case, trying to beat them charges. But they were at one point using him as a mouthpiece to try to unite conscious organizations. But look, you can't do that, man. The reason why you can't do that, York spent his entire life insulting all black leaders. He did it to Clarence 13X, you know, referred to him as a wino and a drunk. Yep. Criticized the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yep. Farrakhan, he accused Farrakhan, you know, of being a calypso singer and playing the violin. This coming from the same man that wore makeup and put on MC Hammer pants and sang just ridiculous music. But Nuwaupians give that a pass, which, you know, that's hypocritical. The other thing they get stuck on is, why are we things out now? How come we didn't see this when we were members of the cult for so many years? Real simple. When you're in that mind state, we were at the point where they're at now. You know, they believe exactly that York tells them. They believe anything you see when they get confronted with questions, they answer them with questions. And then they say, well, the master, everything out of their mouth is, the master teacher said this. Anun said that. They never cite any sources. They never explain anything on their own. And then when you break it down, they come out and basically say York is the sole source. So the reason why we didn't see it then, because we were engulfed in that mentality just like they are now. It's that simple. It's not even that deep of a question. No. Not every person that used to be a member of the organization left because they always paint the picture that anybody that left was bitter or had a problem, or there was they had a particular reason why they left, or they had an angle. No, some people just come to the realization of the reality of what's going on. And what happened is when York got arrested, it opened a lot into his private life. I can speak for myself. Chuck can speak for himself. As I started working on the case more, uncovering the victims, talking with people, pulling up documents, I started to see that this man was guilty. That's what opened my eyes. It's that simple. It ain't got nothing to do with anything else. So to come with some rhetorical question, oh, how come you guys, that's not an answer to the information we're providing. We're providing legal documents. Exactly. Chuck's got them up on his site. You can pull them up. They keep saying, where's your proof? Where's your proof? Well, all you need to
the evidence is out there. Yes, the evidence is there. It's put there for them.
The website. If you were really about the information, pull up the documents and scrutinize them and debate them, and then say, look, this document, such and such, this is incorrect. It's incorrect because of such, and provide your information. They're not doing any of that. All they're doing is giving their opinions, their interpretation, and then everything they say is what Dr. York said. Oh, the master teacher said this. Back in the day, the master said this. They're like programmed robots. They can't even formulate their own thoughts. But anyway, that's my connection to it. But we'll, in a minute after everybody introduces themselves, we'll kind of, basically what we want to do tonight was, because me personally, I ain't got time to watch all their videos. I kind of scan through them occasionally. Right. People forward me stuff over. I just ain't got the time to sit there and listen to all that nonsense.
Exactly.
There's a few things, like Chuck said, they said recently in some videos, that we're going to address with information, not on our personal opinions and what we feel. We're gonna address the questions in detail, unlike them who dance around the questions and don't provide information. They answer questions with questions and just give their personal opinions. We're not going to do that. Mm-hmm. We're going to address some of those key questions, and we'll provide those answers. But that's basically what I wanted to say here in the intro.
Right.
Yeah, right. It's Pete.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, Islam. This is Sheikh Way L, aka Lord Abba, aka Mr. Just the Facts. First, I want to say I give all praise to Allah and the highest of honors to His Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I was asked to come on today and give a little background on just the whole sovereign citizen movement, because from my knowledge, the Nuwaupians is trying to move back into that particular phase. But first, I want to give an introduction on how if you all don't mind, a little background of how I came into Nuwaupu. One of my brothers was in Ohio. He was hustling out there, and he ran across some Nuwaupians. And I was born 5%er, and that's all they knew me as growing up. I used to get all my dudes in trouble because I had them going back in the house talking about they don't eat pork no more and they not going to church no more. So when one of my dudes, Raheem, he felt that he had a more superior knowledge base than I had. And when he came back to New York, this was about 95, I believe it was, 95, 96. And we sat there and we was building. So around the year 2000, I go back out to Ohio. Pockets getting a little tight. I did what I knew best at the time. I had to go back out there and hustle. But before that, what intrigued me to Dr. York was this, and this is going to sound strange, but those that know me know I don't make up anything. Now, I was building with my brother. There was a volunteer firefighter service or ambulance service, I can't remember, in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. They actually did a documentary on this brother, a biopic, if you will. Sinbad played the character. And I lived in the building that this particular, I think it was a volunteer ambulance service, was connected to. And there was a brother there named Xavier. He was a Nuwaupian, and we used to kick it all the time. And he would tell me about Dr. York, and I would tell him, yeah, my man Rock keep telling me about this cat, but yada, 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 yada. So I get you the female out in Brooklyn. We kicking it, we building. And one night I have this dream. I'm standing there having a debate, and I'm not going to be long-winded, but this is the first time most of you are hearing my background in Nuwaupu, so I definitely want people to hear this. In the dream, I'm having a debate with an Ansar. And I know he's an Ansar based on how he dressed, and being from New York, seeing Ansars all throughout the city. And we're debating about Allah. And I'm 5%, so my idea of Allah was that Allah was the embodiment of physical man, actually physical man himself, and that nothing outside of man was Allah. And the Ansar was trying to school me. And I hear this chanting, and I see a man come out, and it looks like he's on rollerblades. I know it's going to sound crazy, but this is my dream. But he's not. His feet is actually not touching. He's not on rollerblades or nothing. His feet is not touching the floor, and he's just gliding across the space. He's preceded by two men carrying some sort of pillars or something. I can't really call what it is now. It's been so long since I had that dream. And there was a man walking with a white headdress on, and he had his arms folded, and you just hear these chants. And when I was debating with the Ansar, I pointed to the brother that was like basically skating across the floor without no skates on. His feet just wasn't on the ground. I said, that's what I'm talking about. That's the power of the God mind right there. But when the man came out behind him, I'm just standing in the dream like, who is this dude right here? And he's walking, he got his arms crossed, he got the white Egyptian headdress on. So 2 weeks later, I'm watching ABC News, New York, Channel 7. And their report, an expose on this man who's calling himself God incarnate, who's down in Georgia. So I'm like, wait a minute, I think this is the dude Raheem been telling me about, Dr. York. So they come back from the commercial break. Sure enough, it's Dr. York. I'm like, oh, this is this dude. So my female at the time, she's looking like, yeah, I've been hearing you kind of talking about this. So sure enough, they have a hidden camera on the land in Eatonton. And they show an image of Dr. York with the white headdress on and his arms walking cross. And I like shook my female at the time. I said, remember the dream I told you with the brother with the white headdress on and his arms crossed walking? Like I demonstrated to her how he was walking. That's exactly how it showed on ABC News. So I'm like, wait, this, and she remembered the dream. She was like, yeah, I remember you telling me that. And I said, okay, this must be a path that I got to walk on. So fast forward to the year 2000, I go out to Ohio to hustle. And I mean, me and my man Rob, we would just build, but it was just one particular night we was up drinking, smoking. And I mean, we got back from a club. It was like 1 a.m. We was in his brother name is L. We was in his basement till like 4 a.m. And all we did was listen to tapes. Most of them was the True Light tapes and some of the more updated tapes, because this was around the year 2000. And it was just Doc going in, and it sounded so good, and the way my man was breaking it down, it sounded even better. I get up with, a few years after that, I get up with Brother Taariq. I knew him then as Brother Jay. And Brother Jay says, you know, I was in. And Brother Jay said Dr. York wrote on the 9 and the 6. And Tanu, he was like, I wrote on the 8. And he could clarify, it's been so long. He said, but you was born into the 7 degree, and my emblem at the time was a 7 and an I, and circle 7 and an I. And he said, I want you to write something on the 7. So I wrote this paper on the 7. You probably could still find it on my MySpace page. And it was called The Sacred Science of the 7, I believe. And I remember Tanu called me at a bunch of brothers. They had a studio called Titanium Studio. And he put it on speakerphone, and they just all started applauding. So that's how me and Tanu linked up. Then we linked up with some crazy cat named Atum Ray, a.k.a. Mark Brady, who claimed that he was telepathically connected to Dr. York. He sounded just like Dr. York. I'm quite sure most of you are familiar with this cat. And, you know, he had both of us sold. But after a while, I started to fall back because I started to question things and the doctrine that didn't make sense, while at the same time, certain correlations was happening. And, you know, it kind of grounded me there. I wound up writing a book called 120 Questions to Ask a 5%er, just to show Nuwaupians, like, at the end of the day, this is not about man worshiping. Keep the books rolling and keep the books going. I was kind of castigated in the community. Some people accepted me, moved down here to Athens, Georgia. I was going to the mayor. My son was going to the Nuwaupian private school. I took him out of there because on the first day I went to pick him up, he complained about being hungry. I was like, what do you mean you're hungry? He was like, I haven't eaten anything all day. I was like, what? So I went back in and I spoke to the sisters. I can't remember their names that was running the Nuwaupian private school at the time at the Mir. I can't remember the address, but it's right out here in Athens. And they was like, oh, you got to, we meant to tell you, you got to bring your own lunch. So I'm standing there looking like, you mean to tell me you didn't ask the other children to share with my son who was literally here 8 hours and ate absolutely nothing? They just ate around him. So like that left a bad taste in my mouth, and it showed me that there was something corrupt inside of Nuwaupu. You couple that with the fact that this man had been charged with what he'd been charged with, and I started to fall back. I started to see certain things, and the next thing you know, I basically made my exit because I got what I needed out of Nuwaupu, and that was sound, right reasoning. Sound, that which is unshakable; right, which is that which is correct. Reason, the ability to discern, basically discern right from wrong. And I got up out of there because the doctrine itself didn't hold up to its foundational motto, which was sound right reasoning. And here I am as the chairman of the New Moorish Science Society. So that's my intro. I didn't mean to be too long with it, so forgive me, y'all.
All right, you good, family. You good, family. And our brother Taariq, go ahead, fam.
All right, I'm just gonna make it real quick. So I was actually born and raised in the community, from Brooklyn to upstate New York to Georgia, and I left in 2001. So growing up, I was my mom was one of Malachi York's wives. So he ended up having 2 children by her. I grew up in the family as one of his children, and I also was one of the child molestation victims, 2 of my sisters. And I testified in court, and so I'm basically here speaking out on the child molestation because you know, people are saying that children wasn't molested and this is and all of that. So, and you know, there's more than just me that's a victim, but you know, everybody has different things and are at different places in their life, and you know, some people do speak out, and most of us have spoken out during the trial, you know, but I see that you know, they keep pushing this lie and all that, so it just makes me you know, want to come out more and put the truth out there, because I see that what people are trying to build, and they're trying to build it based upon a lie that this man is innocent, and it's just not going to turn out to be anything good or positive. It's not going to have any good fruit, any edible fruit. It's going to be poisonous, because with the implications that you're uplifting, you're sending them on the right track, and really being 100% honest with people. So, you know, I'm gonna just keep it brief for now, just so we could get started and get going.
Yeah, and if I could say real quick, Taariq, just piggyback on something that you said. One thing that they don't draw enough attention on. You've been one of the ones. You and your sister have been one of the ones that have been the few that have been vocal. I know Donnie Addison has come out recently. Yeah. And others, but they act as if. See, one of their tactics they focus on anything they feel is a benefit for them. And, you know, I got with Chuck a while back, and he posted the pre-sentence investigation on his website, and they ignore that to this day. They ignore that, and it's dealing with just 77 of the counts, and it has all the names of the victims, you know, and all they got to do is go look at that, because they keep making these claims. There's no victims, there's no evidence. Well, there's plenty of victims, and there's plenty of medical evidence, and they can pull this stuff up. if they just simply take the time to look it up. They throw some other names at you, Crystal Harden. They don't talk about any of these people. Your sister, obviously, Nicole Lopez, she's come out too. You, Taariq, Issa Johnson, who they still avoid some of the testimony he put out. Munir Franklin, all these people can be looked up in the PSI. Rodia Muhammad Herbert, Miss Herbert's daughter. We remember her.
Yes, that's Hagar's sister.
Sapphire LaRoche, and I know Top was still around trying to cover that one up. Amalia Noel, Khalid Eddington, Hasna and Husna Evans. Those are Bunny's two daughters. Salia Eddington, Samaya, Jamila Ellis, Abdul Salam Muhammad LaRoche. I can go on now. Hanan Merritt, Sakina Parham. Okay, these are just the ones in the PSI. There's more. Atia Thomas, Sahalia Thomas, Cameron Muhammad. And it tells you in detail, okay, the exact things that were done from as early as the age of 2, from anal penetration to little boys to little girls on up. There is medical evidence. These victims did. It's clearly in the PSI that some of them do have the same STDs that York had. Okay, they keep ignoring this fact. And if they really had recantments like they claim, not the bootleg ones that they try to force, such as from Habiba Washington, who recanted it. And that was the only one that they had until she realized that was the wrong thing to do. And her conscience set in and she realized she couldn't lie for the man, even though she felt sorry for him. She clearly clarified that, and she clarified it with Chuck. We addressed that last time. The point being is, if they had any recantments, there's none. You can go research the case. There's not one recantment on record. There's nobody that ever recanted their testimony. If they had it, all you got to do is put it up and post it. It's that simple. Don't just say it. Get some of these so-called recantments to come on your show and let the public hear their story. You know why they won't do that? Because they do not have near one. And I challenge them to bring any of those bring some of those people on. Because their claim to fame is they had Taariq on one time, and Taariq had addressed it with them, and they thought like that accomplished something. Like, oh, well, Taariq didn't get straight to the point. Taariq did get straight to the point, but they kind of put him in their platform. See, that's the other good thing the Nuwaupians are good at doing, getting you in their platform. And something that you said earlier, Chuck, York never made himself available to the public while he taught, only in his own secured environment. Let's get that straight, because you said something earlier that, you know, with the internet now and the way the conscious community debates, you can't hide from nobody. And you see the way that the brothers have been doing it for the last 10, 15 years since this whole YouTube and Facebook thing and et cetera has taken off. York only made himself available in his controlled environments. He only taught in his communities, as Ansar, Brooklyn, Philadelphia. He traveled to Trinidad, sometimes in Jamaica. Then he had the land. He didn't teach anywhere outside of those places. And 95% or more of the people in those classes were pro-Nuwaupian supporters. And anybody knows that were in those classes, anytime there were a few that would come and challenge York and stand up, you know how that went. They would drown it out. They would never be able to get their, you know, say. York would always drown them out and make sure he would talk over them. So let's make it crystal clear. Nuwaupians make this other claim that York took on anybody for all those years. Now all of a sudden, why y'all want to talk shit and he's locked up? York never named me one public forum outside of the Ansarullah community or the Nuwaupian community that York made himself available to be scrutinized by the open public.
No. What? Yeah, because in one of the things that in the opening of some of the earlier video tapes was that he was the greatest scholar of the scriptures in history, and that he has debated scholars from around the world. But now anyone who knows, if you just use simple common sense, if York had debated an actual PhD professor, someone who had a degree in a specific area of academia, York would have definitely put it out for the public to see, to support the claim. That's York has never debated any scholars. He has never allowed himself to be put into that forum to be questioned by someone who knew what they were talking about. Now, he did say that, and I'm sure how he knew how not to do that, because it's like I said, he never allowed himself to go outside of his own little comfort zone. So he would say that if Farrakhan doesn't give question and answers, because he knows that scholars will come in there and they'll tear him apart. He was also speaking about himself. because any PhD professor, say if he were to venture in the area of Sumerian studies, or any topic on meta-netter, York would fall on his face flat. York has never given any public demonstration of any ability to read, write, translate any form of language pertaining to Egyptian studies or Sumerian studies. In fact, I noticed that we used to always say that, yeah, he translated the scriptures. He translated the Torah, the Zabur. He put out the Book of Revelation, the Quran. All these are not translations. Let's get this thing clear. Those books, which were nothing more than interpretations. These books, if you look at the core of them, I have all of them. I have the El's Torah, El's Quran, the Revelation, the Psalms. These are York's spin. These are his interpretations.
That's
so
right.
When you read them, they're like footnotes. He's explaining it from his perspective. They are not transliterations and then what it is actually talking about. What you have is like the sister from Korea, Ginger Chang. She and the other Filipino girl, they were instrumental in taking the Strong's Concordance, the online Bible programs that York highly recommended to Nuwaupians, as well as myself when I was doing my radio show. He was saying that whenever you would be arguing with the Christian, if you're debating the Christian, make sure that you're able to use the online software so that if you were to get across something that comes across, say in the Hebrew text, then you'll be able to just read it by way of the program. And it'll give you the appearance that you are speaking or fluent in Hebrew. That was part of his deception. So when you read those books, these are not, and you can take it to an Islamic scholar or teacher, someone. You can go to a university and just take your El's Quran and then have him look at it. You can take it to someone who is adept in Judaic teachings or Hebrew language. And you definitely can find out anything he's saying as it pertains to Sumerian or meta-netter. And you can see that York didn't know what he was talking about. He was just using that because it was selling. It was selling $50 a pop. He was making millions. The whole Nuwaupian book thing was a book hustle. This is why you don't find York's publications in any major bookseller, because many of his publications have problems because they have copyright and they have plagiaristic teachings in it, or plagiaristic portions from other writers. And one way that you can hide under the radar or that scrutinization is to have your publication sold on the street. So anybody can do it. So that was one of his little gimmicks. And that was just a slight background on, and I might even do an article on that. One of the persons who was responsible for those books, she lives out here. So I might get with her and we can go over some things. And maybe she still has some of this stuff that you can
and Chuck,
get some insight.
Chuck, on that same note, you could even, I've done this before and it's kind of comical. You could take, for an example, El's Quran and tell a Nuwaupian, get any translation of the Arabic Quran and York's translation, correlate the both. Recite to me in the Arabic, and then break that down into English and then tie it into exactly how York has it written. They can't do it. No. 99.9% of them, even the ex-Ansars, don't even speak enough of fluent Arabic to be able to do it. So, I mean, that little test in itself, I've done that several times. And of course, you get the buck dance and they dance around. And, I know who the master is and, and all that, rhetoric, and they still won't deal with the core evidence. So they're putting their trust in books like that they themselves can't even do the correlation to, let alone somebody that, quote unquote, might have the educational background or scholarship to do it. I mean, it just goes to show you that they're putting their trust in something that they themselves don't even have the ability to correlate.
Yeah. And so that was my whole point, is that they've been running around with this misnomer that he translated, even the Coming Forth by Day, the white book. That is nothing more than a word for word take from what's his name? Budge's translation of Metanetta. So not Metanetta, but of the Coming Forth by Day text. That's all York did. He just copied it and put it in a book, and then claimed that he translated it.
And the Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti is basically a photocopy of the volume by the three initiates, word for word.
Exactly. And that was an individual that York loved to plagiarize. So all of these things we're going to be putting out. I have, thanks to a lot of the Ansars that helped York put those earlier books together. They don't want me to mention them, but I got the books from them. And it's going to take some time, but we put this thing together is where we're going to show where all this stuff comes from and who are the key persons that that York plagiarized from. And one of the things I remember them saying is like one guy I was talking to, he said that York, how could he plagiarize? And he mentioned Zechariah Sitchin in a book. But one thing, let me make this clear, is to mention or to advertise a book from someone is not the same as quoting the individual and not separating your words from his. And this is what York does. If you look at the Holy Tablets, you'll find multiple terminologies, phrases, and concepts that York is taking from someone else, quoting, but is not putting in parentheses, separations from his words from theirs. The implication is that it's all yours. So but if you just take the whole Earth Chronicles, and there are key points that Zechariah Sitchin is making, but York is putting it in, he's giving it in his books as if it's coming from him. And he's not he's not citing in any of those passages the source of where he got that information from. And for the record, because I think it was one person that said, well, if he's citing Zechariah, or if he's plagiarized from Zechariah Sitchin or anybody else, then that makes the information is right. No, Zechariah Sitchin was just as a bigger con man as York was. Because the same way, it's like, all right, I'll give you an example. Someone calls himself a professor of English and doesn't speak English, but speaks French. And then you go to him as the source to decode or decipher or translate English. It's the same with Zechariah Sitchin. Zechariah Sitchin had no educational experience whatsoever in the field of Assyriology or Sumerology. Same as with York. So as a con, Zechariah Sitchin gave biblical interpretations of the works from previous Sumerologists or Assyriology writings, say from, I give an example, Atrahasis. If you were to take Atrahasis text, and there was a Samuel Kramer translated, and Zechariah Sitchin takes that, and then he'll mention key points in it, but doesn't show the text, doesn't cite the line of the text, and then comes up with a biblical analysis and applies that biblical analysis over the Sumerian text, is the exact same thing York did. But York did it a little different, but he started, instead of where Zechariah Sitchin will talk about how gold was needed for Nibiru, and they took it in Nibiru. York would switch it up and say that, well, gold was needed for risks depleting ozone layer. You see, in the same way he said that NASA, Zechariah Sitchin was in NASA teaching them about gold being needed because the same thing could happen to Earth that happened on planet Risk. No proof, no evidence. York never gave any proof to that. Zechariah Sitchin is never known to have stood in NASA giving lectures on the value of gold because it's going to be needed for a planet Risk. All of this stuff is made up theology by York. This is the spookism that he taught. And the same way that he asked and required that you prove what you say and you show the evidence to back up what it is that you are advocating, or you'll place people in the mindset of religion, this is what York does. But it's not applied to him. Nuwaupu is not applied to the teachings of York via Nuwaupu or Wu Nuwaupu.
Hey, Chuck, and remember, since you're bringing up risk, remember, the different graftations of the language.
Exactly.
When there was a lot of holes in it, remember, what people keep forgetting is that word risk just comes from the Arabic word arazaku, the provider. Yes. And the Ridikians were the provider. So when there was all that correlation in Nubic and Arabic, there's really nothing new about the language. And now you see, like I said, we went over that last time, they're using this Sanskrit looking dialect now. But that was a play on words too. They used to always back then was, coming up with a language, you know, creating a new language. It's not a new language. That's a whole nother class for a whole nother time. Yeah,
and that was the whole point that I had made a few years ago when we were in these little semi-debates in chat groups, is that, well, if Rizq is the name of this planet, why is a planet that is supposed to have been thousands or millions of years older than Earth is named after an earthly language?
An attribute of Allah.
Not even that. Just this is a language. The word is derived from the Arabic word razaq. That's right. And that is a language that didn't even exist. So how could the planet be named after something that didn't even exist at the time? Exactly. But this is what they accept. So what I'm doing, just my part in this little equation, is just trying to share with the people some of the the research, the analysis, scholarship. As a good brother, Lord Abba was nice enough to say, I'm just trying to do my part in helping people see what this thing was all about and where it's going, and that's my contribution. You know, it's not, I don't have an axe to grind because I was right there with York. I was as blind as any Nuwaupian is today. So when you say, well, where were you when he was here? Why you asking the question when he was up? Exactly. I was in his camp. I was one of his staunch supporters. Hell, when he got arrested, I was out there debating on his behalf, fighting people who were saying that he was molesting kids. I stayed in contact with him. He was telling me when I was doing my other show, you know, I would go on a show and first thing I would say, he was a political. I was doing that because I had not done the necessary due diligence when it came to the facts of the case, and or really looked at the doctrine for what it was, because I was just as spooked out as any Nuwaupian or Wu Nuwaup is today, and that's the reality of it. But as I was blind, now I see. But go ahead. Yeah.
So let's get into these questions before it get too late. Let's just go through the list. And what we're gonna do, like I said, is because, like I said, we don't have time to address, you know, because what we did in the past since that last time, we tried to have the debate with you and Nuwaupian Assassin that he backed out of. You know, they've been putting video after video up from what I saw. So we ain't got time to do this shit every day. So what we'll do is, because I know they'll probably have something to say about this. So we'll just let 3-4 weeks or more time go by at a time. Just let them keep.
Yeah, let them get their rage out. Yeah.
Yeah, and then back and watch. Let them make statements so we can address. Well, let it build. You know, let it build up, but we ain't gonna dance around it. We're gonna address the questions again. Like I said earlier, unlike they do, they just give their opinion.
Let me say this real fast, and let me let you have my because people say we're talking about debates. Here's the thing for me. You know, if you're going to debate, I want someone that's going to represent the organization that York puts out there. Said this person here, York had placed him in this position, and he is taking you or any one of us on in a debate. All these little guys that are freelancing or just popped up within the last year or drop out of jail and then feel I'm Nuwaupo now, and you know, this will be my chance to shine and make a name for myself, and I'm gonna go after you. We're not having that. You know, if you got somebody in the organization that York has groomed or is one that he has put out there to go up and battle on his behalf, then bring them on. But the rest of these other guys, I don't have that kind of time anymore. But go ahead.
Exactly. So the first thing we wanted to address, and again, we took some of these things just from some of the stuff we scanned through. Like I said, I ain't had time to listen to all of it. One thing that they kind of high on right now, they think they've proven a point, is York's Liberian diplomatic status. So I heard this cat, Nuwaupian Assassin, say, yeah, they quiet about it now. And this dude, Carlos Kepera, that he brings on all the time now, which I'm about to show you, that's a bad move. Oh yeah, they quiet about that now. They're not saying that we got them. No, you didn't get us, because bottom line is this. First of all, you can't make statements and say this is their backing on that claim that he is a Liberian diplomat. Well, if he wasn't, how come he hasn't been charged with impersonating a diplomat or for fraud? Well, see, you're missing a whole bunch of evidence on the case, because if you didn't just go by what your administration fed you, people like Damon Pryor, and we'll get into him, his fake ambassador status and his fake embassy. And that's a dude we would love to have a conversation with. See, they put people like the Nuwaupian Assassin out there as sacrificial lambs to take the attention off themselves. That's the real reason to what Chuck said. Why a lot of them won't come out of the woodworks, they'll get spooked and go, oh, we're not supposed to get distracted with this nonsense. I know all the lines that they feed the members. But since we're going to consider him a representative right now, because he's claiming to be an ambassador for the Nuwaupian nation. So let's address that too in a minute. So they're saying that York is a diplomat, because if he wasn't, he would have been charged with impersonating a diplomat. See, if you understood the paperwork or you had any files, I'm about to show you something in a second, and we're going to post this up on Chuck's website. The problem has always been from day one. We're not questioning. York is just a Liberian citizen. And I'm going to show you his certificate of citizenship that he filed in 1999. That is not the question. The question that's being debated and refuted, he is not a Liberian diplomat with diplomatic immunity. That's a myth. He was only appointed honorary status, which holds no weight on any diplomatic level in any arena. As I said before on the previous show, I think I mentioned, it's like being an honorary graduate of Harvard. It's a title. It doesn't mean anything. Okay, that's number one. Number two, on this certificate of citizenship, okay, and if you go to the U.S. Code, I believe it's 189, it gives you the terms and definitions of what the crime is for impersonating a diplomat. Okay, all you got to do is go read that, and you'll see why he has not been charged with any crime, because the fight has always been that he wasn't recognized as a diplomat. And you can only be charged with a crime if you've successively obtained a method such as for diplomatic privileges, obtaining those privileges. That's when you can be accused of a crime. Now, let me be clear on something. The work that was always put in was to try to change that honorary status. Okay, Rochelle York tried to do it. Not Rochelle York. She wasn't his biological daughter. That's a game too. Fatima Sanusi and her son Muhammad, they spent years over in Liberia trying to put this paperwork in with the government to change that status. Then they'll use the claim, well, he was recognized under Charles Taylor's regime that as a diplomat appointed. They still have not provided one piece of paper. There was a fraudulent one that they had provided in 2004, which I have in my hand right now. Outside of that one, there's never been one document to support that. Now, if any of this is true, just show the paperwork. That's it. Problem solved. Don't just say it. So these are the reasons why he has not been charged, quote unquote, with a crime. Now, what's important during this period, in 2005, from 2004 to actually 2006, and I have an email here that I'm going to go over from Rochelle when they were over there at the time, trying to change his status to get him recognized. And this is the reason why the State Department is basically saying we have no record of him being a sovereign general counsel. And it's as easy as any Liberian official coming over to the State Department and the BOP and making the claim. So what the Nuwaupian Assassin needs to show and prove, if he is, what's taking almost now going on 16 years, 15 to 16 years to clear this up. And can you show a paper trail? Because I can show a paper trail, and I'd be more than willing to sit down with the brother with no cameras. I don't need an audience or YouTube or views or any of that garbage. Okay, I'd be more than willing to sit down with him, just me and him with no audience, and go over the paperwork with him. It's that simple. And he could bring his paperwork if he's so strong in his conviction. It's not really that complicated. We're making it more complicated. Okay. The other problem is on the certificate of citizenship, and let me show this real quick. And if those that remember at the time in 1999, this all came about by way of the brother Haru Hotep, who is a Liberian and has family over in Liberia. So this is why at the time York renounced his American citizenship and took on a Liberian citizenship. This is important to understand because this is why the idea to use this as a legal angle came up after the trial. Because remember, the reason why the State Department refuted that he is a Liberian diplomat is because he never brought it up once in his entire trial till after he was convicted. This came up after the fact. There's no proof that when he was arrested, he presented Liberian credentials. York has said himself there was 2 witnesses there that said he notified the arresting officers, but yet them witnesses never came forward. And what's the name of the witnesses? Let's provide the name of the witnesses. And why was this not brought up till after he was convicted and found guilty? I'm gonna tell you why, because they looked into it and they saw this was an angle that could be used, okay? On this certificate of citizenship, you'll see at the back, and again, we're gonna post this on Chuck's website.
Hold on, Mike, hold on. You showing it to the camera?
No, I'm gonna turn it on right now.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. My fault. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Back of the page. Let me. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, but I'll show it. But we're gonna post it up. As you can see, first and foremost, that's not a jail mugshot. Okay. All right. This was the original certificate of citizenship from 1999. That's not a jail mugshot. That passport photo that came 2004, 2005, when all of a sudden the red back diplomatic passport number popped up, which we'll get into in a minute. And again, those that were there and worked on the case know what this is about. Unlike most of these clowns that are talking now that have no information. But here's the interesting thing. They've been saying that York was not born in Boston. Well, here's something I find very interesting. If you look at his original certificate of citizenship and he signed off on it, and guess what he signed off on? His birthplace. You see that right there? I don't know if you can see it, but we'll put it up. He verifies he's born in Boston on June 26th, 1945, with his signature right under it. We're going to put that up. You may not be able to see it now clear. So that's another question they need to ask. And of course, they'll come with some spookism. So you mean the man with 76 trillion years of knowledge didn't know where he was born? And all this other nonsense that they're trying to bring up now after the fact, when they came up with the being born in Ghana, he wasn't born in the Sudan. There's no record of him being born in Boston, which is not true. All you got to do is call the registry there, because I've heard Damon Pryor say he went there and there's no record. You can find a record there. That is completely false. Okay. And if there's not, provide, just like you saw Brother Taariq Noel did when he called the Liberian embassy. Well, all you got to do is, why don't you just call the registry in Boston, record the call and post it on the site. That would squash all that. End of story. None of these things are being done. It's just these things are only being refuted with just personal opinion and conjecture. Well, that's not good enough. That's one. Now you'll see in this other one here in the back, Attorney Garwal, you'll see when it, and again, it's small. We'll post it up. You're not gonna be able to see it on here. It talks about that he can only be repatriated or deported as a Liberian citizen. And you know what that basically means? You would basically just go into the Liberian prison system, being deported or repatriated without any type of immunity. So I want to make this clear. It's not an issue if he's a Liberian citizen or not. And who actually gave me a lot of, and hit me to a lot of this, was towards the end before I left, Fatima Sanusi, who I sat down with and talked with for a while. And she was strongly against a lot of this stuff because she said it was bad for his legal case. You heard Brother Wajiro, Brother Rick, Brother Ampu, same thing. This was one of the reasons why he backed out, because these were all angles that they were trying to use to get him free and just don't add up and make any sense. Now, when the State Department put their answer in as rejecting his status, and this was at the time Rochelle was working on the case with us, she basically said the only way to get that changed is if we have to put this in the 2255 motion, because I have the email where she says the status comes back rejected. They're not recognizing him. That was at the transition peak when the Liberian government was going through administration changes at the time, that it needs to be put in the 2255, which, as we know, that appeal got rejected. And she says in the email that would pretty much give us our answer. That's why she disappeared. because none of this stuff panned out. And a lot of it, you started to see the loopholes in it. These were just angles that they were trying to use that actually backfired. But the question is, now, how does a diplomatic passport with a jail mugshot on top of that pop up now 3-4 years later? First of all, you wouldn't have a prison mugshot on a diplomatic passport. And why wasn't that passport presented as evidence in any part of the trial? And it didn't come up till after, he was indicted. So wanted to address that question that was brought up. I don't know if anybody wanted to add anything to that, or we could go to the next one. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, to Chuck, because I know you got some of this stuff up on the site too.
No, just right now, I'm not. I want to be sure I get it, because it's good. I probably will post it next week, because I think this is really powerful, and it's something that they need to see, because for the documentation that you have, this is something that they don't have, and it's something that is needed. It has to be viewed, because it'll blow the lid off of the lies that's coming out of the organization now. So
Right.
anytime you take a prison photograph and place it on a passport that you say is from another country, and then say that it's legitimate, and you call other people who present refuting answers to it as being false, they become evil, they become devils. Then that shows that this is just a typical reactionary rant coming from people who can't support what they say.
And that's it. And again, it's real simple as just, look, that's the question. Now the question I pose is, where is the 15, 16 year paper trail that Nuwaupian Assassin or anybody else would be more than willing to show to verify their point, other than saying, oh, well, he's a diplomat because he hasn't been charged with impersonating a diplomat. All you got to do is go look up the code, and you'll find out there's reasons for that. Okay, we're going to get into something that'll tie into that into a minute. Now, the second question, something else I scanned on, was this brother Carlos, who I know, he knows me. He's actually down here in Florida. He's about 3 hours north of me. He calls himself Kepperer now. And the Nuwaupian Assassin has had this brother on several videos, and he actually, we had a chat discussion with him. I will pull that chat up. This was on March 10th, and you can actually pull this up on Chuck's website. And totally different to what the stuff that he's talking now. He was on there, I guess, commenting on a few things on Chuck's page. And first I want to address, he made some statements that I was part of some paralegal group that forged documents on York's behalf. Completely untrue. See, if you get your information straight, you would, if you knew what the NLPA was, I did work with the NLPA, which York supported at the time 100%. Okay, another trick that York is good at doing, and this is another thing that I started to see as I worked on the case. York will give you 100% approval to go out and do something, and then when it fails, then he announces to the members as if he didn't know anything about it or he wasn't behind it. That's another tactic. That's that tactic he used to use with all of us. So this brother Carlos made a statement on the Nuwaupian Assassin show that I forged some documents. So my question to brother Carlos is, and after he makes the statement, he says, I think. Go back and listen to the video. I think. Well, my question, brother, do you think or do you know? That's two different things. And if you do have the evidence, I would sure love you to bring it and see these so-called documents you claiming, making statements against me that I forged, which I think is really comical. The other problem with this brother is he's always been on the fence about, he tries to differentiate between being a Nupu practitioner and a Nuwaupian. And then we had a long conversation about this on Chuck's page. Because even at the time when I was the master of the Southern Jurisdiction Masonic Lodge thing for York, Carlos was always on the nature of nature thing. He was always teaching classes on it, kind of doing his own thing, even at that time. Well, when he was on Chuck's page, and again, this is from March 10th, just bear with me a minute, I'm going to pull it up. He commented on York, having children and the molestation thing. So we could email, we're going to actually, I think, Chuck, you got it in like a format, right? We could actually separate it and post it, but.
Okay, which one was that?
the conversation went that night with
yeah, I have it saved. I can add it to the site. Yeah.
Right. But what I'm going to do is just touch on a couple of things that this brother said. And now I find it funny. He's on Nuwaupian Assassin's website now playing pro-York support. And here's some of the comments just to show you the mindset. All right. And he justified here. Here's his first one. He says, well, Negroes asked for it when they fell in love with the Bible and the story of Solomon, like justifying all this sex stuff. Watch. I guess he went out to prove a point. This was a practice in ancient Hindu. The movie Karma Sutra, it depicts just a taste of that culture or ancient Hindu practice. Now you should hate it all. I give them everything back. Then he goes on to say, you will once learn that the majority of the being you worship all committed this practice, be it Orishis, Kachinas, prophets, and pharaohs. Okay, so condemn those ancestors also. This is a fucked up world. The so-called Illuminatis know this reason. This is out if you dare. I'm living a new paradigm without all that fuckery. Get it? Watch, this gets worse. If you ever read the book of The Name of the Answers, Dr. York says it's clearly his intention that he will have lots of mates and children, like Solomon, who had 400 wives and concubines. And you'll see where I get in. Steve Gordon, this brother writes, what is your damn point? Not because it happened in history doesn't mean it's right or correct. I guess that put a hole in your Bible secret. This is where I had to get it. I'm going to skip down. Okay. I said, Carlos, that is irrelevant. You are prepping into something you want to say, trying to defend York. Let's get straight to the point. I have a simple question. Do you accept York as innocent or guilty? Listen to his response. Mike Kanoum, you know you are wrong. I am not defending Dr. York. Well, if you are a York supporter, and you just see how I question him, if you're not defending Dr. York, how are you going to be on the Nuwaupian Assassin show claiming to be a Nuwaupian? I'm going to say, I'm going to get more detail with it. If one thing I will give, as crazy as they might be Nuwaupians, every Nuwaupian that claims to be a Nuwaupian clearly makes the statement that Dr. York is innocent. Okay, so I'm confused on this brother's position because he makes it clear he's not defending Dr. York, and I'm gonna get in more depth with it. And I'm gonna tell you why he says he's a Nupu practitioner. He goes on to say, we'll post the whole thing. I'm not gonna get long-winded with it, but you can see it for yourself. He goes on to say that he doesn't follow anything or anybody, including York. He's not defending York. He's on his own paradigm. He's a Nupu practitioner. I questioned him, which I was hoping in brother. I know brother Tarnoon couldn't come tonight. I remember back then Carlos was saying Afro Uno was Dr. York. I questioned him about this again in this conversation. And he basically, comes out and says he can't really prove it. And he can't even prove that if he's Amanubi Ra'akatar, he doesn't know. But people were going around saying at that time and still saying that he is. So it's a little confusing to me. Then he goes on to say, many people have come in history that have done terrible things, but that doesn't change the information they taught. So that was basically a subtle reference. And he also goes on to say that, he knew from the beginning a lot of these molestation things were going on. He saw the signs. So now you're saying you saw the signs, you knew. And just because York was teaching information that you perceived correct, you're saying that he gets a pass for that. Then he gives this analogy of we can't keep bringing up the past. You kind of got to let the bird fly free. All these stupid ass analogies to kind of justify like, you got to let things go. Well, then I asked him, well, what if one of your daughters were the victims? Does the bird still fly free from the cage? And he kept basically ducking it with, well, I raised my daughters right, this and that. And I'm sure the brother did, but that's not the question I asked him. I asked him, would you have the same approach if your daughters were victims of York's child molestation? He dodged it. So it's not a good look for this brother to be bringing this brother on because it just confirms the stuff that we say. And all he's doing is bringing brothers on that are just, back in the day, the master teacher said this. If you go, that's all I heard when I scanned through the videos. He's bringing on these members that have been around for a while and telling back in the day reminiscent stories, which get to the information. If what we're saying is not true, all we're simply saying is provide some factual information to refute and dispute it. It's that simple. By bringing people like this on, giving you your back in the day story and going down memory lane, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that the only source that they will cite is York himself. Because as soon as you pin them up against the wall with demanding them to provide you information, then all of a sudden it's, well, I know who the master teacher is. I saw him do miracles. Well, I've said this before. That's personal. And whether you did or not, maybe you did. Let's say you're a Nuwaupian, and if you claim you saw York do miracles, I'm not even going to get into that. All right, I'll give you that. So be it. How does that differ from a Christian who says their pastor can heal somebody, who says that their pastor can communicate to God? And Nuwaupians would tell that Christian, oh, your religion is crazy. You're wrong. You're incorrect. Now, if that Christian says, well, I know my pastor. I've seen the things he can do. I don't care what you're saying. Nuwaupians are doing the same thing with York. It's no different. So you can't criticize Christians for having faith. Now we got an issue because we're dealing with faith and belief. How can you say you're a group of people that deal with the facts? Nuwaupo is supported by evidence, experience, and reasoning. And when you're reasoning, you have to be using some facts to support what you're reasoning about. You can't just, because if you just say that, oh, York is the sole source and I know who the master teacher is, then I got no problem with that. But then you also have to admit you're operating on faith, because you cannot pass that concept on to somebody who doesn't look at York in that light or doesn't have that experience with York. And you could say, well, I don't care. Well, maybe you don't care, but you have to care, because when you're an organization claiming you have the truth and you're making these statements about information you've been putting out for years, but can't back it up, that becomes kind of an issue. So these are the things that we're kind of, presenting and bringing to the forefront, and they could easily be addressed. Forget dancing around it. Just provide information on it. The other thing, and I know Lord Abba, this is where you can kind of come in and touch on this. The embassy thing, which this is comical. I find this really funny. Now they have they're doing these national ID cards. And if you go onto the website, they're claiming that there's 2 sets of cards you need. They're charging $24.98 per card plus processing fee, which is roughly about $60 a person. And claiming these are national ID cards. Okay. They're claiming that this dude, Deuce York, was claiming to be an adopted son of Dr. York. That's another trick of York, by the way. Anybody that's forefront on his case, just like Rochelle carried the last name York, she wasn't a biological daughter of Dr. York. Just like Damon Pryor's mate at the time, Elizabeth Westbrook York, who everybody knew as Nifu or Bastet, who, by the way, is not part of the organization anymore. And you should ask Damon Pryor to explain that. She was also given the name York. York does that because that adds to the stigma. So let's make this clear, okay? They're not biological children York. And I see recently he put on his bio, the adopted son of Dr. York, which again, that adds more to the, the drama that they're building up. So they're charging roughly $55 to $60 for these national ID cards. Now, the question I have, what are these national ID cards going to entitle you to as far as sovereignty or not being part? You're claiming this identifies you with your own tribal nation. It's all nice talk. It all sounds good, sounds heavy, but really those ID cards are going to be as valuable as a baseball card. Because if any Nuwaupian pulled those ID cards out and were in legal trouble, they would be processed by the law the same way any other citizen in this country would. They would pull those cards out, get laughed at, they would get cuff processed. And if you don't believe me, all you got to do is ask Quincy Richardson how that sovereignty thing is going right now. And I bring Quincy Richardson up because he was one that sat in the press conference that they put out a couple months ago at their so-called embassy that was shot in somebody's basement or in the barbershop or wherever the hell they shot it, claiming they were this recognized embassy. My next question to Nuwaupian Assassin or any Nuwaupian, who recognizes this embassy outside of the circle of Nuwaupians, and what legal validation or validity does the ID cards in the Nuwaupian nation have as being recognized by any government? Not just I don't want to hear just your questions on what Damon Pryor told you. That's not what I want to hear. I want to see some documentation. I want to see some proof, some evidence, because this sounds very similar to a scam. James T. McBride, and I think we put this up on the site. He was the leader of the Sovereign Citizen Group. And if you read the article, it's on Chuck's site. He was selling the same exact way Damon Pryor is. He was selling national ID cards, telling people they were sovereign and that they needed to be on a tribal ledger to be part of this group. Long story short, you could read the whole article for yourself. He just got convicted and got 10 years this is where, and this will answer one of the first questions of the Nuwaupian Assassin, when does it become a crime to impersonate fraudulently a diplomat? We'll go read this. It'll give you more information on that. When you actually use it for monetary gain or privileges of a diplomat. And this individual made hundreds of thousands of dollars off of this and told his people to actually send this in to the government. Why am I bringing this up now? Because if I was a Nuwaupian, I'd be careful if you fill that ledger out and that application and send your paperwork and you don't know what's going to happen with that information. I know Lord Abba, I know you probably wanted to add something to that. So if you wanted to add something to that, go ahead.
Yeah, Islam. I watched the video of that, I guess the press conference, the embassy. I left some comments in the video as well. I don't know if you all seen them, but what these brothers are attempting to do, I just want to give you all a little backdrop on this sovereignty thing. I'm gonna try to be brief as possible. I'm loving the information that you brothers are putting out. You are deconstructing some myths, and I want to also offer a solution. And it's not a facetious solution; it's actually an actual solution. Now, the sovereignty movement was started in the 60s by, I believe it was a Christian preacher. His name was William Bell or something. I could be off with the name, but it was a Christian preacher. And they started a group called Posse Comitatus. Then there was a group called the Montana Freedmen that I believe they popped up in the 70s. But this particular doctrine was a long-running doctrine. When the southern states seceded from the Union, and this is very important, this is why so many people are on that get involved in these sovereign citizen tactics are now on terrorist watch lists. When the southern states seceded from the Union, they became rebels to the United States of America. And I hear a little echo in the back. It ain't too bad though. You know, everybody knows about the Civil War. Their main premise was to keep our people enslaved. And this is very important. Their main premise was to keep our people enslaved. This is what the war was fought over. And we know about the passage of the 13th Amendment. Now, what people do not know, and this is where Prophet Noble Drew Ali's teachings become so very vital and important, because it plugs in the Lucane, a gap in between the historic element that is missing from this whole thing that you don't even hear constitutional professors speak about. Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught that the 14th and 15th Amendments brought those southern states that had seceded, who were nicknamed the slave states, back into the Union. They had to agree to the passage of the 14th Amendment. Now, and the 15th Amendment, because the 15th Amendment, it protected the elective franchise or suffrage, aka your right to vote. Now, these southern states would agree, and they would get back into the Union. The federal government would put representatives in those states for a time, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you had a group. These are your Confederate flag wavers today that rejected this. They were mad that their top brass, the Confederate States of America, made this agreement in the first place. They wanted to keep fighting. But the top brass knew that they had absolutely no support. They sought help from Britain and the federal government, the United States of America. They were on the back channels with the British Empire as well. And they said, you know, the British Empire told the Confederacy, look, we can't help you. We cannot engage in such a war. So this sentiment that brought about the sovereign citizen movement is derived from the fact that these people wanted to keep you enslaved. In the early 90s, Moors from New York started to travel to Cleveland, Ohio. There's a brother named Charles Mosley Bay, who was put out of the Moorish Science Temple of America by Noble Drew Ali because he was teaching some stuff that wasn't in line with the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. This man vowed that he was going to take Noble Drew Ali's students, if you will, and also etch himself into Freemasonry and Eastern Stars. Long story short, he started his own thing, CM Bey, Circle of Mother and Sons. Most of you are familiar with Taj Taariq Bey, Yafa Bey, Sabir Bey, all of these quote-unquote Moorish frauds that teach this stuff. They are offsprings of CM Bey. But the information of CM Bey merges with the sovereign citizen information in the 1990s. And you get all of the paperwork filing and the fake IDs that many people have been arrested using. Me and Brother Tanhu brought a couple of these ID cards some years back as well. This stuff is bogus, it's false. And I want to, send a message to the Nuwaupians that are listening in, because I know that they are listening in. I can go much, much deeper, but I'm trying to kind of keep it condensed for the sake of time. But leave that stuff alone. When Dr. York first was going through the trial, I received the paperwork, all of the UCC paperwork. The guy that was calling himself Dr. York's son, Ali York, come to find out he wasn't Dr. York's son. It was Yaya's son. Me and him was connected. We build every single day. He got me Dr. York's UCC paperwork. All of that stuff fell flat on its face because it was bogus. These were sovereign citizen tactics that were being used by, the brothers from out of New York. And they were selling these packages to brothers and sisters all over the nation. My advice to you, from a person that been through it, by the grace of Allah, is not doing any time because of it. I was able to actually beat my case. And like I said, it's by the grace of Allah more so than it was that paperwork. Leave that stuff alone. It's going to mire you into some stuff that you're not going to be able to get out of legally. And then what's going to wind up happening is the rest of your group is just going to get dragged down through the dirt. They're really, really cracking down on this stuff because it is rebellious. It is anti-governmental. It is anarchist. And this is what the Southerners that we have today, I call them the Euro-Christian right-wing spawns of the Southern Confederacy. This is what they promote and they propagate. But I have a solution. Because I'll try to deal with solutions. One thing, Dr. York said that I hold near to my chest, because it's true. If you take something from somebody, you have to give them something better to replace it with. And of course, I'm going to offer the Moorish science. Number one, this is not a part of my solution that I'm going to bring to Nuwaupians. But if, brother at 6 Dynasty Media, if you would like to have anybody on and they want to question my doctrine, they had some couple brothers did a group, 360 questions to ask the Moorish Science Temple of America. They got to question 22 and they bigged me up and left their own Facebook group. I would love to come on and answer every last question, because Doc taught some false things about the Moorish Science Temple. So of course I'm going to offer that to the people because it offers a self-healing. But here's my offer to a solution. I'm working on a movie script right now on the Moors. Brother Chuck Morgan, my brother Tanun, I don't know everybody on this particular line, but I can hear that they are instrumental in the deconstructing of the claims that Dr. Malachi York brought, if we can call him doctor. Now, if you don't want to let these teachings go, let's make movie scripts out of them. I think that this stuff would make fascinating blockbuster movies. Let's sit down and make movies out of this information. And this way, you can still vicariously live through this fiction while becoming productive members of society again. I'm going to say this and be quiet. Being in Nuwaupu for the short time that I was in, I was able to speak with a lot of Nuwaupians. And many Nuwaupians are psychologically damaged. They are suffering from acute mental illnesses. They are literally suffering from psychosis. Some of them are indeed sick-minded. This is not me trying to take stabs or shots. This is just a fact. There's a brother named Grand Kush or Newbie Kings. He has dedicated a YouTube channel, the ex-Nuwaupian, to just basically slandering me and all of these different things. And all I tried to do was build with the brother. And when he couldn't refute the information, he resorted to the very tactics that I heard you brothers speaking about earlier. And the brother's channel, I believe, is called Infamous Newbie Kings. And I want all Nuwaupians to go back that still follow Dr. York to pull that channel up and watch it so that you could understand that you are a reflection of this. And most of you need help. You need to let this go. Go read Chuck Morgan's website. If you can't debunk it, and you cannot, or else you would have put a website up called debunkingnuwaupianism.com by now, and you would have provided factual, historical, contemporaneous, etc. documentation that debunked Brother Chuck Morgan. And you cannot, and you know that you cannot, so you have resort to slander and emotionalism. This is not the way of a civilized people. It is time for you all to get back and get back into society and become productive citizens. I am open to build with you all. I can act as a therapist, if you will. And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being serious. We need to build. If you want to live, if you want to keep that doctrine alive as fiction, let's create movies out of it. Let's make some money off of it. Then we can purchase land and do the things that you would like to do while understanding this stuff is just all fiction. And with that, I yield and say peace.
Appreciate it. So again, basically, we're more than willing to, address these things, with information. And that's all I'm saying. And what you just said, Lord Abba, that's the thing. It's always the personal attacks. I'm seeing some of the nonsense in the chat, but that's a whole nother story. We ain't gonna get sidebarred with that nonsense. People saying they got evidence on risk, but they don't have the link. This is just the nonsense that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the sad reality. I mean, Lord Abba, you made a very good point, and I am not a psychologist. I'm not a psychotherapist, and I don't claim to be one. Nor do I play one on TV. But, there comes a point when you start to look at the responses from these people. And then if you've been around long enough and you knew how York would go in on people in religion, I'm saying specifically Christianity and what York would term Sunni Islam. And you see all the excuses that they make, and the justifications, and making all kinds of connections that there are no connections, to try to come off as if they know what they're talking about, or that they're supporting a claim by York, or supporting a claim from a school of thought, theology, etc. And then you look at it, and then you look at them, and you say, okay, these people, then they're not clinically insane by the classic definition, but there has to be some type of psychosis that these people I don't even think they really realize what it is that they're saying, because they love the man so much. And I know how they feel. I was there. But they cannot even process the fact that when they're typing and talking in defense of this man's teachings, just like they say, well, the planet risk. Here's a man who claimed to be from another planet, gave no proof, nothing. Just the followers accepted it, and then he was able to elaborate on it, and they never requested any proof. I mean, the one proof he could have at least given is that he could have brought a rock. He could have at least brought back a rock, and then gave it to NASA and said that I'm here, I'm from this place, I'm this and I'm that. Nothing. All he has is the claim. I'm from the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy called Ilium. That's it. That's the proof.
But here's something even more disturbing. Most of the members now believe, which is nothing new, because that was same thing when we were Ansars, that he's the incarnation of, he's Yanun, Padnabab Yanun. Yanun has the ability of the healing green light.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the ability to heal himself of angioedema. And then the very system that he taught against to destroy, you know, the European and the Caucasians' legal system, and how it wasn't right for us and politics wasn't right for us. Then on the flip side, you filing paperwork for a medical transfer. You're relying on the devil for salvation for your so-called leader that has 76 trillion years of knowledge. I don't understand.
Wait, brothers. I'm just, because I hear what you said. Didn't Dr. York claim to be a Republican, a registered Republican?
Yes, that was back in 99, 2000.
Okay, cool.
There's a video up of it.
Definitely. I just was, because I heard what you said and I was just kind of confused by it. You know, based on his own claim. Correct.
And it just doesn't add up. How are you going to rely on the system? All your books teach about who the devil is, and the system of the devil doesn't work for us, but then you're relying on the devil's system for salvation for your teacher. I mean, how can you not see fuckery in that? And a medical transfer, this is something that they've recycled. I worked on 3 of those medical transfers and they all failed. I was part of the several different groups they had. They trying it again. Then it was Obama's going to pardon him. That went into the wind. Then they started to briefly mention now really Trump. If you petition Trump's so crazy, he might reinvestigate York's case and give him the death penalty. Because you saw that thing he put out. He's thinking about giving certain child molesters the death penalty, depending on the level of the crime. Now, if any Nuwaupian seriously believes that Donald Trump is gonna petition, accept a petition to free York, you got to be out of your mind. This again confirms the mental sickness, like Lord Abba was talking about, like you were talking about, Chuck, many times before in the past. I mean, that's just the non-reality of it. I mean, come on, let's deal with reality. Bottom line is, you're waiting for a man that's doing 135 years to come out of prison. I always ask a Nuwaupian this: what is the backup plan if he doesn't get out? And you know how many of them all give me the same? Well, he's getting out. Well, let's just say he's not getting out. Okay, what is the plan? There's no really logical answer, because a lot of them believe that he's going to get out and he's going to take him to some utopia. First it was Africa. Now they're with this new ID card thing. They're trying, this is also supposed to be part of getting their land back. I'm confused. Not too long ago, they were preaching about it's about going back to Africa. Now you're trying to get your land back. And saying that, let me address something. Because you could also, because I saw Damon Pryor posting some letters up on one of his last videos from 2005, 2009 with Ghana, and how, you know, Ghana has accepted Nuwaupians. Well, look, I dispelled this myth last time, but obviously people haven't done their research. And again, people that claim to be Nuwaupians who deal with facts, all they simply got to do is call. And I gave you a phone number you can call to verify it for yourself. It's real simple, not complicated. This letter that he put up was from March 5th, 2009. Okay. And the letter is from the Ministry of Tourism. And basically what they did back in 2009, they applied to purchase some land, to develop some land. All right. And anybody can do this. You can call Ghana. You can do this in Liberia and say you want to purchase land and develop it, and you got to present to them a plan. The problem is what they've done since 2009 is try to present this as if this has some connection to Dr. York's freedom, and it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. And to verify what I'm saying, you can call the Ministry of Tourism, and the telephone number is 666-314/666-426. That's the international number. You can call and verify that for yourself. Okay, this has nothing to do with York's freedom. The mention in the letter about dual citizenship is to say if you're a citizen here in America and you also want to travel back and forth, develop the land there, live there, and live here in America, you can have dual citizenship. The problem is Damon Pryor presents it and has been presenting it for years as if this is something that has something to do with Dr. York's freedom. It has nothing to do with it. Okay, the second thing is this foundation thing. This is the second time they've done this. They've recycled it again now with Liberia. those that were around, it's funny. One thing that's funny how some Nuwaupians quickly have amnesia and forget things. Back during this time when they started this Dr. Malachi K Foundation in Ghana, this is not the first time they're doing it now in Liberia. This is the second time that they're doing it. Now it's with Liberia. Basically, what the Dr. Malachi K Foundation is, any one of us that are listening to this show right now, you could be Taariq Johnson, whoever. You can call right now and say you want to start the Taariq Johnson Foundation, and you want to donate supplies to kids, the less fortunate kids, medical supplies, food, clothing, and even to the point where you want to adopt less fortunate kids, which you see they're trying to do with the Liberian thing. This is something recycled from 2009. Again, the trick and the illusion is it's presented as if this has something to do with York's freedom. And they present it as, look, see, Liberia is accepting York. Liberia's arms are open to York. There's no correlation or connection from a legal standpoint in any shape, form, or fashion. This is another hustle. And it's, again, creates an illusion to, especially to newer members that might have come in the last several years that don't know no better. Because one thing Nuwaupians will do is react off of pure emotion. Because if the administration says it, or if word came down the pike that York said it, a lot of them are prepped now. You don't question anything. I hear a lot of them say, oh, I've been around long enough. I don't question the master. Well, at what point when he taught for years, question everything, but Nuwaupians don't question everything when it comes to York, but they'll question anything else outside of that. And their only excuse is, again, you can hear them say it over and over in various different videos, etc. Oh, I don't need to question the master teacher anymore. I know who he is. That's fake. And if that's fine if it's on a personal level, but you cannot present that concept to somebody that's not dealing with that type of personal faith, because that's not the reality to all of those people that don't have that personal outlook on it like some Nuwaupians do. So that's kind of what we're saying. And I haven't seen, I keep hearing they're gonna put up a site to debunk Chuck's information. I still haven't seen it. I want to see them take pieces of the information and the doctrine that's being refuted and let's get it on like that. Let's put it into perspective, and we'll come out with the answers. And again, like Lord Abba said, the objective is a solution coming to the truth, regardless. And sometimes unfortunately, look, we were in that same boat, like me and Chuck said. We were in the organization for many years. And we were the staunch supporters. I was a staunch supporter when I was working on the case. You couldn't tell me anything that York did anything. But I realized as I look back on it now, I was going off of everything he was telling me in personal visits when I was sitting down with him. And I really never looked into anything. But again, as I started working on the case and talking with victims, pulling up the documents, doing filings, I started to see the inconsistencies. This is why we left. It's that simple. Because, like, again, they keep bringing up this shit. Why did y'all wait till 2011 to leave? Well, it's that simple of an answer. It's not really a deep question. And then what did we move on to? As I said earlier, we moved on to successful, productive lives on all levels, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, and financially. And I keep hearing them saying, oh, well, we're moving and changing. Nuwaupians ain't really changing. It's the same motif with just a different costume. That's all it is. They're doing the same thing they were doing back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. They still peddling their little trinkets on the street, selling their little body washes and soaps and all the little books and, and all that nonsense. That they haven't changed one bit. That's small-minded, little man's hustle mentality. Because I hear this dude talking about it's about the year of the hustle, this dude Nuwaupian Assassin. Well, they're on that small-minded hustle mentality. You understand? That's not, it's a new day and it's a new time. They're not changing on any level. The only illusion they have that they're changing is because they think they're getting new books that are actually plagiarized. There's a new book coming out. Yeah, all right. There's a new book coming out, but it's nothing new. As I said before, when you look in every school that they've been through up until this day, the motif stays the same. York is some divine prophet figure being. Like I said, when we were Ansars, he was out-cooked. The holy book was the Quran. He was the divine, savior figure. We were the loyal congregation. Same thing in the school of Judaism. He was Rabboni Yeshua. The Torah was our divine scripture, and we were the loyal congregation. Then it went to the holy tablets. He was a incarnation of Merdut. The tablets was the new scripture. We were the loyal congregation. Then it was the black book, the sacred records of Atum-Re, and the Egyptian thing. He was an incarnation of Amenubi Ra'akatar. We were the loyal congregation. And that was the scripture. And now it's the actual facts. That's the new Nuwaupian Bible. Now you got to follow that to the T. And now he's once again an incarnation of Yanun, which is nothing new. So I'm trying to figure out, what have they changed to? What's new? There's nothing new. It's just repackaged with a different costume. And the thing that's really funny about it is, when you look at it in its entirety, okay, we always used to use this statement back in the day that anything that doesn't change dies. That's true. But in that change, there has to be consistency. There's no consistency in York's change. It's erratic. It's all over the place. So yes, anything that doesn't change dies. I'm all for that. But there's got to be some consistency in that change. Here's how you know, and I mentioned this last time, this whole Nuwaupian Lodge thing. And I mentioned this last time when I was in a visit, the second time they opened it. And by the way, this is the third time, to show you the inconsistency in York's ideology. They opened the lodge the very first time when they opened it in 2000, going into 2001. As I said before, I was in that group that was at York's house on a daily basis in Athens, formulating the lodge when we first put it together. That was the big thing. We had to master the secrets, the Euro Masonry Lodge, so we can get the real secrets, right? And that's the other illusion that York keeps perpetrating. There's always this, I know something you don't, and if I can create the illusion I know something, that keeps you loyal. And this is why the change is always brought about. It's always to keep people off guard. They think they're going to get some great secret, and they never do. The lodge was first opened. Then the lodge was causing disunity amongst the members. It was shut down. Then it was, we're all AEO, no more lodge. Then the second time, which I was present in a visit with the sister Bastet, who some know as Nifu, and Joseph Hibner's wife, we were in a visit, and they were telling York that there's no money coming into the office, and they suggested the lodge be reopened. So York gave the okay to reopen the lodge. Nuwaupians think it's spiritual. It has nothing to do with spirituality. It's got all to do with money. Then they closed it down again, and then now reopened it, that the master's in distress, and called for his lodge to be open. So at what point in any of York's schools, this is how you know shit is not going right. At what point did he ever revert back to a previous school? Think about that for a minute. He's never ever left something and gone back to it. That should wake some Nuwaupians up to the money game, because you name me one school he left and went back to other than Masonry, and he's going back to it now 3 times. But Nuwaupians don't see the money game in it. He also made the comment, which I thought was funny, because I was ostracized at that time when the lodge opened. I refused to be a part of it. And he told me, well, you just work on the case and do what you got to do, because it was just chaos and confusion. My whole thing was, it didn't sit well with me. And this is kind of what started to wake me up. He said, quote unquote, you know how some of these guys are. They like to wear costumes, meaning lodge regalia. And that's the other problem with Nuwaupians. They like costumes. They like to put on these garbs and wear these fancy looking symbols because it caters to their ego. York knows this. And as we know, York has always been the master of wearing costumes, coming out in these different get-ups over the years when we were Native Americans, Moors. You know, he went to the whole point where he put on the Indian regalia, you know, and cats got memorized by it. You know, so that's also part of the motif, putting on the costumes, all the trimmings, and creating this you know, stigma and creating this illusion. This is all part of the psychological aspect of feeding in to the subconscious mind. And he knows these things. Trust me when I tell you, he knows these things. And those that have been around him know he knows these things. The problem is, most of the people that you hear now on a lot of these websites and YouTube, outside of a handful, most of them have come in recently. There's still a lot of the old timers around, but you don't really hear from them as much. You hear just from a couple. A lot of the ones, like Chuck said, that are coming forward, you know, they really ain't been around enough to know the whole story. So the bottom line is, these are the reasons, because I keep hearing, why did we leave? As if that, again, if that's a deep question. Well, how much more information do we need to give the reasons why we left? But see, here's the other problem. When you don't give a Nuwaupian an answer that they want to hear, all they do is just they sidebar you. They go into another area without addressing their original question, and that's the distraction tactic. And that's all we're saying is let's stick to the information. And like I said before, I don't need no audience. I'll be willing to sit down with any brother in private with nobody around and be willing to hash this out to show you where my intent is. I don't need to be on YouTube, this channel, or anywhere else. Okay, I do this solely for what I uncovered, for victims some victims who are still traumatized, haven't still been able to come out. And I mentioned earlier, I threw all those names out there. I gave you some of the victims in the PSI that Chuck's been had on his website and challenged people to address each one of those victims. But you guys only act like it's just Taariq. Okay, because Taariq is the one that's been the most active and vocal, but you don't talk about any of the other victims. You don't talk about where are some of these other members that were in the organization.
That's right. That's right.
So,
that's right.
But I mean, that's basically what I wanted to cover. And again, like I say, I don't mind doing this once. I ain't going to do this all the time. I'll let them, because I know they're going to have a bunch of nonsense to say about this.
Well, you know, they got to do that because, you know, people are watching or reading. And listen, you're talking about a religious cult. So naturally, they're going to have something to come back at the people who are speaking, you know, in adverse to the cult. So, you know, it's to be expected. It comes with the territory. So you just sit back and just let them get their little rocks off. And anything that's worthy of attention, you know, you address it with clarity and facts. Then you move on to the next and continue doing what you're doing. But I don't have that kind of time like I used to. So I try to keep it right to the point and get across what's needed. And some of the information that you brought out tonight, definitely we're going to be going up on the site. I probably have to put it up next week. I'll see if I can get it up by tomorrow, depending on how much time I have. But yeah, that's something that people need to see. It's absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just wanted to add something real quick. That was one of the things that I had learned in Nuwaupu, that truth changes. And when I got into Moorish science, right, Noble Drew Ali taught us that truth don't change or pass away. And, you know, if you leaving one thing and going into something else, there's going to always be conflict. That's the right. Whole Canaanites, remember Dr. York taught that the Canaanites were from a man, an actual man named Canaan, who received the curse of leprosy, and then receiving the curse of leprosy, he became an albino. And being an albino, he was the father, if you will, of the European races. Now, getting into Moorish science, Noble Drew Ali taught that we were descendants of the ancient Canaanites. Noble Drew Ali taught that the Moors, like us, he called us all Moors, here in America were descendants of the ancient Moabites. And let's expose something to me. Number one, if something was true 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 years ago, it's going to be true today. And that means it's going to be truth 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years from now. If it comes to be found not to be truth, then we know that it was never truth from get-go. It was just accepted as such. So truth does not change. On the Canaanites and the Moabites, and I would love to come on and have this discussion because this is crucial. My take when I would have debates with Nuwaupians, my assessment was, really, you are all just hyper Christians and you don't see it. You are buying into the literal aspect of the biblical narrative. That's and right. You're using Dr. York's own spin on these things. In the biblical narrative, Canaan is an eponymous character. Moab is an eponymous character. So an eponymous character means one individual set to represent a whole group or a nation of people. So let's just say 2,000 years from now, history gets lost, but there's remnants of a man named George Washington who is the president of America, the writers might write his name as America. And he would represent the whole of the United States of America. So this is what an eponym means. So what Dr. York did was took these characters and he made them real. He gave the sons of Canaan wives and things of that nature, or the sons of Ham. I can't remember exactly how it goes at the moment. And in my debates, people would say, Lord Abba, why would you want to be a part or descended from a people born out of incest? Well, my response to them would be, okay, can you show me this particular claim outside of the biblical narrative? And for those of you that don't know about my research, I have an article that I just published on academia.edu, March 23rd, Moors, Moabites and Berbers. Are these names people historically connected? Please look it up under my Sheikh Ray L page so you can read for yourself. And that's a critical aspect of the teachings of Nuwaupu, in my assessment, that is, and that is that these, these students were nothing more than hyper Christians. They took the Christian narrative, or the biblical narrative, if you will, on face value, and they accepted the fact that these eponymous characters, whom biblical scholars have, for the past 100 years said were eponyms, that these were actual real individuals. Dr. York, he drew pictures of them. He literally made them real. This is another thing that has to be deprogrammed in the minds of the Nuwaupians. That particular, in my opinion anyway, that particular aspect of the doctrine, whereas you get to deconstruct, we go into the Inky and Lil and Anu and all of these different personages that we find in the holy tablets that have these pictures, these actual images, correlated with actual individuals, right? And one of my brothers, the one that put me on to Nuwaupu, my brother Rob, we would see certain females, and he would say, she got them Anunnaki eyes. I'm about to go holler at her. So these images, they became this real, this real life thing to the Nuwaupians. And I believe that, I've done my best with my research. I don't know if that's something that Chuck will undertake. He just said something about his time, but I believe that and I'm just going to make this one point. I'm going to be quiet after this. If you look at the Hebrew Israelites, for instance, right? They are, I call them, what do I call them? Afro-Judeo-Christians. They are people that do not want to let go of their Bibles, so they reinvent things like the 12 tribes chart and try to place these 12 tribes with certain groups of people, and then to, basically cement their claims. They make the claim that these people over here are basically I can't say Canaan Israel, and this is some form of Canaan, or this is some form of Egypt, but it doesn't make sense. And you see the mentality. If you go and you watch their videos, it produced a corrosive mentality that's passed on by everybody that they touch with their teachings. And this same, I guess you can call it phenomena, is very prevalent in Nuwaupian thought. So I believe that aspect, that Christian aspect, that anchor that Nuwaupians still have, I believe that aspect has to also be attacked to totally deconstruct the grip that this doctrine has on. They're still my people, on my people's mind. And with that, I'll digress.
I just want to add something real quick to something you said, Lord Abba, to kind of confirm your point. There was a tape. Actually, we were in that class back in the 90s called "All the Pictures Real." And if anybody has that tape or class, I'm sure many people do. Right when it begins, in the beginning, there's a young sister, and I remember I was sitting about 3 rows behind her when she asked the question. This is at the time when all the pictures of Anu came out. And basically, including us at the time. Everybody looked at Anu as a replacement for Allah. I don't give a shit what Nuwaupians say, they did. To the very point when you go into the first Taful book, when it was called Taful, and even on the first prayer rugs that came out, it had Anu's name, and we were prostrating on them. There was Anu's name in the prayer. So any Nuwaupians that say they weren't worshiping Anu, they were. The sister asked on the tape, when you go listen to it, why should we accept Anu if we've never seen Anu? How do we know Anu is real? Which I think is a very excellent question. And this is out of York's own mouth. You can hear York's words on the class. He says you shouldn't accept it until you raise yourself up to the realization and the reality that Anu is real. So he says if you do accept it, then you're back to faith and belief.
Wow.
Now, I find that's right on the tape. All you got to do is go play it right in the beginning. I find that ironic how Nuwaupians don't use that same methodology that York says. So York's basically saying you shouldn't accept anything that's not a reality to you, right? Go list, are the pictures real? It's a class, it's around. You can probably even pull it up on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for that one, brother.
He talks about the pitches and why he created the pitches, just like you said, to instill pride and dispel the myth.
Yeah.
You know, he goes, I'm Michelangelo now, which that's great. I understand doing it.
And that's fine. Yeah, I can agree with that.
I got no problem with that. But when we're talking about, like you said, taking these characters, putting your own twist on them and making it real, at that time, Nuwaupians looked at Anu as another form of Allah. I don't give a shit what any of them say. We all did it. The other thing I wanted to address, to show the inconsistency, when you were mentioning the Canaanite earlier, okay? York first taught as the Ansars the curse of Canaan, going to the Torah. But then in the Shambhala Agatha books, when right knowledge stuff started coming out in the 90s, he then took it a step further and said that when Canaan was in the Caucasus Mountains, they encountered the flugel rods, and that's where the mixing came in. So I asked the Nuwaupian, what text can I refer, where can that be found? That when Canaan was up in the Caucasus Mountains, he encountered the flugel rods. Specifically. So here we go again. Now we're dealing with flugel rods, duanis, tiros, tunacles, and all these other beings that York professed existed, and who Nuwaupians will say do exist, and use bogus evidence to try to support it. Now we're dealing with a whole nother level. So we're taking it and now we're adding a bunch of new age information to it, okay? So you can't use the Bible. See, here's the inconsistency. You use the Bible to validate a curse, but then on the same token, you bash the Bible. And then you take the biblical concept and you take it even a step further and you incorporate this flugel rod methodology into it, that they encountered the flugel rod. The thing is, when you ask a simple question, how can I verify this information other than York making the statement out of his own mouth? Nobody has any proof of it. So let's get some proof of this information other than York's books that this is a reality. And now everybody, all of a sudden you hear crickets. Nobody can explain any of this stuff. So again, the inconsistencies and putting your own twist on it. This is again what I don't think that anybody's seeing. And again, you're not going to see it when you're embedded in the cult and embedded in the mindset, just like we were at the time. And that's the reason, because we were in that same mindset. We thought we knew everything. You couldn't tell us shit. We were the same way out on the streets. When I used to peddle in New York, you couldn't tell me nothing when I was on Delancey and Essex Street, Fordham Road in the Bronx, Jamaica Avenue, in the subways. You couldn't tell me shit. And I always had an answer for everything, I thought. Because see, that's the other thing. You're out there programmed with a certain mindset. So this is why you don't see it when you're submerged in it. But there's many other members that left prior to York, before York even got arrested. How come nobody talks to them? There's many members that left before York got arrested, because the other angle Nuwaupians like to use, everybody's finding fault now after he got arrested. Well, not everybody left after York got arrested. You understand? Many people left before he got arrested, and they saw the inconsistencies in the doctrine years before he got arrested. So again, that's a weak question. You understand? The last thing, real quick, Chuck, before we forget, the last thing, and we'll wrap it up. The Sundance thing. That was the other thing. We forgot that one. That was the only one on the list.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
Now they're talking about this Sundance shit. And if you go back on the Nuwaupian Assassin's videos, he's supporting some sister that's trying to raise $50,000 to perform this so-called ceremony that's going to break the curse of the black snake. I find this shit funny from a dude who accuses myself and Brother Chuck of practicing witchcraft and Satanism. Now he's talking about a Sundance ritual to break the curse of the black snake, which to me is very fucking humorous. And again, they don't see this though. They see a problem in this. Well, I'm going to tell you this. That Sundance ritual will do absolutely nothing. I'm going to go on record and say it now. Nothing. It ain't going to free him. It's not going to do nothing for him.
And New White coming to get him. The Anunnaki is not coming to get him. Nothing is going to get him out. York is not floating through his cell. He's not going to go anywhere. There is no ship that's going to come and get him. You guys got to get out of this rigorous religious mindset and wake up to reality. You ain't going nowhere. So it's time to move on. If you're going to take this Nuwaupian thing to a new level, void of York's tampering, then I wish you well. But I have to do what I do, which is to help other people wake up to this sad reality. So don't get mad at me. Prove it wrong. That's all.
That's it.
Real quick, brothers. One of the things I was telling Noon, and I made this comment on one of the posts in Chuck Morgan's group, was like, you know, we see Scientology documentaries. We done seen the Warren Stees documentary. A Nuwaupian documentary really needs to be done. And I believe that you brothers have the, you know, y'all have the information. Y'all have the history. I listened to one show with Chuck Morgan was giving his background. So he's been there. I was in line with a brother that was there since 77. And he would tell me some of the things that went on, because I had questioned him real quick about, was it true that Dr. Hawk was taking, you know, dudes' wives? And, you know, he chuckled and he kept it official. And he told me what it was, you know, so it's like, that, you know, I think that needs to be a real live HBO or Showtime documentary.
Those are things that are, you know, it's some people who were, some major players in the game that I spoke with some early Ansars that you know, got some financial backing. We're trying to work this thing out. A couple of weeks ago I spoke with some who are in the entertainment business, and they're interested. These are guys that lived the life, were close to York, and you know, they got the backing. So we're looking into this thing. We're definitely going to do something that's going to be impactful on another level, that will be visual, that is like a narration, and the evidence, the facts is going to be indisputable, you know. So this is in the works. It's in the works. It's even out of my hands in many ways, but I'm just doing my part to be a part of it. You know, whatever I can contribute, because I'm just another brother that is just sharing my experience, my history, and the research that I've done, and that's it. I mean, you know, not anything special. You know, it's just I do it just because I care. If I didn't care, I'd be just like, you know, okay, I'm not dealing with that anymore. Move on. But that's never been my thing. You know, I care. You know, and that's just what my contribution is.
And don't forget the one other thing, that other hustle they got going, 1,000 acts of kindness. Something that's coming.
Yes.
Now they're using the evangelists to get donations from people. If you act now, the first, I don't know what it is, first couple hundred people get a limited leather-bound book of Psalms from Partner Bab Yanun. And now they categorizing donations by color code. A gold donation is $100. That's fucking religion, man. That's a thing. Religion techniques to get donations from people. 1,000.
Now peep this. Now first of all, he's in prison, so he's not putting anything out. He's not translating. He never did translate the song. That was just his interpretations. And I thought they were out of that whole religious mindset with biblical texts. Well, never mind.
But if you look at, here's the justification for that, and they all give you the same answer. Every update is loaded with biblical quotes. You know,
listen. I just the last week, I think I listened to 90 some hours of True Light tapes and all these other past tapes. Listen, about 90% of the doctrine is biblical. Period. About 90%. All that other stuff, and in some other way, is linked into it. When you look at that Sumerian stuff, it ain't nothing but Zechariah Sitchin's laced biblical narration. That's all it was, because York realized that it's a hustle, and you can use any kind of symbolism to apply into some type of biblical narrative.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He could stay there and stay comfortable. See, the thing is that a lot of them will tell you, well, we keep using the Bible because we got to use the Bible to break the spell on our people. That's a weak-ass answer. Now, at what point do you move beyond religion? Because, again, the problem is, contradiction is, how do you keep quoting the Bible to validate your points? They literally give updates, and they'll sit there and give biblical quotes to validate what they're saying. But then on the flip note, you're teaching that the Bible is a 6th Ether Ghost Force book, and it's wrong and it's incorrect, but yet you're using that same book to try to validate your points. That's called conflict of interest. Okay, this is the shit that I'm talking about. And they'll tell you, well, we keep using the Bible because that's what's got to be used to break the spell on our people. Well, at what point is the spell broken? Because we've been hearing, how many times it's been broken? It was broken in 96, March 6, 1996. When I was in a class in the Temple of Solomon, that was the official date the spell was broken. Then it was September 9th, 1999. And I don't see anything has changed. I don't see any Nuwaupians coming into rule of power. I don't see 9 ether beings ruling. See, these catchy little terminologies, this is what York uses to captivate the minds that are gullible. Because we were taught shit. We were taught what? Y2K was coming. That never happened.
No.
You know, and then what people didn't catch on, what woke me up to the fact, I was like, wait, how are we having a Nuwaupa ball if the world's about to end? Then he had a reasoning for that. He put a tape out about the boards being rebooted, the binary code system, and the digital and the analog. Convenient.
And don't forget that Nibiru had got blocked. It was locked somewhere up in the Pegasus constellation. Remember that game? Yeah. More religious nonsense to keep people spooked out. Then it was May 5th, 2000, when the planets aligned. It's going to be catastrophic disaster. And then that got downplayed. And then he downplayed it to some isolated incidents that took place. There were some in select areas. But if you go back and listen to those old tapes, he clearly said catastrophic weather events on the entire planet. That never happened. Then it was the shams coming in August 8th, 2003. Because the vortex opened, and then we saw when he was locked up in prison. Oh, you missed the vortex opening to get him out, and all this just nonsense. And they don't see the religion in it. They don't see the not able to validate any of this stuff. But this stuff is okay. And again, this is from the same man that said, "Don't believe anything. Check it out," which Nuwaupians don't when it comes to York. They only check things out when it comes to them battling somebody that's against their doctrine, such as Christians, Jews, etc. That's a good point, because I've heard that phrase. I mean, I remember so many times you used it. But when you really dissect that whole phrase, "Don't believe me, check it out," the undertone of that is you're sifting your burden of proof. You're taking your premise and passing it on to someone else, that they come up with whatever they find to support what it is that you are trying to get across. You see? So that was always York's success. He gave lectures, and in his lectures, he would make a bunch of crazy claims, but offered no evidence. I was listening to one of his tapes, and he said some silly thing that John Kennedy didn't actually die. He was shot, but then they saved his brain, and they put it back in his body, and he lived on another island where Jackie Onassis would live with him the rest of his life, and that the marriage with Jackie Kennedy's marriage to Onassis was just a scam. And then no one even questioned him on that. He just talks and talks with no evidence. That's the foundation of it. So Nuwaupians, when they get when they get on these shows, or they get into their little circles, or people see them, they lecture, they talk and talk and talk. And then when you slow them down, say, wait a minute, where are you getting that from? Either they'll say it's coming from York, or they'll divert that and say, well, it's according to, if you check this, or if you check that, or they'll say, check your Bible.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying.
Wait, don't forget the devil was born on June 6, 1966.
Yes, Reagan. So he took the movie Rosemary's Baby and then brought it and gave it to us and made it come off as if it was an actual event. And then just like taking the Predator movie, the 1988 movie, taking that and saying that yes, the Predator is a real creature, is from the Andromeda Galaxy, and the reason that he looks like that is because the people, the inhabitants in the Andromeda Galaxy look like that because it's shaped like a grasshopper.
I mean, let me look real quick. You know, I listen to y'all go in, I see these, you know, in my YouTube feed. I click on them, I listen for about an hour, and I just sit there. But as I'm sitting here listening live and we're building, I can't lie, I'm cracking up at some of this stuff because it's just all playing out in my head. Everybody got 7 clones. Farad was a Venusian, and so was
hey, check this out.
What was his name?
Hey, Abba.
Tesla. Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Check this out. Listen. I was listening to it yesterday. York said, and I'm gonna post this stuff up when I get a chance. York was attacking Farrakhan, saying that Elijah Muhammad appeared to him in a vision on a mothership, and then he started going on. Nowhere does it say that Elijah Muhammad ever come back, because Elijah said nobody ever comes back. So that's a fake. That's a fallacy. And then he comes on and tells us in a lecture that he said, yeah, Elijah Muhammad visited me, and he wanted me to get across the message to clear up what's been said. Then he said that Clarence 13X came to me in the vision and said, Brother Issa, can you clear my name? And then he said, I'll try. And then he said that Noble Drew Ali came to him in a vision and said, brother, can you clear this up? So he said that I have 3 new degrees, which is, that's why he was writing the postgraduate renewal lessons, the problem book, the Sheikh Dawood book, because he said that those 3 individuals came to him in a vision and told him, asked him, can he clear set the record straight for him? And the congregation believed it. This is on video.
Wow.
This is on video.
That's crazy.
I mean, listen, I'm making, it's coming off like a joke, but in all seriousness, I'm just saying, you know, brothers got to wake up. The sisters got to wake up.
They got to wake up, man.
Because they're being made to look like fools. They can talk this stuff to people who are not are not offering the right questioning. But if they got into a public arena, which they don't do, when I say public arena, I'm talking about in a place where there are people who actually study and are willing to engage them with the proper questioning, they can't come off with that stuff and say, well, what is your source? And they don't offer a source other than, well, we have one in our midst now who has been qualified by nature to set the record straight. He has 76 trillion years of knowledge. And they'll say, well, 76 trillion, well, where did he study? And then they'll say, well, he went to the University of Khartoum and he was in this. And then, well, where's the paper trail? I don't see any of his credentials. York never posted any of his credentials. Well, and then he contradicts it in book after book. Go ahead.
You got to post it on the website and the PSI. They couldn't verify any of his.
Oh yeah, it is. I posted it. It's on the site.
It's on there. And his doctorate degree, right? He calls himself.
No doctorate degree. Matter of fact, he dropped out of school in the 9th grade.
Well, not only he got his doctorate degree from an online course of
theology. That's what we find out later. Yeah, and it's not even legitimate.
That's why took the name Dr. York in the 90s when he started doing the Holy Tabernacle Ministry thing. So basically anybody listening to this show can take any online theology course and they'll get a certificate with the name doctor or whatever. And that makes you all of a sudden.
Hey, Mike, you remember we got the Doctorate of Divinity certificates. I have one myself, the Doctorate of Divinity.
You got the certificate and the card.
Yes, we had all that. When I was getting out there, and they said, whenever someone asks you if you're a doctor, say that you graduated from the University of the Ansar Allah community in Brooklyn, New York.
Well, it's funny you bring that up because if you go on to the embassy website, Damon Pryor, aka Basil, aka Deuce with York, and you know, Nuwaupians change names like underwears. He's got on there studied at the University of Nuwaupia and all this shit that doesn't exist. It mentions all that, and again. that's not accredited anywhere. It only holds weight and relevance in the inner Nuwaupian circle. See, this is what Nuwaupians don't understand. All this paperwork shit, ID cards, outside of their little inner circle, it holds no relevance. That's the whole point. So then the question is, what is the purpose of all this? Right? There's no logical explanation. And if you're going to use the word embassy, because I heard nonsense, most people don't know how an embassy operates. Well, I'll be more than willing to have a discussion about that. No one knows what is the purpose of an ambassador. I would love to have a discussion about that also. So all this, well, again, more smoke screens and illusions to keep the members controlled and keep that money coming in. That's all it is. It ain't got nothing to do with anything else. But of course, they're going to be under this illusion now. They're getting recognized as with these national ID cards. And they're going to be getting their land back. They can't make up their mind what they want to do. First, I like I said earlier, I thought it was about going back to Africa. You heard just a few months back.
Now you remember
Quincy Richardson was putting up videos saying that we don't want anything to do with here. We're going back to Africa.
Yeah,
then he filmed the video.
Yeah, that contradicts York, because you remember the Mike in the yoga book. Not that long ago, he was saying that there will be no Africa.
That's right. But see,
people keep forgetting that.
Yeah, but they don't see no inconsistency. See, that's why I said earlier.
Total inconsistency.
Change is good when there's consistency in that change. When there's erratic inconsistency, that is not change. See, people get those two things confused. And we could be here all night talking about the inconsistencies. And you got to look at this thing as a whole, man. You can't just pick and choose what you like. And we used to accuse Christians of doing that with the Bible, right? You're picking and choosing what you like when you're going into the Bible. Well, Nuwaupians are doing that now with their doctrine, because one scapegoat they got now, that was when we were in that school. Mm-hmm. That's when we were doing that. So now they try to use that as a justification, but then you still hear them pulling up old doctrine and the new doctrine.
But look at the inconsistencies in school. York says school is shul, which is hell. So you mean that he took you through all of those time-wasted ideas and ideologies, but it was hell? It's not consistent. Because you can look at what he taught in the past and see that it has no validity to it. It's not consistent.
In the God series scrolls, he would say things like, why does God cause all this negativity? Why can't he just snap his fingers and make everything correct? Well, what was the purpose of going through all those schools? Why couldn't we just bypass that? I mean, see, but that doesn't apply when it comes to York. Well, when York was attacking other people's religion and their God, he was saying, why was it necessary for God to do all those things? Why the drama and the dramatics?
Right.
Well, why was it necessary for us to go through all those schools?
Exactly. You can take that and apply it to York.
But they won't do it.
Look, York is in the Nuwaupian God, because he said so, they say so. So you can just take the Is God a Wimp book and just apply it to York.
The first time I came across Prince York, somebody screenshotted something from his Instagram page, and they sent it to me on Facebook. I went right on the Instagram page, shut him down real quick. So he didn't want to have the debate on the page that he did the post, or he was going at the Moors. The same old Nuwaupian stuff that they was saying 20 years ago. If you ask me, right? So we took it in the inbox. I showed him the personal letters that I got from Dr. York. I got 2 personal letters from Doc from when he was locked. One from 2003, and the other one was, I think, maybe 2007 or 2008. And let him know, like, I'm not a new jack into this, So we get into a discussion. It was the same typical conversation or debate you would have with a Nuwaupian. So Sanetta calls me one day, and Prince York is on the line. So we get the building, right? And everything he's saying, I'm just shutting him down. He said, you live in the state of Georgia, for instance, right? I was like, yeah. He said, did you know that the IA at the end of Georgia means psychological control? So you're living in a state of psychological control? I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, well, did you know that I was born and raised in New York, and I just moved down here a couple of years ago? And this is how I was responding to him, with everything that he said, just knocking it down as nonsensical. And then the brother just went crazy. Mother effer, you effing this. He just start using profanity. So Sarnetta knows how I get down. I don't use profanities. I don't even engage in conversations like that. So Sarnetta like, no, Brother Prince York, don't talk to Lord Abba like that. I was like, Brother Sarnetta, don't ever call me with this guy on the phone again. Peace. And I hung up. And as I listened, and I'm on mute sitting here cracking up, I can't lie, it's funny. I'm thinking about the mindset that was caused by this, you know, man. And then you think about the little boy. Now, I was the first one that got contacted by that family, the family member of the little boy. I don't know why in the world she contacted me first, but I was the first one she contacted. I contacted Taariq, and he blew it up. And as I looked at the little boy and I heard more about the situation, I was able to make an assessment based on that phone call and how he just, you know, in this impulsive behavior. And I believe that it's that doctrine. It is so confusing. It is so conflicting. It leads you to so many roads to absolutely nowhere that you never really learn anything about yourself. The thing that you may have been before you even came into that, that at least in the Ansar school, because I got a cat in my projects from Far Rockaway, Queens, New York, that was in the Ansar school. I still see him every time I go out there. You know, he let me know that there was still some discipline and things of that nature. And when they moved into Nuwaupu, things just went crazy. You know, now I don't know how true that was. Maybe it was a utopia for him and his position in the Ansar school. But I mean, nevertheless, the point is that there's no end to the Nuwaupian doctrine. It's like you're just walking on this path that leads you to absolutely nowhere. As soon as you think that you're going to, you know, hit your final destination, a new path it just blazed in front of you, and now you have to walk this path to go through this school, and then, man.
But you see, Lord Abba, that's done intentionally, because York always just gave you a few crumbs, and that was done intentionally. And just when he fed you a few crumbs, he would switch it up, because that just keeps you on your toes, on your heels. Now, when you look really into the ancient Egyptian order and those lessons we got, there's nothing.
There's nothing. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's right. I got the first two books.
I'm gonna post one. I'm gonna take I think Revelation number 5. I'm gonna take one of the revelations from the AEO, and I'm gonna just post it on the website so people can just see the buffoonery in the book. I mean, they still talking about. I mean, really. It is talking about on the at the Temple of Dendera. They're talking about they had helicopters, Apache helicopters, submarines. That's in the AEO. That's in the AEO.
But you got to understand, the constant changing is done to keep people at bay. Because while he was doing that, he was working on his next project. I know because I was there. While he had people engulfed in one school, he was already working on his next hustle. I mean, we would sit in these groups at his house in Athens, and I had asked him one time, why do you keep putting books out on Jesus? And his answer was, if you could get $20, $30 a pop, because people want that stuff, you would do it too. So he knew who to write books for, but he would present it a different way. Some people need it. But the whole game was, if I could keep you at bay, and while we were submerged in that one school, you understand, he was already working on the next hustle.
Right.
So this is not something that he just randomly came up with, because, and then you always got to look at the motif. He always placed himself, whatever culture or school he was talking about, he was always that incarnation of that particular deity that ruled over that particular thought.
Yeah, that's right.
Like you said, you can't turn nowhere. Like, look, if you go into the Islamic thing, if you go into the Hebrew thing, the Sumerian thing, he made sure he covered all bases, that he was the highest incarnated deity.
The centerpiece.
Yeah, come on, man.
Look, I would ask people, they say, well, we walked through the Moorish science. One of my peoples called me the other day, said he ran into some Nuwaupians in Jamaica, Queens. And he said, so I asked him, do you know Lord Abba? And the brother was like, yeah, I know Lord Abba. He left Nuwaupu and went backwards into the Moorish science. So when I get into the debates, I ask them like specific questions because they say that was a school that we walked through. So, okay, well, I'm fully immersed in this Moorish thing that Noble Drew Ali brought. So let me ask you some questions. And I would usually jot down 3 or 4 questions to ask for them, you know, to answer, and they could never answer the question. I said, how could you say you walk through something that you cannot answer? You can't ask me questions about Nuwaupu. I don't know about this new iteration, you know, or these new books coming out, but all of that old stuff, when I was in it for the past few years, I had read a lot of that stuff, even a lot of the old Ansar books. I said, I'm going to be able to answer them questions, period. You could ask me them questions today. So, you know, you didn't walk through the school. That's just something Dr. York said. You know, wow, it's amazing, man. I just pray them people wake up, man.
Well, I always ask the question, you know, because if all that stuff they talked about Jesus, and then in one say he was real, and then they come back and say, no, he didn't exist. When York said in that class in Brooklyn that when John saw the book of Revelation, when the book of Revelation was being given to John, York said, I know this incident happened. I saw it. When York said that, and all the brothers said was, oh, okay. There was no what do you mean you were there? Oh, you saw it. How could you see it? And then it turned out to be, that's why I say Nuwaupians do not practice the so-called science of Nuwaupu because they don't apply it to the man.
But look, it's the same thing. He did it with the fraternal orders. He just got up one day and decided he was Brother John over all Masonic orders, and he's the Grand Mufti Divan over all of the Shriners. Where can this be found on record other than bogus claims by Nuwaupians? What governing Masonic authority recognizes Dr. York claiming the titles that he has in Masonry? You can't find it anywhere other than from York, again, from York himself. You can't find any Shriner council that recognizes York and his Shriner order.
Nope.
And this is a fact. So I remember we were told when we were Masonic, they had this bogus certificate from the Grand Lodge of Cairo in Egypt that can't be verified. I remember I don't know if you remember that, Chuck. But they would make these bogus claims that, oh, we're recognized through the Grand Lodge of Cairo. But
yet yeah. I remember that because when I was in Baltimore, I remember the brother who was in the lodge, he got initiated. And then he came over and then he was saying, I don't know about the brother, man, because some of the things he said.
Come on. It holds no weight Masonically. You can't say you're a Mason and then not be recognized by any governing lodge authority but Nuwaupians. Now, if you want to say amongst yourselves that we don't care, we just recognize amongst ourselves, but that's fine. But at the time, they were making claims like they were connected to Masonry worldwide, and they're not. It's only, again, another illusion. So we look at this whole motif. Not only did he attack religion, he went and he had to be the ruler in the stars and outer space. He made sure he covered every aspect you can think of consciousness. He always placed himself as the highest entity, and that's done for a reason. Like Lord Abba said, it's like never ending. It's confusion. It's like no matter where you turn, here's another path I got to go. But here's the cake, though. You got to feed them the cake. The cake is you need to master this to get the real secrets. Well, we've been told we're going to get the real secrets for I don't know how many damn years. And one thing I found out, the greatest secret is there is no secret. And if I can create the illusion that there's a secret, then I can keep you controlled. If I can control your emotions and keep you in a state of fear, and I'm not talking about fear, panic, I'm talking about fear that something's coming for you. That's the other motif in every school. There's something coming for you. If it wasn't shams, when we were Ansars, it was the
I mean, that was
a fire.
That was a dig. Sham was a dig giveaway.
Man, come on. I mean, if you can't see through that fuckery by now in 2017, but you also got to remember this. Like you said earlier, Chuck, there wasn't the internet. There wasn't all these things that we have now in real time where we can say something right now and it can be, conveyed to millions of people in real time. Yes. But if you even go look at some of the old chat logs when during the mid 90s, I'm going to say 96, 97, when York started to go online and teaching in chat rooms, there were some people that came at him hard.
Oh yeah, brother.
Yeah,
When we was in DC, the brother Mental Hotel used to run a store in DC. I think it's in Detroit now. When we were there, we would sit back and watch you all go at it. He was Egypt 3x3. The brother with Jaru there, Fard 9. I think it was Fard 9. One of them. Yeah. And we would watch these, and I could see people coming at him. And then there were times when York just went silent, like come on, Doc, hit this dude. And he didn't even come back.
Now I bring that up, Chuck, because that answers part of the question when Nuwaupians say, "Oh, yeah, everybody's saying this and that now that he's not around, he's not incarcerated." Well, I'm saying if he wasn't, and he had to get into this forum that everybody's using in the conscious community, all forms of social media, he would have the same problem and the same issues that we're bringing up now. Because you got to remember, man, shit has changed. The other thing is when Nuwaupians left Georgia to come back to New York a couple of years ago, they came back to a different New York. You can't come to New York now and talk all that Egypt shit, because since they left in the 90s and came back a few years ago now, there's so many groups there that are hip to that shit now. You can't run this nonsense on people that are actually educated and conscious. You got to remember, when they left the first time and went down to Georgia, there wasn't this level of consciousness going on. Consciousness out there, but not out on the level now with social media, with all these tools that we have. And there's a new generation being raised up. So people ain't trying to hear, look, man, anybody that comes along and says one individual has the entire truth to everything, run as far away from that person as you can. They got an agenda.
Agreed.
That's bottom line. Nobody, if one person had the answer to every goddamn question in the world, we wouldn't even be on this chat right now having this conversation, man.
My father is a 5%er. He was there in Brooklyn. They used to debate. So when I got into Nuwaupa, when I was going in about Dr. York, he was like, "Listen, son, no one man is a repository for all the knowledge on the planet Earth." No. He made me think about that when he said that. He paused me right there. So
that's right,
man. It's nostalgia. The nostalgia of being a community. It's like the people that go to church. You could stand there and break a Christian down, break them down, him or her. But then they go to church Sunday and they get that nostalgia, and that's what it is. And it is a tough.
I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. And you know what's funny? What you just said, I think is pretty powerful, because the way you just laid that out is exactly what York had said. And I think it was in the Set the Record Straight book, where he gave a complete breakdown of that. And when you look at it, you have to reverse it and say, well, that has to be talking about him, with someone that is seeking the limelight and making how does it go? Okay, it says when you begin to investigate each of these names and investigate the leaders and their knowledge of the language of the groups which they say they belong, you'd find charlatans, hypocrites, and just downright phonies. They are starstruck. It's just another way of performing before a large crowd, feeling important, massaging their ego. It's the look important syndrome. You don't need that anymore. You need facts. You need your leaders to do research and back up everything they say with documents, not just words. That sounds good. Make them produce documents and prove it. Make them prove it with ancient documents, picture slabs, tablets, carvings, engravings, records, documents, scriptures. You'll find in most cases, they don't do it.
They don't.
Let's set the record straight, page 2 or 3. That's exactly York. And that's him right there, talking about himself.
Now, speaking of that real quick, because on your website, Chuck, I put a video on there about a week or two ago of Ivan Van Sertima.
Yeah.
And if you go listen to that video, I believe it's they were early presence of the Moors in America. It was one of the lectures he did. Now, set the record straight. He lists Ivan Van Sertima's books in the back. Never, like you said, officially. When he's quoting his information, puts the quotation in there, and that's a tactic in itself. But on that video and in that information that Van Sertima put out, and to me, he's one of the best scholars on the Moors, period. We're dealing with that, aspect of the early Moors in America. Ivan Van Sertima talks about Karast, right? And he talks about the Egyptian concept of Christ, the same terms that York used in the Jesus Found in Egypt book. If you go listen to that lecture, especially from the 53-minute mark on, York ciphered a lot of stuff out of there. With
yes, he did.
Egyptian Church of Christ and Jesus being found in Egypt, because Van Sertima was breaking that shit back in the 70s and 80s. That's nothing new. You understand what I'm saying? And people need to go watch that video, because again, another school or another phase that we were put through to keep us mesmerized and distracted, as if it was something new. So again, this whole thing, like Nuwaupians think they're getting something new, and they always going up, what are y'all doing? What have y'all changed? They have not changed from anything from day one. The motif is still the same. Just the costumes change and the symbols change. That's it. So they can walk around in their little gold marching band suits and black and gold and all that. But really, at the core essence of it, nothing has changed. That's the bottom. Still all the same crap. But anyway, I mean, I think I don't know if there's anything else anybody want to add.
I think the point. Well, you got the main points across, and I'm gonna definitely get this put up on the site. And if I can get to it tomorrow or definitely next week, because people really need to see that documentation, especially those Liberian documentation and a whole bunch of other things you got up there. This has to be seen, and let's see what they say. Well, we don't even have to see what they say. Man, I can care less what they say. It's for the people. I don't care. I'm not trying to convert Nuwaupians. I'm just trying to get the message to the people, and they can process it and do what they want with it.
True indeed.
Yeah, but that's about it for me. I got it's still early here, so I got some things I got to take care of. All
right, man. Peace. Hey, appreciate it,
brother Amadi. I want to appreciate you for giving that opportunity again. I'm gonna get you off the air, but I appreciate you giving us time to get on your platform.
Oh man, no problem.
Really?
You already know.
All right.
I want to say peace to everybody. I am a religious man, but my religion, we don't teach just the way other religions teach it. Like I said, whenever I know the brother from Sixth Dynasty reached out to me before, my schedule was kind of busy, but whenever you want to have a bill, put it out there, tell everybody to get all of their questions up. How do we Moorish Americans see Allah and man and all of these different things? And I would love to come on and give people a lesson. And to my Nuwaupian family, I love you all. I'm not going to say I'm trying to convert anybody, but if you need that nostalgia and you want to build something and do something for real, something that's tangible, something that is historically sound, and if you got to go through the debates, everybody knows Lord Abba. I love swinging that sword. If you feel Noble Drew Ali plagiarized the Holy Quran from the Aquarian Gospel, okay, well let's go through the motions. And when we get finished, you're going to scratch your head and say, all right, Lord Abba showed and proved. Just like the other Nuwaupians did in that Facebook group. And let's build. I would really love to build with my Nuwaupian family.
I love it. I love that kind of that it's a coming together of thoughts, man. I love it. I love debate.
Definitely, man. Definitely.
Hey, I appreciate you coming on, Lord Abba.
Honest to you, brother. Honest to you as well.
Okay, look, I'm gonna get with you, Mike, off air.
Yeah.
Tariq, if you're still there, go get some sleep. I know it's late over there, so.
All right, brothers.
I'm still here.
Okay. We'll be talking. All right.
Peace.
Peace now.
All right, peace, family.
All right, peace.
Hey, Amadi, you still there? Yeah. Y'all still there?
Peace.
Peace.
Oh yeah. Is that because what Jara was saying? I think the show's still going on or something.
That I know of.
Oh, okay. Y'all just still hanging on the line.
Yeah, I don't know. I just got a call.
Oh, okay.
Is going on.
Yeah, I see the chat group is they pissed some of them pissed off. Some of them pissed off like what was being said.
Now, well, this a group of them that's always like Malachi Disciple and Fatima and some other dude. Like, there's a group of them that's riding together.
They could have came in.
Well, the thing for them is like they didn't want to go too far and get deleted, they text and get blocked. So like they try to be slick. Like,
well, they could have just asked for the link and then just came on the panel and built. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that it would have went on for like it would have been.
Hey, it's Anpu. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm like we could go on right now, and I'm sure they'll jump on a chance. You know, I think especially Malachi Disciple and Fatima, because he's been making videos.
Yeah, I know. I've been having to shut down too.
Yeah, but like, yeah, and I saw like how he was texting, like he wasn't trying to say nothing too much to get his text deleted or get blocked. So like, you know, but meanwhile you're making videos, you know.
Nah, dude, his whole thing is he wants to at least come off like he's defending, but he doesn't know enough to be able to refute what's already being put forward as the challenge to them to show and prove.
Peace, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just want to let y'all know, it's still live, it's still broadcasting.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, well, if that's the case, you know, like, hey, man, like, you know, like you want to go, you know, making videos and stuff, and you want to put in the chat, like, and not say what you really want to say, you know, and you want to ask me questions and stuff, and meanwhile, you're not questioning your own leader that's in the predicament that he's in right now, you know, and then you're asking us, why are we still talking about Malachi York, or why are we still talking about Dr. York? Why are we still talking about him? As if it's something that's not existing right now. You know, like you're saying, why are we talking about him as if it's in the past? Like, it's going on right now. There's a Nuwaupian culture today. Like, so who are they talking about? Like, they're talking about Malachi York. So what do you mean, who are we talking about as if, why are we still talking about him? Because that's the issue. Like, you know, they're trying to slide his name in along with, you know, when people say Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, you know, you'll hear Ben Clark, you'll hear, you know, I could keep going, but then that's the pause. Like, somebody's gonna want to say Malachi York, you know, and yes, like a teacher that did whatever, like you can put something, but you have to still deal with the issue. Like, where's he at right now? Why is he there? Why are we at where we're at talking about this right now? And then you want to say, why are we talking about Malachi York? You know, it's he still has an organization and followers saying that he's innocent, trying to get him out. And real quickly, like Dausa York or Basil, who is the ambassador, like when they say I have a affidavit saying that nothing happened to me, that's the guy responsible. That was him. Like he had a barbershop in the Western Atlanta, you know, in the Western, he had a barbershop or whatever. So you know, that was him. Like he wrote that up or whatever. Like I all I did was sign it. Like he, you know, I went with him to the notoriety place, you know, notoriety to get it stamped or whatever the case. Like he was the one talking me into trying to. He was like, "Oh, I know, like this is, you know, I know what happened, but like, you know, let's try to look at the bigger, you know, bigger picture and all this stuff." Like, close to me, like that's him. Like way back when. So, and when they like, I'm out here saying that this is what happened to me. I testified in court, and then you're saying that he's innocent. And meanwhile, I'm out here saying that this is what happened to me, and then you're throwing up a video from 2004 or 3, 4 or 5, like saying like my sister said that my mom made me do it. But meanwhile, there's 30 videos of me saying that this did happen to me. So you're relying on the video from 2005, you know, and then Nuwaupian Assassin, you know. Example, like we talk about Enki and Enlil, because they have this thing about Nuwaupians that are post and after, like before and after he got locked up, saying that the information is either his before he got locked up and after he got locked up, that's not him. So there's different groups and different sets of Nuwaupian people themselves, but they're all trying to get together for the rain dance and trying to, you know, kumbaya. But he's trying to, Nuwaupian Assassin has a video saying, well, Enki and Enlil, I never met them, you know, so all I have to rely on is the person that I do know, the person that I did meet, or in Malachi York, you know. So saying to the other Nuwaupians who believe in Enki and Enlil and who's not on the page that they're on today is that, you know, like it justifies it because I haven't met them and I don't know them. Well, if you're going to use that justification, that goes against your whole doctrine, because you haven't met nobody and don't know nothing but the person who told you about it. So if you're not going to believe in Enki and Enlil because you have never met them and never known them, how are you going to believe anything else if your only source is that one person, you know? And then earlier, you know, you know, a great point was made, you know, by Prince York. If he's going through if he has his Nuwaupian status as a Nuwaupian and he's with the ambassador, how is he, you know, having this? This is a good example to look and see how it applies in real life when dealing with, you know, having your Nuwaupian identification dealing with the system in America. So this should be a good example of that, because you have the son who is the out here in the forefront showing you how to deal with it. So let's take his example and see how he's going to apply that. And you know, I mean, I don't, you know, I'll keep going. So, you know,
I want to say this real quick if y'all don't mind.
What up? Can y'all hear me real quick?
I was.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that anybody that keeps asking why you keep talking about York is, as a Nuwaupian, they need to ask themselves, why do they keep talking about the Bible? Because they say that, okay, York won because he has you all still talking about him. Then you can say logically the same thing and say, well, the Bible won because you all still talk about the Bible. And that would kind of just end the conversation right there. To the brother, somebody in the chat asked about Taariq, why did you switch your story up so much? And again, this is another logical reply based on their logic, is that okay? Well, if you're saying Taariq switched up his story and he's not trustworthy, then you have to say the same thing about York himself, because he was innocent, and then he pled guilty, and he never withdrew his guilty plea. Matter of fact, his state plea, which does deal with child molestation, is still on record to this very day. So now Nuwaupians are saying he's innocent. So he's innocent at first, then he pleads guilty in this federal and the state. His federal gets rejected by the judge. He didn't pull it back. The judge rejected it, and his state is still intact. And now they're saying he's innocent. So the same question could be asked: Taariq, why you keep switching up your story? And because you do, you're not credible, meaning you're incredible. So likewise, York, why'd you switch your story up so much? You must not be credible. So that will end that conversation. And see, that's how you have to deal with these people, because the thing is that all these Nuwaupians that have so much to say right now, they are no one. Like at this point, you have to just ask these Nuwaupians, do you speak officially for the organization? Yes or no? If it's no, then see you later. I don't need to talk to you. Because what happens is Nuwaupians will come out and say this and say that, like on the chat, but it doesn't mean anything, because if they say something wrong or you prove them wrong, then the organization can officially still denounce them. So what you need to do is address someone who officially speaks for the organization. That's the only way that you're going to really go a little bit beyond what's going on right now. All this stuff right here is just really just child's play, because at any moment, even Nuwaupian Assassin, at any moment, they could just denounce him. Like, because if he says something out the side of his mouth and then you prove it wrong, then the organization as a whole can say, all right, well, he didn't speak for us officially. And that's the same thing they did with Prince York. None of these people speak officially. So find out who speaks officially. If they're willing to deal with it, then that's the move. Outside of that, then it's just really just having fun, chit-chatting, because as of this moment right now, York is still in prison. So all these conversations not helping that. So it's like it's really just to find out, and a lot of them, they really don't want to find out. They want to just enjoy the illusion of being what they are, and they're comfortable with that. And at some point, both sides just have to respect that. All right, you want to deal with a doctrine that you cannot prove, and you're a grown person, then all right, I have to respect that. I don't have to deal with you, but I don't have to hate you or anything, no love lost. See you later. And so that's really what it's coming down to. It's just really preventing new people to get fooled or bamboozled by that. Those people that are already in it, they've already drank the Kool-Aid. So that's that. That's all I want to say.
Hey, Brother Rick, Brother Ampu, peace.
Peace.
It's funny you said that, because we addressed that in the beginning, and to our knowledge, we would love to have a conversation with Damon Pryor, since he seems to be the individual, quote unquote, representing the organization. And like you said, Nuwaupian Assassin has said on his videos he is not official representative of the Nuwaupian nation. And as I said in the beginning of this video, he is nobody. And they put these people out there as a sidebar and a distraction to take attention off themselves. But like you say, as soon as they say something, they'll denounce them. But to our knowledge, that would be the individual. But I know as well as you know, he won't even attempt to, because that'll put a whole light on all his cons and hustles. But I agree with what you said. We said that in the beginning, that we would like to speak to people that officially represent the organization. But you know as well as I know, they're smarter than that. They ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, let me just address something real quick. Whoever these people are, real quick, because this is worth, I guess, because we're still live, to have it on record. And somebody asked, why would the judge not accept a guilty man's plea? And that person asking that question simply is ignorant of how federal pleas work. And they work differently from the state pleas. Federal pleas, they have to go through the judge approval based on the sentencing guidelines. If the plea negotiation or the negotiated sentence is less than what the guidelines would dictate that the judges uses, then the judge has the option to reject it. And that's exactly what happened. So that's the answer to that question. Why would the judge not accept? I was gonna go get my phone. That's why he rejected that plea. And it's the judge stated it. It's in the transcripts of that particular hearing why he rejected it. It's fully there. So that's another indication that the person answered that question did not read the paperwork. Another one more thing. I saw. I'm trying to scroll to it. Whoever this person is, Joey Sinclair asked, Wujao, you worked with York all the way until you seen there was no more fight left. This person, Joey Sinclair, I don't know you, you don't know me, so you have no idea what you're talking about. I guess, you got to kind of rephrase that, but I'm just looking to try to answer some of these questions like while I'm here. I didn't ask you what the judge did. I said why. This is the same brother asking about the plea. Why he rejected it was because the sentencing guidelines was dictated more years in sentencing than what was negotiated. That is why. It is in the paperwork. Why? The answer to your question, Malachi's disciples, is in the paperwork. The judge rejected it because the negotiated agreement was 15 years and the judge said a minimum of 20. And so he rejected it. All right, but y'all can carry on. I just wanted to answer a couple questions that was directed at me because a lot of these people have a lot to say, but they really don't know any of the information at all. And it's not even need to be long-winded. It's just real quick, answers.
Oh, no, definitely go in, brother Ampu. I can't even think of a time we was on the same platform together. We so used to beefing with each other online. It's actually good to hear you on the platform breaking some things down. This is brother Lord Abba.
Oh, peace.
Peace. I want to say this. I'm gonna be real short. I came on tonight because Tarnoon hit me up about just speaking about some of the background of the sovereign citizen stuff. So I came on and then I gave some of my insight and my experience dealing with Nuwaupu when I was into it and after I left it alone. And I want to, I think, and it was crazy as I sat here thinking about this, my mind shifted. I said, it's going to take Dr. York's death for them to understand like the real nature of the situation when they see his body get lowered into the ground. And as I thought that, I said, well, actually what may happen is the Elijah Muhammad effect. They're going to start saying, no, Dr. York is still alive. Just like you got people in the chat right now who are saying that Dr. York is not in jail. One person just put in the chat, go look on the ADX Supermax website and you're going to see that he's not in jail. And if that's the case, and that's why I commended the brothers earlier for doing what they're doing, because like Brother Ampu just was saying, the people that are locked in are locked in. But the new people that may come in, this gives them a chance to, for instance, I brought up one of my brothers, actually he's my brother-in-law, and he was at Jamaica Ave, it was 2 weeks ago in Queens, New York, and, the brothers was trying to rap with him, Nuwaupians out there. Said it was kind of elder cat that was out there. And my brother-in-law asked him, he said, a brother named Lord Abba? He was like, yeah, I know Lord Abba. He left Nuwaupu and went backwards into the Moors and into Islam and all of that. So when he called me and he had a bunch of questions for me, and I was just able to answer him, and I was able to point him where he can look for this or look for that. So I texted him Chuck Morgan's website, Nuwaupianism.com. I'm like, make sure you go through that whole site. And it's so good to have that reference there for new people coming in so they don't get trapped because, as I spoke on the mindset earlier, and I also want to say this too, real quick. I want to apologize to all of the victims. I remember when all of this first came out, and I started to fall back a little bit from Nuwaupu, there was a thread going on Facebook, and I made a very insensitive comment, you know, about moving on, and, you know, it's time for y'all to move on, leave that stuff, without really realizing how traumatic such, you know, such an event, being molested by a man that you looked at as your leader, you know. And I seen it in a screenshot, like, I don't know if it was a year ago or 2 years ago. And, you know, I'm a religious person, and I'm striving, you know, just striving to be a better person. And when I read it, I said, wow, I said that. So for those that are on the line that are victims, those that are listening in, I definitely want to give an apology. Y'all probably don't even know that was me on that post, but I know that it was me, so I want to give an apology. And but like Brother Ampu was saying, that platform that's set up now should be to reach out to new members or potential new members, and I think it's an excellent deterrent. But I also believe that what's being done is starting to change the hearts of a lot of those people that are on the, you know, that's on the inside looking at what's going on with these discussions. There's no way, there's just absolutely no way. Denial is one of the aspects of truth, if you will, and people vehemently deny in all obstinacy the facts when they are so connected to a thing. And I believe that what y'all brothers are doing is it's chipping away at their hearts. And I'm gonna say keep pushing, but keep in mind, like the brother Ampu was just saying, it's useless having discussions with people that don't know what they're talking about. It's absolutely useless. I agree with that 100%. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that's peace. I just want to take some time just to answer some of these questions, because what some Nuwaupians do, or Nuwaupian sympathizers will do, is they will try to bombard you with a bunch of questions thinking you can't answer them, you know, whether it's the way they word it or they think they know what they're talking about. So I'm looking in the chat. I just want to address some of these things to let them know that, look, you're not dealing with the same kind of Nuwaupians. So this brother or sister, Malachi's disciples, asked, because he asked about the plea, and now I answered that. And so now the new question is, okay, so now give me a federal case where a child molester gets 135 years. How'd that happen? The answer is very simple. Child molestation is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. So I will never be able to show you a child molester being convicted for child molestation getting anything. All right, so that's the answer to that. You see how easy that is to answer those questions. It's basically a nonsensical question. That's what I'm basically telling you. All right, so it shows that you're not aware of the difference between state offenses and versus federal offenses. All right, so that's the answer to that one. What was the
real quick, if I could ask them, I think it was the same individual who says that they don't worship York. There's a new video out. The Eastern Star Sisters just recently had a meeting that they're building a shrine to Yanun, ordered by York. So let's have somebody answer that one. If they don't worship York, why are we building a shrine to him?
Wait, let me just say, I was in the mirror in Athens, and they had an effigy of Dr. York up, and I was asked to come through one night. I have some neighbors living over where I used to live at in Athens, and we went, and I seen them like bowing and chanting to the. I said, so I got up, you know, they was like, your turn. And I was just like, I felt awkward. So one brother got up and he looked at me kind of sharp, like, you ain't doing it right. Like, you ain't praying to the statue right. And he started going in and I started falling. I was like, nah, man, this ain't the move right here.
Yeah, that's real. That was in Athens. And
I was there too.
Right. Let me just continue. I just want to add two more things. After that, the brother says, how did it go from 20 years possible plea to 135 years? Don't play slick. Easy answer. It didn't go from 20 years to 135 years. The reflection of 135 years is 1,640 or 1,680 months. I forget the exact number, but it comes out to 135 years. That's because he was convicted by way of a trial. And The plea was based on a 4-count indictment. The trial was based on a 13-count indictment. So it's totally different. Again, I would encourage this person, Malachi's disciples, to stop asking questions that you don't even have the information to formulate your questions about. So read up on the case first, then formulate your questions. All right, because I'm trying to entertain a couple of your questions for the benefit of others, not really you. So this is for the record and for benefit of others. But I don't spend too much time if I feel like I'm wasting my time answering the questions. And then another person asked the question, freedom fighter. There's a video of an older white guy that claimed to be in jail with York. Was that true? Who is he? The answer is that was, I don't know the content of what the guy says is true, but it is true that particular person was in the same jail with York. So, and I forgot his name off the top of my head, but there's a video of a guy that we interviewed. Actually, I'm the one that interviewed him. That the video, the person behind the camera is me. So he was talking to the camera while I was standing there, obviously. So, but the gist of what I remember him saying is that the purpose of him saying it was that to basically give a character, a couple of words, positive character towards your character of while he spent his time and knew him while he was also in the same jail. That's the gist of why he even did the video. So I mean that's all the questions I see so far. I'm just trying to pick out the questions that for the benefit of everybody else. I know Mahdi or I keep saying Mahdi, but Mahdi or Amadi, sorry about that, can take some of these answers, if they come up, because a lot of these questions are repetitive questions. And once they get answered, then that's that. We'll have to keep, spinning wheels and keep going around in the same circle, same circle, same circle. All right, Malachi's disciple, last question. What is the state charges and convictions? The state charges was molestation, aggravated molestation, and rape. And he pled guilty to it January 23rd, 2003. So there was a guilty plea. There was no trial in the state. The guilty plea is still on record, and that was the main charges. And there were over 200 counts for it, but for the purpose of the plea, the negotiated plea, they reduced it to 77 counts, and it was a mixture of child molestation, aggravated child molestation, and rape. So that's the answer to that question. You can go to Putnam County Courthouse and you can get that record. It's public. All right, so yeah, that's it, y'all. I'm just taking answering the questions as they came up. So yeah, I mean, y'all, unless y'all have something else. I didn't hear the beginning of the broadcast. I came in, I saw the inbox and came in. I was listening in for a little while before I popped in here. But yeah, so if you all said that, the reason why I say about the official is you just got to be mindful of when you do see it's about the people who are listening, because whenever you're debating someone, the goal is not to convince the debater, the person you're debating. And whether it's a formal debate, informal debate, or arguments like how we talk online and stuff like that, your goal is not to convert them on the spot. And 99% of the chance you won't. It takes time. They have to go, let it marinate, and then they may come and change their minds and so on and so forth. So the real deal is the onlooker, the listener, or the reader. So when you keep that in mind, this is why I say we have to make a distinction between official people who officially speak for the organization and those who don't. Because to the onlooker, they're watching you. They're watching any of us go back and forth with an unofficial person, and even if you present facts that will refute what they say, then later on, somebody on the official side or the organization on an official capacity can disown that person and put a spin on it. And therefore you back at square one. So as long as that's just kept in mind, then, you know, keep things going where they're going. But I'm just saying you have to kind of make that distinction.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've been listening. I'm at the pool right now, so I wasn't able to really respond to anything. But it's pretty good. I'm gonna. This is gonna be saved, so because I want to go over it again, and then post it if necessary. But
Okay.
that's what the point. That was the point I was making earlier. Yeah, I'd rather just deal with somebody that you know, someone that's officially representing, and not go through all these little you know, middlemen and distractionary characters.
Right. I mean, it's still all good. I'm just saying it just needs to be noted. That's all. Like it's still good because people learn from either.
Oh yeah.
Either one. Because I mean, I know you. I mean, you've done an excellent job. You know, dealing with the things I've seen. The post, the website, the articles, and all of that. Just real quick, some more questions. The person's asking Malachi disciples. Might as well invite them in here. But Malachi,
I don't know why not.
Says, so the main charges were state. The answer is no. There is no main and unmain. York was charged in two venues, the federal and the state venue. The federal produced more time. So if your criteria for main and unmain is the amount of time that a person could get per charge, then based on that criteria, the federal case would be the main. The state case wouldn't be. If your criteria is based on the act of molestation, then the state would be the main, because the federal doesn't have statutes against molestation directly. So again, earlier the person Malachi disciple said that was their last question. And obviously it's not. So the person is not being honest. And then two, it just shows the person's lack of knowledge about York's case. So if Malachi's disciples, if you are a follower or if you are a Nuwaupian, I would definitely encourage you and suggest to you that you stop asking questions and do due diligence and read the paperwork first. And then so you can be competent enough to ask questions. And then I'll be happy to address them maybe in the future.
I would like to say something real quick. I would like to respond to Brother Sarnetta, who's in the chat. He says Dr. York is never getting out and he is going to die in jail. Why don't we talk about the slave master that's been molesting our babies, raping our mothers, sisters, brothers, and fathers? Come on now. Now, the basis of this show, and I'm hoping that I can speak for everybody here, was to speak about the IDs and all of the different, basically money schemes that's going on with the Nuwaupian organization right now. So, you know, no responsible individual is going to turn a blind eye to these things, especially when, you know, this is what they do. This is what Brother Chuck Morgan has dedicated this portion of his life to doing, exposing a lot of this stuff so that this thing doesn't keep on going. And we cannot give anybody a license to, just like you did, Brother Sarnetta, you had all of the brothers come on for the Africa Bambaataa thing. You know, that wasn't, you didn't have, based on what I've seen and heard, you did not have the same mindset that you have now. And, you know, there's real victims here. There's real victims here, and a lot of their voices is not really being heard. And I believe, Sarnetta, you should have Brother Chuck Morgan and Brother Ed. You should have all of these brothers come on the show. If you want to put it to bed once and for all, well, you have the platform to get 10,000 views in a night. Let these brothers come on. Let them talk about the doctrine. Let them talk about the case. And then, you know, a lot of people that may be swayed by this Nuwaupian thing, you know, they might not deal with it, seeing that it's just something that's really non-productive. You can't grow with it. And I know because I used to be in it. So I can speak from firsthand experience. Trying to avoid debates with brothers that still have the same exact mindset from 7 years ago. I mean, their comments are exactly the same. Absolutely no growth. So, that's my solution. You should have these brothers come on your show and give a nice demonstration. And then maybe, it'll be put to rest insofar as new people coming in to this thing. Because, and I'm going to say this and be quiet. If you got brothers and sisters for that matter who are defending Dr. York's crimes, if they're defending them, they may feel that it's okay. I once read where Dr. York wrote, I come from a different world. I come from a world where Pharaoh saw somebody's wife. I can't think about it at the moment. And he wanted to be with that wife. Like, forget the fact that she had a husband and Pharaoh took her. So what Dr. York is basically saying is he come from a world where he can take your wife. And, well, obviously he comes from a world where he feel he can take your children as well. We don't want to give license to anybody else to repeat this behavior. So, brother, I think that you should have these brothers come on your show. And if you want to address the issue of slavery, you brought up slave. I don't have a slave master. I don't think anybody here has a slave master. We're not slaves anymore. But, I think that having these brothers come on and doing a show like that, you get to break something that may have been fomented since the times of slavery, where it was all right to molest and rape our young brothers and our young sisters. So I just wanted to add that in response to Brother Sarnetta.
Let me just add something real quick. You saw what Brother Ampu just did. He addressed questions, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Anytime you give a clear, concise answer to something, then they never elaborate or go into detail and acknowledge that, then they jump to another question. And you just saw this happen. If you paid close attention, this is exactly what we was talking about in the beginning. This is a tactic that they use all the time. You got a clear, concise answer, but then that wasn't good enough. And then you think by jumping to something else, because you feel you've been trapped now. So now you jump to something else to try to make it look like you know what you're talking about. This is what we were talking about in the very beginning. This is why you can't, when you deal with that type of mindset, you can give them, look, they could catch York in the bedroom raping somebody. They would say, that's not York, that's a clone. I'm using that as an example because that's the mindset that you're dealing with. You got people in this chat saying that's not York in prison. Well, who was I going to visit all them years when I was visiting him in prison and working on his case? Then they play the name misnomer game. We know what they got him on the 17911-054 Dwight York. Okay, so I was talking to a clone all those years I was going. So there's a clone that was dictating. I mean, this is the sick mentality that you're dealing with. This is the psychosis that we're talking about, and this is why you can't even, like Brother Ampu was saying, have a reasonable conversation. Most of them, as we said earlier, they're not educated to the case at all. The paperwork is available. I know Brother Ampu has posted stuff for long periods of time. Brother Chuck, I've gotten with Brother Chuck, giving him stuff. He's had stuff. He's posted right clear as day on his website where people can take these documents, scrutinize them, but they never do it. All they do is give their personal opinion, their philosophy on what they feel and what they think, but they're never providing any accurate information to stick to the context of the subject that we're talking about. So this is what I'm trying to say. You just witnessed it. He's answering the brother's question, simple, concise, to the point, in a matter of a minute or two, but then it's another question being answered with another question. This is what I'm talking about. And this, again, confirms everything that we've been saying. And the only thing it'll always go back to, their only credible source in their mind's eye is Dr. York. York said, the master teacher said, if you listen to them talk, I told you, all you got to do is pull up their videos, their lectures. They cannot form their own thoughts. Every other sentence out of their mouth is the master teacher said, Panabab Yanun said. That shows you the influence and the programming on the mind, because they can't even formulate their own thoughts anymore. So you see, So I just wanted to throw that in there because you just witnessed it. I'm watching it and I'm listening, and I'm like, yeah, how more clear of a point and simple, in a simplistic way, can you answer a question and validate it with information? And the brother said 3 times, go read the paperwork and the documents before you ask the questions. Because the reason why they do that, they're being spoon-fed by the administration from all the propaganda they've been putting out over the years, telling them in their interpretation of what has happened. And Brother Ampu even said, you can go down to the court in Bibb County in Macon, Georgia, and pull this paperwork for yourself. So again, how much more simple and clear and to the point does one need to be? So, I mean, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And that's how come I'll try to be short and straight to the point, because, you know, a lot of gray area is found in the chit chat back and forth. And that's how, you know, the conversation will just persist to go on and on and on in circles. And see, what happens is, I mean, this is also a testimony that certain people are just not used to getting answers, you know, because like sometimes you may ask a question and your default setting is you're really not expecting an answer to be shot right back at you. So you only answering the question to create conversation. And that's what I'm saying. We got to kind of bring the conversations to a little smaller segments of conversation. Just hit it and quit it. That's the thing. Hit it and quit it. And a lot of people may not be used to that, especially on this topic. They're not, because there's a lot of people who just don't know what they're talking about. So a lot of questions have been asked, but they're so used to not really getting the answer, and they're expecting the same thing to happen now. That's why I said that, at least with me, I speak for myself personally, it's different with me. You ask me a question. If I know it, I'm going to answer the question. If I don't, I will quickly tell you I don't know it. But when I do give you an answer, it is going to be the answer, you know, because I have the information. I was there for all this different things, you know, and the whole nine. So that's how I'm able to answer it. And Fatima Mati said all courts have main crimes, main charges, and unmain charges, and that's just not true. You look at the federal statutes. You can go to right here on the online. Look at all the federal statutes. They don't classify them as main and unmain. At best, you're speaking about felonies versus misdemeanors. So again, we have to start being proficient at this information and know the information to even formulate questions and to be able to make these statements. As far as what Brother Sarnetta was saying, there's 2 things going on. I think Sarnetta says that, okay, you know, why not talk about the slave master raping women and children and so on and so forth. And that's fine, but we have to realize that you're moving from something specific to something very ambiguous and vague. Because when you say slave master raping, you know, babies, this and the other, that's elusive. We could talk about it, but it's not something you could like drop your finger on. When we're talking about specific cases, a specific case, a specific person, a specific victims and things like that, that's tangible, that you could put your hand on that, you know. So I think people could walk and chew gum at the same time. So people could talk about this, and they could talk about, you know, slave masters raping women and children back in the past, and if people feel that it's still going on today. So there's another question at me. So, you know, I'm not going to be on here too long. So I just want to answer these questions real quick. Malachi's disciple saying, why it take you so long to leave, Ampu? If you knew everything, why you stay? What was your previous stance until 2009? I mean, I don't like this person, Malachi's disciples. They might as well come on in here. So that
it's like a circular question. He's just asking that same question over and over again in different ways.
Right. I mean, look, I'm trying to help the brother out by saying, listen, I mean, just quiet up, learn the case, then formulate questions, competent questions that's answer. You know, you asking me why it takes so long for me to leave. If you knew everything, that's like, if you knew everything. So it's like, if you knew everything, I mean, the brother's basically answering his own question. You know, if you knew everything. And then I take you till 2009. So whoever Malachi's disciple is, he knows what I've been saying enough to know that I left in 2009. So whoever Malachi's disciple is, that's a secondary name. So won't you tell me who you really are, and won't you come in the hangout?
That's it.
Come in the hangout. But let me answer the question for the benefit of other people. Now, I've worked with York on his case. At the times that I was working with York on his case, I had connections and contact with the listed victims in the case. And there were enough victims in the case that was telling me face to face, eye to eye, mouth to ear, that nothing happened. So in my mind, I'm talking directly to people. This is not hearsay. This is not talking about, other people. I'm talking directly with these victims. And some of them are telling me that it did not happen. At that particular point in time, I am left with doubt that, okay, these people are saying they're listed in the indictment as though they have been molested and all this stuff happened to them. But yet when I talk directly to them, they're saying, no, it did not happen to me. Then you have another group of victims who are listed as victims and stuff happened to them, and they are saying stuff happened to them. So I was facing two roads. Some saying nothing ever happened, some saying something happened. And in law, you have to convict beyond reasonable doubt. So my participation and help of York was to make sure that he had a fair chance at defending himself. So what took me so long to leave is that at the point in 2009, when York exhausted all of his remedies for delusional backdoor ways of getting out, I had to respect the man as an adult, that's his life's choice. And so I let him know that, hey, I'm no longer effective in helping you. Therefore, I'm out. Simple as that. So that's the concise answer to that question. Oh, and just to add to that, after that, all of the listed victims, every single listed victim in the case has now, up to this day, has said that they lied at trial and that they were molested by York. And no Nuwaupian can reconcile that. If York was to have a trial right now with the same listed victims and things like that, he would not have any of those victims testifying on his behalf. None. From the twins to Issa to Hanan to Sakina to all of these different people who testified on his behalf in 2004, they would no longer do that. They have since then come out and said that they lied in 2004.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that in the beginning, Brother Ampu, and I threw all their names out, and I did that because they tend to just focus on Taariq because he's one of the few that's vocal. So they act as if, Taariq is the only one, and we can't forget. And we went over that in the 77 count indictment on the PSI, which again, Chuck has up, and you can see all the names. You can see in detail the length of time that the molestations took place, the different acts in detail. But again, this is acted upon as if none of this stuff ever happened or it exists. And I said also, and we've talked about this before in the past, if they claim they have people that recanted their testimony, which, as we said before, is nowhere in any trial records. Nobody ever recanted their testimony.
No.
To produce
a failed attempt. Habib's was a failed attempt. That's the only one.
That's it.
And I want to answer Joey Sinclair just to show the listening on this recording and now how nonsensical and things that these statements. He says, funny part is everybody on the panel was under the York spell until he caught 135, until he caught 135. See, now let's just deal with that logic. Everybody on the panel, well, I'm not gonna speak for everybody. Me, I used to be a Christian. So what? I used to believe in the nursery rhymes at one point. So what? So I don't understand what's funny about that. There, you know, see, because there's no substance with the questions or the claims, it gets into real silly, immature. Like, okay, that the funny part is that everybody on the panel was under the York spell. Well, let's flip it over now. The fact that we were under York spell or members of the group, that gives us more insight to speak on the information. And even York, Chuck, I think I get
Chuck, you gotta mute your mic, brother.
That's him.
Hey, Chuck.
That's him.
Chuck. There you go. You got it.
Yeah, I was saying that now let's flip it. I was saying let's flip it. Now, this is something that York uses, and Nuwaupians as a whole. Nuwaupians will say that, or York himself will say that I walked you through the different schools of religions. Why? So that you can experience them, and therefore no one else, they cannot lie to you anymore. Now let's take that same statement, that same logic, and apply to this right here. So because we were Nuwaupians and we went through it, lived it, and the whole nine, now no one can lie to us anymore. So it's the same logic, same thing. So again, so what? We were under the spell of York. There's nothing funny about it. And in fact, it puts us at an advantageous position to deal with and talk about the doctrine. I could speak about things from empirical knowledge, not hearsay, not through the grapevine. I don't need a middleman to tell me X and Y at all. So that's that.
Matter of fact, this individual Malachi disciple says that they tried to get in earlier and they were kicked out. So could somebody send them the link and we could have them come in? Because that's a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, well, I don't know. I guess that would have to be Amadi or somebody giving the link. But Malachi disciple says they couldn't recant. Court wouldn't let her. I'm assuming he's talking about Habiba. That's why she made that video apologizing. That is utterly false. The video came out way before she entered her affidavit, and she entered 2 affidavits in one in April, another one in May, and then a hearing was set in August 3rd. Matter of fact, August 13th, 2004 to be exact, where she was called into court to support her subpoena and to be cross-examined by the prosecution. And at that particular hearing, she said that her trial testimony was true and that her affidavit was a lie. So again, I repeat that what Malachi's disciple says is absolutely false. And it further confirms that this person has no idea what they're talking about and has not read the paperwork or the court records at all. She could have recanted. She was called into court. She could have recanted. She could have went through with the recantment, I should say, right there, August 13th, 2004, and she did not. The video was not even entered into the record. So again, people have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, anyway.
All right, so I mean, yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, now they're just gonna reach for questions. But you said the brother can't get in here, or whoever can't get in.
That's what they plan.
Well, you know, I guess somebody else has to post it, because you posted it won't allow you to post links. Well, I can't even post the link, period.
So what's happening right now? First of all, is this being logged? I don't know if it's live on the air or is it just off air? What is it?
No, it's live. It's still live.
Yeah.
So it can be posted.
Right.
All right, good. Okay. I'm doing so many things. I'm with a group of people right now. I'm still listening. I'm trying to get.
I think we covered the basis because it's like Brother Ampu said, we're going in circles now.
Yeah.
Okay,
I figured that if this guy's asking all these questions, he might as well just get into the group.
That's what I was saying.
Take the pounding.
One more thing. Joey Sinclair says, but you all knew of all of the alleged plagiarized material and y'all still blindly followed. Okay, first of all, in order for Joey Sinclair to make that statement, he is acting as though he is somehow telepathic and he knows what's in our minds. And people need to really stop doing that. Like, how do you know, Joey? How do you know what all we knew and didn't know, and at what point we knew and did not know something? So it's best to really, really slow down and formulate a better claim or question. And don't make the assumption that y'all knew of all the plagiarized materials and yet y'all blindly followed. I'm gonna speak for myself. That is not true.
And let me add this, Brother Ampu. Like we said earlier, where most of us were in the same mind state that most of the cult members are in now. Now I can only speak for myself. We were so engulfed in what we were doing, whatever was going on in the organization. I never looked at it at the time until after the fact, as far as the plagiarized. So not everybody, knew right from jump that everything was being plagiarized. And again, that's an ignorant statement, because again, when you're in the mindset that the cult members are in now, and you take everything that York says for face value, of course you're going to come with that perspective. But like you said, they have no idea who, what, when, why, or when it happened. Because that's ridiculous. I mean, again, more diversion tactics, not sticking to the facts of the case, not sticking to the information. So now it just becomes just these personal opinions, and let me add this, because I do this intentionally. I put that avatar up for a reason, and everybody bites on it. And if they look at it closely, you see the 8-pointed chaos symbol. Go look at York's old symbol on the Ansar books. I'll leave it at that. Again, it shows people's ignorance because they see a pentagram, they see a serpent and a chaos symbol, but they have no idea. Also go back to when York was teaching about the order of Set, or the order of the black light. Again, you'll see where he grafted it from. I do it and people just bite on it because, again, it shows the program mindset, because anything that York teaches, they think that is the only validation of information that exists out there. So automatically they'll look at something, and if they can't identify it within something that York said, then they have their own interpretation on it. Again, it's a certain mindset that they all have. Right. And you see what's going on with the questioning. It's just one question. You answer it straight to the point. So I'm going to say it again. Then that's not good enough. Then let's divert and let's jump into a whole nother topic.
That's why it's good to record.
One individual break down the difference between the federal and state charges. And as I saw earlier, they were still talking about as far as the difference between the length of each. Well, if that answer is not good enough for you, then why don't you educate us on state and federal charges and how it works? And why don't you give us your breakdown and interpretation of what you think, how they came to the 135-year sentencing? But see, they won't do that because they know that you, myself, and others that are on this panel will pick that shit apart and correct it. So that's all you got to do. If you're not in agreement, that's fine. But at least present your position. I haven't heard anybody present a position on the legal aspect of anything that Brother Ampu has presented in his question. So if you don't agree with what he just broke down on the federal and the state charges, and you've got some other factual legal information to dispute it, then present it. It's that simple. Don't jump from that to another question.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. This is, again, confirms the mindset.
It won't. It won't happen. Even as I stated that Habiba was called into court August 13th. I gave the date. I said August 13th, 2004. She was called into court in the Macon Federal U.S. District Court. I'm giving you the location. I'm giving you the date. You can go there to this very day and request the transcript for that particular hearing. It was called the new trial hearing.
That's right.
August 13th, 2004, where you can read where she says that she lied in her affidavit. Her affidavit is a lie, and at trial, her trial testimony was the truth. I already gave that, and the brother's still asking the question. So it just lets me know, and really at this point, I'm only doing it for the sake of those who will possibly listen and have the same questions, because I know the chat is not recorded in the video, so no one will still have an idea. They have no idea of who's saying what.
Right.
So that's it. I'm trying to think. I think it was another question somebody had. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I scrolled too fast. I missed it. So it says, y'all can play dumb all y'all want. Y'all justify y'all part in all this as being under the spell. I guess Joey Sinclair wants other people to take responsibility and things like that. So I mean, that sounds like a personal problem. So I'll let you have at that. And I guess that's it. So why? Okay, now Malachi disciples ask a question. I mean, this person should be in here. I think we can get this over a lot faster. But he says, so why she make the video in the first place? Don't tell me she felt sorry for York more than the children. I mean, she answered that herself. Even recently, as of within the past 3 months, she answered that question. So, that's widely known. So whoever this person Malachi disciples is, they're really just fishing. And right now, I don't think the fish will be biting too much. All right. So, I mean, I guess that's it. That's it. But what people need to realize is that, these kinds of conversations is really, okay, there's the link. Okay. I see, 6 Dynasty Media put the link out there. So pop on in here. So I guess we'll wait a second to see if they show up. But what I was going to say though, these kinds of discussions is really, some people may take it as being negative or whatnot. But even Nuwaupians, one of the major themes of the organization is that they deal with right knowledge, right wisdom, and right understanding. And so it's all about, the facts. They don't have any beliefs. Beliefs breed ignorance. And therefore, they deal with knowledge. What kind of knowledge? Right knowledge. What is right knowledge? Right knowledge is correct knowledge. And so, so the whole point is to get to the facts. So if people can set aside what they like and dislike and their feelings and things and deal with the facts, then that will be in accordance to what the doctrine is said to be about. So it shouldn't be a problem with people dealing with things, and then therefore, let sound right reasoning, which is what Nuwaupu is supposed to be about, let that aid in whatever efforts that the organization is conducting. But you first need the facts, and I see Malachi Disciples is in here, so go ahead with your questions.
All right, let me ask you a question. Now, there's nothing wrong with being questioned, brother. Y'all are making videos trying to address the topic. So there should be no reason.
Can you introduce yourself? Who are you?
I am Malachi's disciple. That's as far as we need to know. If you sure, you see what I'm saying? Because this is not for views. This is for views. You understand? For point of views. So I want to address the topic.
Wait. So I just wasn't clear. So I would ask you to introduce yourself. So you're saying you're Malachi's disciples?
Yes.
That's a plural. So you represent a group. I'm just trying to find out, are you representing a group of people or like, who are you?
But I'm not here for the fun and games. The word game. Are you Anpu?
Yes, I am Anpu.
Okay,
I
is that a group?
Wait a minute. I'm the brother Rick. I'm the brother Anpu. I'm also known as Wujau. I represent myself, and I'm not scared to say anything like that. I'm not here for any fun and games as well. Yeah. I'm the one that basically.
So let's get to it. I'm brother Malachi's disciples.
Wait a minute, I asked you who you are. So don't tell me what you're not here with. At least answer my question. Give me that one.
Can you accept that I'm Malachi's disciple so we can move on? This ain't about me, brother. That's what I'm saying. See, we get hung up on these things.
No,
we get hung up on.
Listen, I'm not hung up on anything because I've spent time. I've spent the last half an hour answering your questions.
Okay, thank you, brother.
So wait a minute. Right. Okay. So at least appreciate that. I'm just asking you one question because your name reads Malachi's disciples. So all I'm asking you,
fine, brother.
Okay. I understand that you want to stay anonymous, but I just want to know: do you represent a group or not? At least answer that. You could be anonymous.
I represent a group. As you know, there are many disciples that are trying to, put proper information out there.
Well, no, I don't.
And this,
Wait, I don't know that. I don't know that there are many disciples because I don't.
Okay, listen, brother. Listen, brother. Let me listen. Listen to me, brother. When you know what a disciple is, you don't have to be labeled. No one has to call you that. So all these people that you hear out here fighting for the behalf of Dr. Malachi York, you would consider them an apostle or a disciple. You got it?
Okay, so just for clarity,
how much time was spent on my title?
I know because you keep interrupting me. Just for clarity, because it was just a yes or no. Do you represent a group of people or not?
I answered the question. I said yes.
Okay, now we can proceed.
Okay, now I want to get down to. I almost forgot my daggone question. That's what I'm saying. We spend too much time with the dog.
You're still wasting time. Just move on with your question. I'm ready for your question.
No, because now I'm expressing something real quick, and this happens a lot. But yeah, we're gonna get to it. So now the question is, live, where did you stand prior to 2009? What was your defense for Dr. Malachi York? What was you propagating to the prosecutor in his behalf of his defense? That's just a simple question, bro.
Okay, first of all, I wasn't propagating anything to the prosecutor. Next question.
Okay, where did you stand from the year of 2003 to the year of 2009 when you said you was keeping in contact with him? And Chuck Morgan, this is for you too. What was the business that was taking place throughout those years? Now, mind you, the children in all this case is about the Ansar days and all the way up through the 90s. So it's been about 20 years that you guys were still involved in something that you're acting anonymous about. So I just want to be clear, where did you stand once Dr. York went to prison from the year of 2003 to 2009?
All right, first of all, brother, York was arrested in 2002, not 2003. So just be mindful of that and notate that. Second, I wasn't in for 20 years and so prior to 2002. So you're incorrect for that. So go on with your next question.
Yeah, young boy.
Why your
sister make that video saying that your mother made you sign that and say Doc did that? Just recently. Why did your sister make that video? Why you kept skipping that
one person at a time, brother Fatima. I think that question.
No, brother Fatima. This is her husband. Yeah, this is Gregory Jackson.
All right, well, brother Gregory Jackson.
Yeah,
let me finish up
and
with
he represents my group. What's up?
Okay, what is up is that I'm trying to let you know that let the brother Malachi finish his question.
All right, go ahead, Malachi.
I finished my question. You keep saying next question. So I want you to answer the question of the year 2002, regardless of I'm getting the date wrong, brother. Stop going all around the place. What were you doing?
Wait 1 second. Hold on. I'm not going around the place. Look, can
you? Brother, it's only 2 seconds, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. This should have to happen. It's only 2-second question. I'm just asking from the year of 2002 to 2009, where was your stance, brother? That's all I'm asking for, a direct answer.
Okay, I've been giving you direct answers all night. This answer will be no different, brother. So my answer to that, from 2002 to 2009, I helped Dr. York. What I've done is on record. I'm seen. I'm heard in videos. I'm heard on audios. I'm seen aiding and helping Dr. Malachi Z. York.
Why though? I'm asking you, where was your stance? Why was you helping him? Where was your stance? Did you believe he was innocent? Did you not see enough paperwork? Where was your stance that led you to your decision in 2009 to go against him?
Okay, 2009, to correct you, I did not go against him. All right, so let's erase that from your statement. So now, to go backwards on your first statement, I helped him. And I explained this earlier.
Helped him doing what though?
Wait a minute. If you allow me to talk, then I can answer your question. You said it's a simple question, and let me answer your question. I have no problem answering your question. Just show some respect. So earlier I explained this from 2002 to 2009. Since you're using that block of time, I said that I was presented. I dealt directly with the victims, listed victims in the case. Some of these victims were saying that what is in the indictment that is said to have happened to them are lies. Some of the victims said what is in the indictment that said that has happened to them is the truth. So I was faced with a split of people saying that those are lies and people are saying that it's the truth. So to get to the bottom of it, there's an investigation that has to take place. And during that time, 2002 up until the 2009, even before that, is me helping Dr. York get through with the investigation to find out what is the truth. Because if you have one person saying yes, another person saying no, you're stuck with trying to further find out, okay, what is the truth? Because both of them can't be right.
So how did you conclude your truth? Your truth?
I didn't have to choose my.
You're here saying the man is guilty. So what led you to believe?
I'm saying what?
You said the man is guilty, correct? Dr. York is guilty. So I mean, what led you?
Hold up. Slow down a little bit. Where have you ever heard me say that?
Do you believe Dr. Malachi York did the crimes that he so-called confessed to? And
I never answered that question, and I never have.
See, so you can't come on a panel publicly and try to defame and switch around information, but then you don't want to express your true feelings. Hold on, brother. Because now you're saying this is a classic buck dance.
You said defame. So show me where I'm defaming.
No. I don't want to redirect this. But you're going public. Okay, brother, hold on. You're going public to tell me and other individuals, Nuwaupians or whatever the case may be, that we don't know enough about the case and we don't know what we're talking about, as if you do.
Yeah, and
but then you're saying, but then I'm asking you if you believe he's guilty or innocent, and you say I will never answer that question. That is classic buck dance, brother. This is what happens with you. Now, if I can ask Chuck a question.
Okay, but hold on. Let me address that real quick. One, I'm not going public now. I've been public. I've been helping.
You can't answer the simple question, brother. You want to answer selective questions.
Wait a minute. Listen.
You don't what?
Hey, hold up. Listen. This is coming from a brother who I asked the very first question, who are you? And you buck dance around that. So get out.
I didn't buck dance. I call you Ampu and you call me Malachi's disciple. There's nothing wrong with that.
I asked you a question. Who are you? Who you represent? And you had and you took a fit to that.
I didn't take a fit, brother. I wanted to move on.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. All right, then who are you?
No, that's perception.
I am.
No. Who are you?
I am me.
Okay, see, there you go. That's classic. But so let me use you.
Okay, so what if I told you my name was James? No, brother, come on.
I don't deal with ifs. I don't want to
get. Okay, my name is James, brother. My name is James, brother.
Okay, so hold up.
I'm James.
My point.
Okay. I'm James, brother. I want to move on.
Okay, good.
I'm James.
I want to move on too. But
I'm James. Nice to meet you, brother Rick.
But wait a minute. But now, see, the thing is that when I asked you a question and you didn't want to answer and you want to stay anonymous, I accepted that. So I said, look, you asking me about
because I'm not gonna lie to you, brother.
Wait a minute.
I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you something my name isn't.
That's fine.
So I told you Malachi's disciple. That's my anonymous name, and it's fine to call. Just like I call you Ampu. So now, if you want me to lie to you, I'll say my name is James, just so we can move on.
No, but that's not the point. The point is that you're asking me a question. Listen, you're asking me a question. I said I do not answer that question. So obviously that wasn't good enough for you. Wait a minute, that's not good enough for you. So
because you want to answer certain questions, but then when I ask you the foundation,
I'm
asking you the foundation of your conclusion. So when you go, okay, brother,
Malachi's disciples, I have that right.
Brother. Okay, I'll give you that right, bro. I'm not trying to take away that right. I want to have a conversation though. When I was in the chat room, you wanted someone to come on the panel so we can have this discussion. Now I'm here. There's no reason to get all amped up about it.
No, I'm not amped up.
Listen, okay.
Listen, I'm not amped up. You asked me a question, and it's that
particular. You said you have a right not to answer it. So I said, okay. See, I'm not trying to keep on asking questions, but I know when someone is being slick. So I got down to the bottom of it. I said, what do you believe? What is your foundation of the man?
But listen, hold up. People ask me that question all the time.
So why don't you answer it, brother?
I never answer that question. The
reason why not letting them answer.
Let me answer that question of why I don't answer the question. And I'll be repeating myself for the umpteenth time Because
we know why you don't answer, but you go ahead.
Okay, wait. If you already know why I don't
for
answer,
the public,
why are you asking me the question?
For the public,
stop playing words semantics,
for the public,
man.
Exactly. For the public, so they can hear.
Listen, man. I tell you what. Then why don't you ask the question? Games, why don't you ask the question and why don't you answer your own question? You don't need me.
Right. Ampu, thank you for the moment of time we got to speak. But I knew you're real good talking when I was in the chat. You had a lot to say and slick. You thought you had it figured out. But now you don't want to answer questions. So
okay,
Chuck,
hold on. Wait. It's not questions with an S.
Listen, man,
it's one question.
Is that one question?
Yeah, I know. I'm done. Greg, you got a question? It's already on live. So
all right. So
we can go back.
So do you have any more questions for me, brother?
No, you don't want to answer my questions, brother. So I'm done.
Okay, so hold up. So are you pretending to be telepathic that I don't want to answer your questions?
No, I'm not pretending anything, brother. I don't even want to go into the semantics. You said you don't want to answer questions. That's your right. So by law, I'm going to respect that right.
Okay, that's
by universal law.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Do you have any more questions for me?
No, I don't have any more questions.
All right, so let that stand that you don't have any more questions for me. I don't answer that particular question. Never have, and I don't do that. And here's the reason
why don't you answer? Okay, there you go.
Here's the reason why. It's because that in the past, I've always been asked that question. And I tell people the same answer every single time. Instead of me answering that question, I'd rather give you all of the material, all of the paperwork, all of the material.
Just answer now. It's the short
just answer the question, brother.
Sister, with all due respect, allow me to talk without interrupting.
It's okay if you think he's innocent, bro. It's okay if you think he's innocent and he's been proven guilty.
Y'all, listen. Okay, listen. I don't know how old you all are, but if you all can't show
that doesn't matter. That's still buck dancing.
Just some common courtesy in speaking. Then I don't. Then
no,
we'll do this. We don't need to do this.
It's done.
We don't need to do this.
You ain't got to send us no
one person at a time.
I'm not saying anything. I'm quiet.
Okay, but there's if you're being quiet, then obviously somebody else not being quiet.
We're spending too much time on this one question, brother. And I think Chuck Morgan, while he's still here, the brother want to ask Taariq Noel. So I think we should just move on because we're stuck here. Obviously, we're stuck here.
Listen, we're not stuck. I was proceeding to answer that question before I was interrupted. So
that's not the initial question, though, brother. I don't want to know why you don't answer the question. I want to know how you feel it. I want to know the answer to the question, not the semantics surrounding the question. Because that's what you and Chuck.
Okay, now
to do that, brother.
Accept that. Listen,
no, I'm trying to move on, bro, and you can't let it go because you know what I'm saying has truth to it. If you're not going to answer the question, I don't want to hear.
I don't know what you know or don't know. I don't do the telepath.
Okay, brother. So I don't know. I don't want to know why.
Listen.
Okay, brother Ampu, can we move on? Can we let it go and move on?
After I give the reason why. After
I don't want to hear why. That's not the question I asked.
It's not about you. Listen, earlier you said it's not about you. So it's not all about what you want. So let me do my thing for a second. You are a guest on here. All right?
Go ahead, brother. Do your thing. You got it.
I appreciate it. So the reason why I don't answer that question, this is posted in Facebook, is because by answering that question, people are accepting your word. They're accepting your opinion, whether without knowing whether it's true or false. So instead, what I do and what I've always practiced is that I give people the documentation. I give people all of the facts concerning the case, all of the paperwork, the same thing that the jury had access to and looked at and viewed, which are either the hearing, the trial transcripts, what took place and everything. And these people can make up their own mind, because if I give you my opinion, then you just have my opinion. So wait a minute. So then what happens is if you accept my opinion and that's it, then you're allowing me to actually control what you think about Malachi, his guilt or his innocence.
Okay, look, Ampu, that was a good slick answer, but you did not get in. But look, wait, you did not get on here propagating. Hold on, brother, because you didn't get on the panel from the beginning, propagating how people can judge the case based on what you present. You presented pure evidence that points to the guilt. You did not come expressing.
Okay, when did I do that? When did I do that?
Everything you say, brother. You say Nuwaupians this. You say Nuwaupians don't understand. I think we need to talk to higher Nuwaupians who want to address the paperwork on the case. You're propagating it as if you have facts of his guilt. You're not coming on a panel acting like you're giving people information so they can be the judge. So don't even try to front with me, brother. That's all. You know what you're doing. You did not come on here and preach equality for people to judge the case on their own. You came on here with the other brother with the star symbol, and both of you guys are talking about what Nuwaupians do, how they don't got the facts on the case, and all that leads to the man's guilt, and it does not lead to someone leaving it to their own decision. So
yeah, because he not at 80. He not at 80 max for them charges y'all saying, that molestation charges. He's not.
Okay, well, number one.
What is he? What is he at 80 max?
Hold on.
You tell me.
We just explained to you.
Hold up.
We just explained. He's going 100.
Hold up 1 second. Let me just address something, then I'll be quiet. So the thing is that the brother said, I know what I'm doing. When I first came on here, I came on here to answer questions that I saw in the chat room. So if people were to ask me, I tell people this all the time. It's posted on Facebook several times, not once, but several times. I tell people this all the time. Judge for yourself. Don't listen to me or other people. Judge for yourself. Here, use the paperwork. Everybody. I tell everybody this. Everybody on the panel can testify that I say this all the time. Even Taariq will say that. So everybody knows that I say that. So brother Malachi disciples, you are absolutely wrong. My intention.
Now you might say that. You just didn't say it tonight, brother. It's okay. You might say that. It just didn't come off that way tonight.
But it was no need for me to say it tonight, because when I came in here late. I came to this program late. Matter of fact, I thought y'all were off the air at first. I came in, nobody was in here. Then I saw the chat. I just started answering questions in the chat. That's what I did. So there's nothing slick about anything I do. I have no reason to hide whatsoever, and I am been over.
But for me coming in, just listening to you speak, this is my first time really hearing you speak. For me coming in, it sounds like you was pointing towards the guilt. So if you're wondering the kind
okay.
What's the next question?
All right, let's talk about the guilt. Okay, York himself said that he was guilty. Now what?
Okay, I said I was guilty in cases that I was wrapped up in when I had to plead to too.
That has nothing to do with it.
Okay. Wait a minute. It didn't mean I was specifically guilty on every charge, but I pled guilty to things that on my case that I didn't do. Happens all the time.
That's not answering the question.
Hold up. Fair enough. So basically, you're.
I said that's not. I said Taariq. I said that's not. It's not ironic for someone to plead to something they didn't do. Okay, why would a man? The question is, hold on, Anpu.
You answered the question with a question. You answered the question.
Hold on. No, I didn't. I said that's not. I said that's not ironic. That's not different. Hold on, brother. I said that's not nothing different.
He said, why did Malachi York plead guilty? Answer that question.
Who pleads guilty to 135 years?
You didn't answer
that. Wait. He never pled.
I just answered the question. Hold on. Wait. Okay, we're gonna go right into that, Ampu. We're going to go right into that.
He did not plead guilty to 135 years.
So how did he get 135 years, brother?
He was sentenced through a trial.
So what did he plead guilty to? What time frame?
15
did it come with
15 years. 15 years. The plea agreement was for 15 years in the federal.
That's a fact.
So that was accepted? So that plea was an accepted plea, or
no? The plea was rejected, and this is something. See, if you had paid it, if you really listened to what I was saying all night, I had said this that his plea was rejected. His federal plea was rejected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now.
But what he pleaded to in terms of time frame sentencing, it was 15 years. He never pleaded to 135 years.
So he pled guilty to 15 years, you said me? Earlier, if you check this live, you said the judge rejected it because 15 years wasn't enough. It had to be 20 or more. So I just want you to.
That's absolutely right.
But now you're saying, brother, he pled to that same 15 that the judge rejected.
No. Okay, let me just explain something.
Break it down, because I got ears, brother.
Okay, that's very good. Let me just break it down, and I'll be brief as possible. The way that the plea negotiations work is that the prosecution and the defense, they work out a negotiated plea agreement. And then this agreement is submitted to the courts, to the judge. Then what has to happen is that a pre-sentencing investigation has to take place. They have to look at the prior records, if any. They have to look at the circumstances of the charges, the severity of the charges. And to make a long story short, they go through this entire process that takes possibly months. and then they come up with a scoring system. And based on the score, that's what the score is compared to the amount of time that a person needs to serve. So the entered negotiated plea, it was 15 years. That was the agreement between the defense and the prosecutors. Then the courts have to get involved. So the judge ordered a pre-sentencing investigation to take place. That took place. And then as a result of that, the 15 years was too low. So the judge rejected that 15 years, and he said that at the minimum, it has to be 20. So York never pleaded guilty to 135 years, and that the guilty plea that he signed was for 15 years, the negotiated plea agreement. That's what it was. And he never withdrew it. And matter of fact, the one in the state is still on record to this very day.
All right, brother, just man, go back and check what you said on this video, and I'm sure you have to address a few things.
I say this all the time, like the back of my hand. I know exactly what I said. You can rewind this video, and you can see I'm saying the exact same thing. I never said that York pled guilty to 135 years.
This is why I think that you lean towards his innocent, but I don't understand. I'm having trouble figuring out why you're here pointing towards the guilt or trying to tell someone who's fighting for his innocence that they don't know what they're talking about. All that stuff is pointing to. Hold on, brother. Let me finish. You just spoke. I just want to finish for a second, because the direction you're spinning it is towards his guilt, but in your heart, you believe he was innocent. This is why you didn't make no decision. So you say until 2009, you was caught in the middle. So I'm just trying to grasp the understanding of what conclusion you came up with from at that point. If you don't want to answer that question, that's like the main question. If you don't want to answer that, then there's really no more questions or answers I even want to hear on that level, because that's dishonest.
Okay, so let me address.
That's dishonest. And you said I was dishonest when I was in the chat for you know what I'm saying? You call me dishonest.
I said that's dishonest of you to say that's my last question. Then you continue on. I don't mind your questions.
But it's kind of, but don't you think it's a little dishonest to come here and propagate certain information about the case on behalf of his guilt? You're here on a panel with people that believe he is guilty, not innocent.
Listen, you can ask me any question about the case and stuff like that. I simply give you the facts. It is in your mind that you feel that.
Brother, your answer ain't gonna change me.
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay,
hold up. Hello. Yeah.
Wait a minute. But what up? The fact that I'm just giving information. Like, for example, the information I just gave, I said that York pleaded guilty in the state and in the federal case. The federal case was rejected. The state is still on record right now. Now, that's just a fact. Wait a minute. That's just a fact. So you thinking that what I just said, if I say that, if you think that that's pointing to his guilt or whatever, then that's on you.
No, what's the charge he pled to then?
No, hold on. Before you go to that, because you just said somebody else, you talking about the panel is believing that he's guilty. Like I'm on the panel. I'm a victim. I was molested by him. So he is, like, you talking about guilty. Like, that's not the topic. That's not what that's no conversation. It's no hold on, let me finish. It's no hold on, let me finish. It's no okay. Like, it's hold on. Let him get it off. Let him get it off so we can speak. Hold on. You talking about it's guilty and not guilty? Like, he's in prison right now. He's locked up. So I am a victim telling you that this is what happened to me. So what are you talking about, guilty or not guilty? That's not the conversation. The conversation is that's not the conversation. On not on this panel. That's what your question is.
Okay, no, my question.
But that you answering it, talking to me right now.
Okay, let me respond.
Hold on, I'm not calming down. You answered that question by asking me that question. What is he locked up for? You're talking to him.
Okay, let me make a response.
For molesting me and other people.
All right, don't rant. Hold on, we don't want to rant.
I'm not ranting.
We're not trying to go on a rant. All right, we're not trying to go on a rant.
I'm answering your question.
For molesting you. He's not.
Why is he not?
Because, like you said.
Okay, so why are we having this conversation? Why are we having this conversation?
Taariq, don't act like.
So you're telling me? Hold on. You're telling me? No. You're telling me I'm not. You telling me I haven't been molested?
No.
By Malachi York?
No. I think.
No. I'm talking to him. I'm talking.
No, listen.
No,
I
I'm
think you
asking
have
you.
been.
No,
I think
no.
you.
You telling me?
Slow
No,
up.
I'm
You're trying
asking
to
my
answer the
question.
question.
Answer.
You
No.
can't answer the question.
Answer my question.
Let
Answer
me
my
answer the
question. You're
question.
telling me I haven't been molested by Malachi York?
Nobody said that.
Can
All
I
right.
answer the question?
So what are we talking about?
Can I
So
answer the
what are we
question?
talking about?
This is the question
Damn.
that I ask. With all of the talk that everyone is doing, what is set up for the victims? Not you, Taariq, or your family. I'm saying for other.
This is it. This is it. The conversation.
This is his therapy.
No, we
This is his
have no.
therapy.
It's not. No. Don't make it about me. Don't make
All
it
right, nah,
about
that's
me.
fine.
Do not make
That's
it about
fine.
me. This shit happened 15 years
All
ago,
right, yo,
and
can
we're
we move
now.
on?
No.
Like you yelling in the phone.
Can you listen?
We didn't
Can
come
you
here to
listen?
yell and scream.
No.
We didn't come here to yell and scream. We've been through that
You're
already.
ducking. No,
Nah,
listen.
we ain't ducking. We trying to have
No,
an
listen.
adult conversation so we the people can hear us
Let
and
me talk.
understand us.
No, this
We
is
trying
an
to.
adult
You ain't talking.
conversation.
You yelling,
She
bro.
asked me. Okay,
You never
I'm
said it
stop
that
yelling.
Dang,
I'm
yeah,
stop
you yelling in the
yelling.
phone. I
You
can't even
stop
understand
talking.
what you're
I'm
saying.
stop yelling. No,
All right, go
because you
ahead.
acting like I'm not a victim. You acting
I
like
ain't
this.
say that.
You
I
acting
didn't
like this
say
shit is
that.
not real.
Nah, ain't no
So
one say
let
you
me
wasn't a
talk
victim.
then. So shut the fuck up and let me
You
talk.
never got that
Stop
live when you was on
interrupting.
live
Stop
shows.
interrupting.
You
Stop
never
You
got
saying
interrupting.
the
that.
same
Have
thing.
you
You
been
repeating
molested by
yourself.
Malachi York? Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting me. She asked me, is there any program for victims? Having this conversation now when he was arrested 15 years ago almost. So right now we're talking about something that we could have been doing, healing each other and helping and doing these programs way back then. So you asking me to not get hype, and I'm just I'm doing that because I want to avoid, I'm gonna slow down. I want to avoid not people skipping questions and going on to the next and to the next, and I want to address it right there and then. And if I don't get my voice, I'm gonna get it, and that's why I'm getting loud right now at this moment, you know. But I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to answer your question. You know what I'm saying? Like this, you asking like, what are the programs out here? The program is to not let it happen. The program is to talk about why it happened and how it was, you know, and what we could do about it. And we should have been doing that 15 years ago, and we would have been far along. So
Okay,
this
but it
is
wasn't
That's
done.
why
I'm
I
saying,
say this is
brother,
it.
I'm not debating you. I'm saying that it seems that these panels are always talking about the same subject with no solutions. Like you're talking about it, and that's fine, and that's helping you, and that's healing you.
We still talk about slavery and Martin
Okay,
Luther
but I'm
King
not.
and Malcolm X. We talk
That's
about all.
beyond
No,
the
I'm saying
subject.
we always talk
I let
about
you
the same
speak though,
things.
but that's getting off the subject. I'm
We always
sticking
talk
to the
about the same
subject. I'm
things.
saying no. I'm asking you what are your solutions? Not just you, everyone on the panel. What's the solutions so this won't occur again? Okay, this is one of the solutions. So what's
Can
the
I answer?
other
Can I?
Hold on, let me.
Can I answer?
I just want
What?
clarification so I can give you a good answer. When you say what are the solutions, can you first define the problem?
Is that was my answer? Thank you.
But that's for Sister Fatima. If you can describe the problem, then I can see if I can have a answer for
the
you.
problem is, okay, some people are against him being in jail, and some aren't against him being or saying he's not in jail. That's besides the point. The problem is there are people that are still suffering, not even by him, but other people, but you know, by him, victims of sexual abuse. What's the solution? Like arguing and all of that. Whoop-de-doo.
Okay,
Debunk
so
him. Whoop-de-doo. But what is happening? Like he said, it wasn't no help 15 years ago. You know, by any therapist definition, those people that didn't get any help are still suffering from abuse. So
okay,
what
so are
is
you
the help? I'm sorry, I'm not done. What is the help offered for them? Because that would be the ending of all of this. What is the help for those victims?
Because he's in jail.
okay? So are you? I'm just want clarity. Are you still talking about York and not just victims of child of molestation?
I'm talking about the
general?
victims. Yes, the victims.
No, I'm saying
With York,
okay,
yes.
of York. Okay. So what are the solutions? So that's what Taariq was saying. So the actual trial took place in 2004, and and here we are in 2017. So you're looking at about a 13-year span. So a lot of time has gone by. And so what's in place? There's nothing formally in place to help Taariq and those others that are listed, that's been involved with the case. There's nothing formally in place at all. So, I mean, that's the most direct answer. Now,
wouldn't that be a goal? I mean, besides just, talking about what he didn't teach and all of that is fake, wouldn't that be a goal to help the victims?
Well, and yes, that would be a goal, but you got to understand that when people like Taariq, and he could speak for himself, but when you study victims of child molestation and things, it's not a simple fix it, quick fix. There are things that has to transpire for them to actually move on with their lives.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm asking. I'm not asking from a standpoint where I don't know.
Okay, I know. No, that's good. So
I don't help people.
So let me finish
in that area because I do. But
Okay, yeah, that's good. No,
I'm offering a solution to you, but I'm asking in a question form.
Okay, so now check this out. Let me just finish then, because it sounds like we're on the same page with that. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Listen, let me give you one second. So the reason why I said what I said is because there are multiple things that have to transpire among victims of child molestation. And what's transpiring right now with Taariq and others is part of it. It's part of it because part of it is to even look back and help others. So part of the therapy or part of getting through it or being able to move on with your life is actually what's taking place right now. So this is actually part of it, and they could speak for themselves. So like, for example, when they speak out and they speak about what has happened and so on and so forth, the fact that they can help others is rewarding, and it does something for them to actually handle and take care of what they themselves have gone through. And I'm sure Taariq can speak for himself.
Okay, but I agree with all of that. But I'm saying that it should be, with all of this, that in and all should be a solution where it's people with sexual abuse don't always come out and want to speak. So back and forth about that part is not helping all of them. That's maybe helping Taariq, I don't know, but that doesn't help all of them. Sexual abuse has taboos.
No, like I said, there's multiple things that take place, and different people handle it.
There's multiple avenues,
right?
And arguing about it. Okay, if you're gonna talk about the things in his book that's not correct or whatever in his books or his teaching, that's one avenue.
Yes, that's a separate issue.
That's another avenue, and you're adding on the sexual abuse. It has to be some separation.
There is separation.
Separation to get to some solutions.
There is sister.
What are the solutions?
Okay, first of all, there.
I didn't hear any. I just hear what he didn't do. I let you speak.
Okay.
I heard what he didn't do, what he didn't teach. That's fine and dandy. Whatever you want to, take on. But where's the solutions? I haven't heard any.
Okay, I believe you are hearing some, but it may not be the ones that you are looking for, because first of all, there are separations. There are dialogues about the doctrine, the Nuwaupian doctrine, the fact or fiction of it. That is a separate topic. That's a whole set of separate different issues. Then there's an issue of Dr. York's legal issues. And his legal issues spill over, obviously, to the victims. So that's a separate conversation. So one of the healing things is that if you have people that are looking at you, you've gone through the experiences that you are explaining to everybody, that you stood in court and testified for and so on, and you have a group of people that are looking at you and saying that you are a liar, that does something to a victim. So like I said, part of the healing process.
I said I agreed with you with that. So it's no need to reiterate that. I agree with you with that.
Okay, so if you feel that that's a part of the if you feel that's part of the solution, if you feel like that's a part of the solution, then at least say that that's a part of the solution. You want to add to the solution. Don't.
That's what I'm saying. You're not listening.
No, you said you said you.
Okay, I'm saying it with different words. You're using different words, but we're saying the same thing.
Brother Ezekiel, you breaking up really, really bad. You might have to leave and come back in. You breaking up real, real bad.
In an earlier broadcast, I heard.
Brother Ezekiel, I think you have to leave and come back in.
He can't hear you. You're gonna have to take him out.
Yeah, I can't kick him out. So yeah, sister. So like I even said it. I said it sounds like we're on the same page with that. I'm just emphasizing that what you're looking at in terms of arguing, different things are being argued. You got the argument about the doctrine, and then you got the argument that comes up with the legal issues. They are talked about at the same setting, but they are two separate issues. So like this hangout that's going on right now, both things are being talked about, but they're not being mixed together. It's just that they're being talked about at the same, in the same hangout. So you have Taariq here, who is a victim of York's molestation. And so he could speak to that. So the question about all the legal stuff as far as guilt or innocence, you have a person here who could speak, empirically about that. No need to ask me my opinion about it. So you have a person here. When it comes to doctrine, Chuck was here. He just fell out. He was talking about the doctrine. So, and I came on. All I was doing was answering questions that was in the chat. So if you have a different solution than what's already in progress, then you probably should talk to Taariq about that.
No, Taariq need to speak up for himself because you answering for him.
No, I'm not answering for Taariq. I know Taariq can speak very well for himself.
Taariq can speak for himself.
No, I was actually addressing the sister Fatima. I was saying that.
Okay, that's fine, and that's
that's
what I'm about. I'm about healing, and that's what it is.
Okay,
so I just think that it's one avenue, and which people heal and others don't.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. How many of the victims are you in touch with?
It doesn't matter.
No,
that doesn't matter.
Wait. Let me.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Okay, let me. All right, let me.
And it still wouldn't matter.
Oh yeah. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, let me tell you why I asked the question.
Matter.
Okay. All right. I heard you, but let me just explain why I asked you the question. Then maybe you have a different feeling about that. Reason why I asked you is because if you do have different solutions that could be very helpful to these people, then if you're in touch with them, then it would be good if you get with them and offer those solutions directly to them. Because for me, I'm not a victim. So if you have a solution that could help somebody, then obviously it's not for me because I don't need it. But the only person here right now is Taariq. So that's the only reason why I asked you, out of the victims, are you in touch with them? Because I would suggest, just as a suggestion, for you
I
to
agree.
deal
I agree. You said it. I agree. And
brother, can we get down to business? Because we there's some questions that that been lingering around the public that we want to get the answers to. So can we try to keep it moving? You know what I'm saying? Because it's late and there's a lot of people on the panel. I got at least one question for.
Okay, well, hold up, but that's cool, but but the way you kind of be dismissive, that's a serious.
I'm not being dismissive, brother. It's just we can propagate things a little quicker.
Hold up, you said let's get down.
See, this is why it's taking long, because none of us can conduct ourselves for 2 minutes without a. So when y'all was done talking, I just made a statement, brother. I'm not dismissing you. Y'all was done, and I said okay.
No, you're not dismissing me. I was saying the issue, because healing is very important. So go ahead.
I agree, and I'm not disagreeing that that something happened to the brother. That's not my stance, and I want him to know that. He needs to know that I don't disagree that something took place. However, I don't believe it was Mr. York. When someone is in a dark room and they say that they were molested in a dark room and couldn't been sure, that is reasonable doubt. So when reasonable doubt is involved, like you said, Mr. Ampu, I cannot base my judgment off of reasonable doubt.
He says there's some other guys in the room and they told him to show him his dick. Come on.
All right, but hold up 1 second. But let me just say something. Hold on, let me say something. Wait a minute. The dark room, the dark room, as if Taariq couldn't see.
You ain't got no story.
That couldn't see and everything like that. Where are you getting that from? I just want to know.
He said that out of his own mouth.
Okay,
He said that on someone else's panel. Oh no, you don't have to worry about that, Ampu. He's on the panel. He knows what he said. He can address what that.
Y'all keep talking for him.
Yeah. Okay. So you want to quote? Hold on. You want to quote me on a video?
Yeah.
And I'm talking right here, right now, and everything I'm saying is true. So what's up? Quote me.
So elaborate.
Quote me
I just did.
Quote me live. Everything I say is true. I've been molested.
I just said.
All right. Quote me right now. It was
Okay, let me
Malachi
say
York.
it, brother. Let me
If you
say
want to
it.
quote my old videos,
Yeah,
quote
all right,
this. Come on.
Yeah. I also know pathological liars as well. See, that's the thing that people are misleading and
Yeah, I know. You
forgetting
have
about.
a mirror.
I
You
also
have a
know
mirror.
pathological liars. See, there's a such thing as when you do have
everybody got a mirror.
No. There's a such thing as when you do become molested, there are mental things that take place, and being a pathological liar is one of them.
How do you know?
Because I researched it. Because I'm not talking out my ass,
I've been through
my
it,
man.
so I know. I've been through it. I could tell you. I relate.
Yeah, but when evidence,
you researched it, and I know through firsthand experience.
Hey, let's do it
every
this way.
time certain
Because I'm
things are
shutting you
asked,
down. That's
I
why
don't know
I'm
why
shutting
you
you
can't
down.
conduct yourself in a professional manner.
Let's do it this way. So
I don't know why you yelling and screaming when questions get tough. You begin to
Because
yell.
this is real. Because it's real. Why you
All
talking
right, so
about
answer the question.
Because it's real. That's
the
why.
brother.
Man, you're
Why
all
you
over the
not yelling
place.
and screaming? Because you ain't got no passion.
I'm not
That's
gonna
why
be
you're
yelling and
not yelling and
screaming because
screaming.
yelling and
Because it's
screaming
not
don't show
real
no
to you.
passion.
It's not real to you.
Yelling and screaming
That's
don't show
why.
passion, dude.
That's why.
Get
Yeah,
real.
it
No,
is.
get real. Yelling and screaming does not show passion. It shows
Why is it
immaturity.
you? Why
It
is
shows
it you though?
immaturity.
Why
It
is
shows
it to you?
immaturity, dude.
Why is
There's
it
no
to
other
you?
victims. There's no
Why is
other
there nobody
victims
else on
on
the
no
panel I'm
panel
yelling
yelling
at
and
but you?
screaming. Because you sound
Why is it
stupid,
you?
dude.
Hey, but
Why is
hold
it
on.
you? Why is it
Why
you? Ask yourself.
ain't no other
Look in the
victim
mirror.
yelling and screaming?
Why
Why
is
is
there
it you?
nobody else but you?
Why
Why
is
is
it
there
you?
nobody else but you
Where's
I'm yelling at?
All right, hold up.
Why is there nobody else but you? I'm good.
Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. One second, because we got to clarify something. Wait, we have to clarify something. The brother is claiming that Taariq's molestation, he believes it took place, but he doesn't believe that it was done by York. And his reasoning behind that is because he heard that Taariq said that it was in the dark and he don't know who it was. So Taariq is here right now, live and direct. Taariq can tell you who it was and if he chooses what happened and so forth. Because this he already said.
I used to sell this stuff.
Chuck, you think?
Yo, Larry.
Yeah, hold on.
Put your mic on pause.
Hold on.
Hey, I'll mute my stuff. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just finish this thought for a second. Then I can hear you really good, Ezekiel.
Hey, let me step outside.
Because I got a good question for you and Taariq.
Okay, one second. Hold up, Chuck.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you had to mute your mic for a second. Unless you were talking in the chat, it sounded like you were talking to somebody else.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody else.
Okay, yeah, if you can mute your mic. But listen, Taariq is here right now. The brother is saying that he believes Taariq is a victim of molestation, but he doesn't believe that York did it. So now, and his reason for that, as he gave, is that he heard in another video Taariq say that it was in the dark. So Taariq
is here. He said something else. Somebody told him to pull his dick out. Or something,
okay, and all that stuff. But the thing is that the brother was here. He fell out of the chat now, but Taariq is here right now. So it would have been better if the brother just asked a direct question. Hey, Taariq, I feel that you were a victim of molestation. Who molested you? And then he can hear it directly from Taariq's mouth right here, right now. And that would have been quick. That would have been a 3-second quick back and forth right there. No yelling, no nothing.
Right.
Okay, but the brother's gone now. So I know the brother Ezekiel had a question.
Taariq, why did your sister make a video saying that your mother made you say Dr. York did it and that you're lying? They don't know why you're lying.
So I'll answer your question. I don't know why she made that video because I didn't know she was making the video.
Yeah,
I didn't know she was. I know she made it, but I didn't know that she was making the video. I wasn't in collaboration with it. I didn't say, "Hey, say this or say that." So she did it without my knowledge. And then, can I just ask you a question?
Yeah. Ask me a question.
What's her name?
I don't remember the name, but I watched the video. I don't remember the name, but I watched the video. I give you that.
So that's what I'm
I
saying is
watched a
that
couple
people.
videos you made.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that people say, "Oh, my sister said this," but then like, like you just said, you don't know her name. So like when you find out, she's not my sister's sister. It's like her mom, my dad is with her mom.
But that's okay.
And
That's
we
why I
have
asked you.
siblings. So yeah, that's my sister. But then did we grow up together? Did we, you know, like, do I confide in her? Like, so, you know, I'm answering the question. She made that video on her own as other videos came out as propaganda to show a different thing. Now, what I want to say is that I have her information, you know, but can you produce her today and have her say the same thing, or ask her why she said that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's 2017. We Facebook Live, anything, Messenger. We can get her to say right now, today, because it should just answer everything.
Yeah,
And then on top of that, it's like 6 degrees of separation, because my sister said that I said that my mom said. But then right now I'm saying to you as one direct person, like one and one. So you have 1 and 1 versus 6 degrees of separation. So, you know, I can't answer like why she made that video saying that I said that something, because I didn't know she was making a video.
All right. Well, what about the other statement you made about you came in the trailer or whatever? It was 2 boys in there, 2 guys was in there, wherever. They told you to pull out your penis or whatever.
Okay, so I'll answer that question too.
Touched you.
I'll answer that question too. You know, so based on the way you asked me the question, by not really having a direction to ask, and I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just trying to say that it seemed that you really didn't even know which situation or account of molestation that you were talking about, because there's the first incident where I was introduced to the molestation, where I went into a trailer with a woman and Malachi York was naked and there was a porno on, and that's one incident. There's been another incident when it was me, Malachi York, another a female, and another boy, you know. So when you say other boys, it wasn't just me and another boy. It was Malachi York, another woman, myself, and or another boy. So, you know, like now those two, the way you asked me the question, those are separate incidents. So it's not, to me, it doesn't make sense to me. So I'm.
But you straighten it out. No, I can go with what you said. You straighten it out. Now, did any of those incidents did Malachi York touch you? Or Dwight York?
In every instance, from the first to the last, and it was 7 years of you know.
All right, so hopefully those are direct answers for you.
Yeah, that's exactly. So,
but hold up, I just want to say this, brother, that the questions that you're asking right now, and that Taariq is answering you, he already answered those during the trial. And I mean, I'm not saying this just for you. I'm saying it for those who are still listening to this live hangout and who gonna watch the video. That everything that Taariq is saying and the questions you have, those answers and what he's saying is what he said at trial.
And I think there's another one where he said, I think somebody approached him and asked him to recant it. He said something about one time someone asked him to recant his story. Don't do it. He recanted it. Then he came back and changed it and did it because he was thinking at the time, easy him out here. Am I saying it right, Taariq?
Well, he has his mic muted, but I just like on the other thing, I think you're mixing a couple of instances.
Right, go ahead.
Like you may be it may not be fresh in your mind, but no, I mean
it's not, because it was a couple months back.
Yeah.
It was months ago.
Yeah, so that's understood. So the thing is that whether it was changed or not, because the brother said that he did sign an affidavit before,
Right.
and it's been posted around. And what
Yeah, he did say that.
yeah, and the thing is that people use that to say that Taariq is unreliable, and that he's like, you know, he flip flops back and forth, and that's really the end of the point of other people bringing that. And I'm not saying you, but other people bring that up to kind of show or try to show that Taariq is not believable. He's not a credible person, and we should not believe him when he says that he was molested by York. So what I said even earlier, speaking to that, I said, if that's the case, fine. But we also have to apply that to York himself, because York said that he's innocent in the beginning, which is what most people do at arraignment. And then he pled guilty, not once, but twice. And now everyone's saying he's innocent again. And one of his guilty pleas is still in record. So the same thing that people will try to apply to Taariq as being unreliable, they would have to say the same thing about York himself. He's unreliable because
York also
he flipped back and forth.
York also said he did. He switched it up because he was trying to get the his wife and everybody else free. He didn't want everybody else. That's
right. That's true. But hold up, you're absolutely right that York has said that. But that's the same thing as Taariq just giving a reason why he did it. Giving a reason why he did something doesn't take the fact that it was done. Now, to speak to York's reason, that's false. And you can confirm that it's false because at the time that York took the pleas, which was January 2003, it was January 23rd for the federal and January 24th for the state in 2003. At that time, the women that he was trying to get out, they weren't even in jail. And he knew that. I know that for a fact because I was visiting him and I told him. And everybody, I wasn't the only one that told him. So they weren't even in jail. They were already out. They got released in December. York took the plea in January, the end of January. And these women were released at the beginning of December. I believe December 6th or December 8th of 2002. So that reasoning goes out the window. And people don't have to believe what I'm saying. They could just go ahead and look it up.
So, I seen another video where I think it was with Taariq's sister, his real sister, the one that married York, and another girl. She was laying in the bed, and she said she never, they had sex with other women in the room in bed, but they never ever saw York with any boys or kids or any of that other factor.
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of foggy for you too, because I don't even recall what you just said. It sounds like you mixing up a few things.
Nah, it was his sister talking to another chick with the hat on their head, and they went all the way back to Jabia, all that up in the mountains in Catskills. Her leaving from Brooklyn at a young age, being married to him, talking about the statue in his room, how she used to walk from this and clean his house up, and then later on going to Jabiaza and all that.
No, but you were saying that she didn't participate in anything dealing with boys. That's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, they said it was another one. Yeah, I might be mixing up that too. You're right. I may be mixing up part of that with another video too, where the chick said that with the girls in the room and then never seen no kids and nothing else funny going on. Yeah, it was other females in the bed with us. But
that's part of the testimony at trial as well, where some of the victims did not witness some of the others, and some of them they did. So that's already laid out. That was already mentioned in the trial as well. So that's very, that's possible. I mean, that's what was said.
Yeah. So there's no other victims that's willing to step up and help with this.
Well, to my knowledge, a lot of over the years, a lot of them have spoken up in various different ways. Taariq and his sister Nikki has come on this kind of platform with YouTube and Google, but others have made statements and said things on social media such as Facebook. all the way back a couple of years ago, Issa Johnson wrote a poem, a couple of poems, 3, I believe. And the first one sparked, it basically opened Pandora's box. So when you say, are there any others that are stepping up or whatever? I mean, this over the past 4 or 5 years, most of them have made statements in some form or fashion, but may not be right here on YouTube like this.
Okay, I know the brother been waiting to say something. I don't want to hold it up. The brother right
Yeah,
there.
I just had a question, really. One or two. One for Anpu, because I know I've been watching and hearing broadcast earlier. For the sister that was on and asking about solutions, didn't you say early on in the case that the victims' monies, or that they were there was monies put aside for them to have treatment and other things after the case was over, because the victims didn't see that they were going to need it in the future, and some monies was put aside for them?
Well, there was restitution that was involved, and it's called restitution. So that was involved, and that was part of the investigation to in terms of the sentencing and what was going to be recouped or recovered in terms of the restitution. So that was part of that. And whether they went through it, whether the funds was there or whatever the case is, the victims themselves will have to answer to that, because everybody had a different situation.
That's what I would ask Taariq, if he received any of these services or assistance well after the case, being that it's been such a long time and so many years, that they have to work through these things. If he comes back on or unmutes his mic, if they received any services.
Yeah, so the restitution, as far as I'm aware, when he was arrested, he was seized with $400,000, and a majority of that went towards the, if I understand correctly, it went towards the state. So what was left of that 400,000 was allocated to the however much amount of victims that was a part of the case, for the purposes of medical or psychological or educational avenues. So those the portion of what was left of the 400,000, which was a little bit over $100 and something thousand, if I'm not mistaken, were divided, were allocated towards all the victims. So myself personally have not, I haven't had no restitution or anything like that, any money allocated. I did do 2 years of counseling, but that was through Medicaid, because they had Medicaid at the time. So they had, Medicaid psychologists and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there was restitution put aside for the victims.
The thing I would actually lead with that is, like, the sister was talking about solutions, and it's crazy because organization is still going on. Just like any cult or religion or any organization that's founded, it's like sometimes it outlives its founder for many years. I mean, we look at the churches, and there's plenty of cases that go on in there, and they're still in business. The panel have any ideas of what would be a better solution to some of the victims, to help some of the victims that haven't come out, or towards the problem of the doctrine still being propagated, And it's like, if I understand properties and things under his names, or family members that are also taking care of things. I mean, I think there should be some type of case or thing to continue the restitution process and help the victims. It's hard to prevent it while it's actually still going on, or if it's still being propagated and people are continuously being misled. I mean,
well, let me just say what the outcome on that issue dealing with the legal aspects of things is that the organization and the tenets that laid out on paper were viewed as noble ideas and noble things. So it was kept as a separate issue in terms of solutions and things being in place for the victims and things like the sister was saying or was mentioning earlier about solutions and things. What I have witnessed with the various different victims is that there's something very, very simple that a lot of them, I'm not going to speak for all of them, but from most of them that I heard from, is that an acknowledgement, a definitive acknowledgement of wrongdoing on the part of York. And they never received that. Now, when he pled guilty in both the state and federal venue, that was on the road to that. But as of right now, and since then, and up until right now, that these people who are listed as victims, they are being denied of just an admission of wrongdoing on his part. In other words, a public apology, an apology to them, and so on and so forth. You will hear a lot of them say that. And some of these videos, recent videos, you'll hear, matter of fact, I believe Nikki said it one time kind of recently. Like they are not even getting that from him. But instead, on the flip side, you have people saying that he's innocent. And you have to think about this. If like Taariq is right here and he is saying that he's a victim of molestation. So if I'm a person saying that York is innocent, then even though I didn't utter these words, I'm indirectly saying, Taariq, you're a liar, that you've never gone through what you've gone through. And so that is in no way going to ever help a victim of any crime like that. So it's a whole bunch of things going on. So when people talk solutions, there's a lot of things that are involved. There's no like one cookie cutter thing that can happen with solutions, even with the therapy or the restitution that would fund, whatever therapy, that still even takes time. You got people, that are far removed now, like 15 years later, that are still impacting. They try to cover it up. They try to move on with their lives and things like that. But yet, deep down, it's still impactful because they haven't gone through all the necessary steps. So psychologists study this. Psychiatrists, psychologists, they study this, and they have different plans or suggestions that people should go through. Whether it was done for the victims, they had to speak, on themselves if they do it. And Taariq just said that he didn't. So,
Can I say something real quick? Donnie Addison, if you remember the last hangout we did on here, I think it was back in February, March, can't remember. She was one that kept it in for years. And if you go back, you could actually listen to her talk about it. And this is also answers the question why some people will say, well, if this was going on, how come people waited years to say something? But we also, when dealing with solutions, we also got to understand everybody processes it differently. Some people just try to avoid it and, put it in the back of their head as if it's going to go away. There's a shame factor, especially for males in this case. There's a shame factor. So if you listen, for an example, to Donnie Addison on that last hangout, I mean, it got to the point where she got so emotional talking about it, she had to leave, actually leave the hangout. So I'm bringing that up because just like Ampu was saying, as far as coming up with solutions, obviously this, as we said, talking about it is step one, but it's hard because everybody's processing this differently. There's some people that'll bottle this up for years. There's some people that deal with it head on, and there's some people that just refuse to deal with it altogether. It's just that's how they deal with it. So, I mean, that has to be kept in mind. And if you didn't see that, or if anybody didn't see her speak on there, I would suggest they go watch that because that gives a different mindset.
Right. And I'm just looking at the at the chat. You know, certain people see in these kinds of conversations, certain people are their minds are made up. So the conversation is really not for them. You know, it's like it's really fruitless or silly to debate someone or to argue with someone whose mind is already made up, because you're not going to get anywhere anyway. So it's really for the benefit of people listening and for the live thing. And I'm speaking to Malachi's disciples, because earlier I forgot to mention this. Earlier he said that nothing that we saying is going to change his mind. So I mean, if that's the case, then there's really no need to have a conversation. And then, you know, like I just present information and people can make up their own minds, but some people need to lean on a crutch of somebody else's opinion, which is why I always get asked the question, do I think York is innocent or guilty? Do I think he's guilty? Because they know I worked on the case and I worked directly with him. They're like, well, do you think he's innocent or guilty? Because they feel that my answer may have a little bit more weight because I was there. I was helping out. And I still refuse to this very day to answer that question. Instead, I give people something better. I give them information so they can make up their own mind. And in other words, I put people in the position of being a juror, as if you were called to jury duty in the case. So I give you all the information that the jury saw, and then you can make up your own mind. And if you come out and say, hey, I think there's some doubt there, or he's innocent, then that's on you. If you come out of it and say, hey, I think he's guilty or whatever, then that's also on you. But at least you made your mind up for yourself. And that's my position, because I'm not a victim. Now, Taariq will obviously have a different position. He will tell you exactly what's what, because he's listed as a victim, and he would be able to tell you how he was victimized and the whole nine. That's not me. That's not my reality. I was never molested or victimized by York, so I could never have that position.
Anpu, I don't want to disrespect you or cut you off. I just want to say something before I go off the air. And I'm glad that the energy got changed to the solution thing, and I don't want to take away from Taariq or anything of that nature, because I've been a part of that molestation thing and all that. But and I'm good. But for the other guys, my boy right here with the 8-point star and Larry, you know what I mean? Like, anytime we could meet up with my crew and we could get to this information thing. We could deal with that information thing. Nuwaupianism, I don't mess with that. Nuwaupu is fake. Taariq is fake. Anything else you want to get to, we can get to it anytime.
Hey,
I don't see how you say you believe in Orishas and Yoruba and all this, and you try to make fun of RIS and all these other entities. You know what I mean? So you show and prove your entities, I'll show and prove mine.
Anytime.
Larry, you know what time it is.
Anytime.
Larry, you know what time it is.
Yeah, I like to say something.
Hey, brother. I mean, not brother.
I like to say something. I got to cut him off right there. I got to cut you off right there, my friend. I've sat quiet during this whole thing, and I'm glad you said that. You wanna say, show and prove Orisha? Is that what you said?
I know Orisha is real. That ain't what I'm talking about.
So what you want?
I know who this is. This Malik, Mr. Pickleman. Yeah, I know who you is. Don't think
you know who I is, or you know who I am?
I don't know you personally. I know that voice.
That's nice.
I know that voice. So
okay.
You want to say like the entities we speak about or talk about is fake and fraudulent? Well, I could say the same thing about Orisha, but it's not true. It's not true.
So then what's your point?
All right, so what's your point? That's my point. Y'all get up here and you make all these assumptions.
What is this? Is this hold on. Is this on who's on first and second and third base?
Away from what was going on,
look,
so I'm
man.
not even gonna do it.
Hey, can I ask a question? I got really
I just want to say one thing, dude. I just want to say one thing. I'm not coming at you. Slow it down and just pay attention.
All right. I'm gonna pay attention, guys.
Okay, thank you. You just sat here and said, prove Orisha, prove your deities. That's what you said.
Right.
Then you turn around, you say, I know they're real. I'm lost, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm lost at what you say. I gotta say
Never
the same
mind.
confusing shit you
Never
say.
mind.
I gotta use
never
what
mind.
you use.
Hey,
Never mind.
I just want to ask for. I just want to ask for clarity. I forgot your name.
He's saying that you made a statement that the planet risk isn't real. And he said, you know, the 19th. Hold on, you asked me to explain for you. He said that the 19th. You said that the 19th galaxy was not real. So he said that one could say that about the same to say the same thing about the Orisha. He's not denying the Orisha. He said, so how could you deny what reptilians or whatever? That's what the question was.
Oh, can I clear? I just want to use just some
That's pretty
clarity
easy, but okay.
with the I forgot the brother's name, but I guess Sister
It's Gregory Jackson.
Oh, brother
Yeah.
Gregory. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I just want clarification. So are you? Because you said you don't. I mean, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you said you don't believe in the Taariq or something like that.
Nah. Yeah, that's what I said, Ampu. I know Delonte Jones, Mental Hotep, and them making that shit up. I'm in agreement with Chuck with that, with Larry. He know my view on that.
Oh, but I'm saying, so let me ask you: are you? But are you? But you are a Nuwaupian. Okay.
I wasn't no fool to follow no man. I like Lord Abu said, I got in there, got my confirmation, what I was there for, and I moved on.
Okay, I got you, because I was confused. So basically,
I ain't follow. I got what the teacher said. I did what he said do. I didn't do what they said do.
Okay, I got you now. So when you said, yeah, I feel you now. I think I'm clear now. So when you said for them to prove their deities and then you prove yours, you're basically not from a perspective of Nuwaupu. You're just saying just period, just like
right,
you know,
not from Nuwaupu, bro. You know, we know that shit is fake. We know that shit is made up.
Brother Gregory.
We know that shit is made up.
Brother Gregory, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would definitely like to come and say, I mean, I can only speak how I don't look at deity as something external to worship. I look at them as archetypes, and I work with the consciousness that they project. So the spiritual path that I work with, I don't worship anything external. There's many Obakalas, there's many Yemayas.
There you go. That's real.
Okay.
That's real.
So I mean, I would definitely love to have a conversation with you about that.
Yeah, we could build. We could definitely build anytime.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm with it. All right, I got my own channel, Gregory Jackson. I make videos, me and my wife.
Okay.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime.
Malachi's
Malachi's disciple, part of that crew too.
Yeah, for Malachi's disciple.
Boy out in London, 9 Eat the Boys, Yahuel in jail, Kevin L. We did.
Hey brothers, I would just like to say right quick, if y'all hear me, the title on your stream is Breaking the Spell, and I've been coming around since like 96, and even before I came into the doctrine, I was doing a lot of the same kind of things that York was doing, like breaking words down and studying things and breaking out all the books, and that's why I began to follow. And it was only till like last year when I really started hearing a lot of the victims like Taariq and Nicole and some of the stuff that Chuck was doing, and really like, you know, just keeping my distance and watching. It's just like the stories and looking back at the time when I was actually more actively in, how things played back again in my mind differently. And I started, you know, breaking that spell. And it's true, you know, we got a little bit of knowledge, and it drew you into a community that, you know, there was a lot more going on than
it was too much going on.
Apparent to the eye.
Yeah.
And, Ezekiel, I remember.
You know, it's very.
You remember me, man. We've actually sat together. I don't know if you remember me, brother.
Yes, brother, I do. I've been watching, Mike. I'm watching you. Like we used to say back then, watchers watching stuff. I feel like
watchers watching. That's right.
I'm a watcher, bro. And brothers need to realize that, you know, that there's still a lot of us out here, and we're watching. There's a lot of watchers. Okay.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Listen, I wanted to engage, but because I'm out right now and I'm entertaining guests, I wasn't able. All I could do is just listen. Maybe we can pick that up at some other point. But yeah, I love when it has some substance to it. But yeah, I'm still listening, but I'm also taking care of other things. And I all I remember for the most part, it got really, really. I don't know. I might have to go back over there and check it out. And I know it's going to be spin a different way by the time it's being used in a different way. But it's okay.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I ain't gonna spend that. I ain't gonna spend that, Chuck.
No, see, the thing is that it's a thing. So I,
Gregory Jackson.
brother Greg, Gregory. I'm sorry. Yeah, I appreciate you saying what you just said about the fact that you and your wife have a channel and that you extended yourself to have a dialogue about proving deities and having a discussion, because that's all I was asking Malachi disciples.
I know you was. He just young, bro.
Who is he? And does he represent a group or not? Because see, I don't.
You know what? He represents himself.
Really.
And that's how you have to take him and deal with him from the information that he gives. He's very intelligent. He was a little high.
He does a lot of research.
He's on his game.
He got his own channel. He makes his own.
Okay, that's good. I would suggest to him, because I see him still in the chat. I would suggest to him, if he's a good researcher, then if there's any issues with legal stuff with Malachi York, then he should use that research skill to go ahead and get the documentation and deal with that first. That way he don't have to deal with people's opinions. Like, go with that first.
Absolutely.
And then formulate some further questions and stuff like that. And that's all I always say. I don't deal with whether York is innocent.
The documentation that he's going by is things that he's heard people say on their videos.
Right, and that's not cool. That's not it. That's the difference.
But it's documented. It's just not written.
And okay.
What about Nuwaupian facts?
No, that's not. See, let me.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm saying court documents, actual transcripts.
Yeah, what about Nuwaupian facts court documents? They good?
I mean, if it's court documents, then court documents are court documents. But when you get into when you get into commentary and stuff like that, that's when you get into people's opinion and they're trying to explain something. That's a different story. But court documents, a lot of court documents that people have, they came from me. They came from me.
So, my bag, Malachi.
So they came from me. So when they see from the indictment all the way down to whatever else, I encourage people to get a Pacer account. They can go to pacer.gov and get a Pacer account. It's free, and they can look up any federal venue, any federal public record, and they could download it. It's like 8 cents a copy. When you download it, that's when you pay. So depending on how many pages the document you want to download is, they'll charge you right then and there. But to get the account is free. You don't have to travel far. All you gotta do is go to Pacer, and you could download these documents for free. Anything that's public, anything that's under seal, obviously you won't be able to get that. But all the public stuff, you can get that. Pacer, pacer.gov. People can get it, or Pacer Courts, I believe. But they can look it up.
All right.
Okay,
thank you. What's the brother name that say you see my videos? The Spanish brother. What's your name? The watcher. Say you watcher. You say you seen the video I made breaking the spell. What's your name, brother?
My name is Ezekiel. Back in
okay, I see you spell it different.
Ezekiel is Ezekiel. Say it right.
Yeah, he said he seen my video. That was hot.
Some of the brothers know me from back in Brooklyn, but I'm out in Cali now, and I've been watching for a long time. I was, like I said, around since like '96, and I didn't walk into the Blue House until like 2007. But even then, it's like crazy because I saw this stuff going on. I remember when York got locked up in 2002, was it? And I actually saw it in a magazine like Vibe magazine or Double XL or something like that. one of these rap or hip hop magazines, and I was away at the time, like serving the country, and I actually tried to go down to the land that time, like around like 2002, after this whole thing had happened, and I saw like the houses and how things were empty, and I didn't get to the actual land. I went down to Shady.
I went down there in 2004. Yeah, it was terrible.
Yeah, and I couldn't find nobody. There were literally empty open houses, and people had the Egyptian statues on their windows and everything like that.
Hotep was still walking around looking like a fool.
Yeah,
but I just went to get a holy tablet though. But in 97, when Doc said, "Don't come down here no more," the truth chosen you out there in the world doing the work. He said he's surrounded by a number of disagreeables. That was it for me. He gave me a hug, and I was good, and I ain't looked back.
That's what's up. I wrote Doc while he was in, and I got like 3 letters back from him. And even back then, he was talking. I can't find these letters now, but I did have them. If I ever find them, I'd like to post them. But I remember him telling me how he was still on the Jesus Christ thing, and he was calling him by different names. And I'm the type of brother that when I was around, I would ask the questions that other people might have been scared to ask. And they were very simple questions. The same way like Doc had taught us to like question everything, or go check it out. I would be that brother that would ask. And it threw a lot of Nuwaupians off because they were good, simple questions,
Yeah, because they're robots.
I remember I literally wrote him, "Listen, I've been, following you for a long time. I believe in you, blah, 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 but I need to know." And I asked him the same questions they taught us in elementary school. Who, what, when, where, why, and why do you believe this? What is it that you believe? And he wrote me back, and it was kind of crazy. But being in the doctrine and everything, I understood what he was saying. And, like I said, I wrote him like 2-3 times and he responded back, and it meant a lot to me. And it was nice making that connection. But at the same time, it's like now, having been around so many brothers and sisters, and like being in the community after all of this chaos happened, it's crazy to see how people reacted and responded. And then the stuff that came out, I was always one that floated around. I mean, even back in the 90s, I was going to Hebrew Israelites. I was going, I'm a light-skinned Puerto Rican brother walking up in 125th, just like home books.
Like, you look familiar too.
I did my homework. I was there.
I did too. Yeah.
I was always watching. I was always studying.
I was on Fulton Street with Sakina and I was on Coney Island on Myrtle, on Mermaid. I was on Flatbush. I was everywhere.
I went up to Mount Vernon. I did all of that.
That's the only place I didn't get to hit was the Mount Vernon joint.
So the thing is, I see it from an inside-outside perspective. And just having seen, I literally seen Habiba, I've seen other people, and I've seen, even when I was really in at that time, and this is way after how stuff was going down, and it was chaos,
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't want to talk about it, but it's the truth. It's that we get sucked up in the doctrine that we don't.
It wasn't just Doc.
Yeah, we lose that. We lose that perspective of being like, whatever from the streets, or being, sharp and looking at things, calling things for what they are. And so we let things slide and we don't pick up on things. And so when people started falling off, all these victims and other things coming out, it just really woke me up. And it's like, damn, I really was under a spell. And it's so crazy because he was the one trying to tell us that he had the solution to breaking the spell.
What?
If he
did, if you paid attention though.
Yeah, no, he
a lot of people just followed instead of doing the work.
He put us under a spell. He even taught us how to spell words, and he taught us how to play with it.
He told you don't pick up that holy tablet because it'll put your ass to sleep. It'll put you to sleep, man. And a lot of dudes, it wasn't for them, and they It wasn't for him. He said
we
it wasn't for them.
we still argue about doctrine, we still argue about all these things going on, but really what it comes down to is about like the people and the, you know, also the victims and the people that got hurt and the people still out there
back to.
They call the new souls coming in and really don't know what they're getting into, and it just perpetuates.
They don't.
But that's why we always say that so people are so lost into these books that they forget how to have humanity and love and respect and peace. That's the goal of it all. So all of this, that's why I said, what are the solutions? Okay, these things happen. So what is the solutions? Where's the love? Where's the peace? Where's the harmony? I don't care what you study or what way of life you're in.
You can learn.
That's the ultimate way.
Yeah, you can learn from anything. You can take a bad and turn it good.
So what's the solution?
You could take a positive and turn it bad.
For the people that are listening to this, that are learning this, they are stuck too. They're upset that this happened and they're stuck there. They just want to fight Nuwaupians. So you know what I'm saying? So it's no solution based all around the board. Right. So that's why I said, where's the solutions?
Well,
all of these panels, all of these things being said.
Now check this out. Now look at what, like, if you step back and look at the bigger picture of all Nuwaupians, or people who were either they may not consider themselves a Nuwaupian, but they have been influenced, you know, by the doctrine and still sympathize with some of the information. Like overall, there's the doctrine itself and the way that everything is operating. It allows for this kind of differences going on. So you have some people who, you got some people who don't even think that York is in jail. You got some people who think that York is has nothing to do with the most recent books, the actual facts and the Taariq and all that. Right. Okay. Right. So yeah, you mentioned that earlier. And then you got some people who believe, you know, who believe it all and the whole nine. And so there's a division even among those who are considered Nuwaupians, or, you know,
those who consider themselves Nuwaupians with a P.
That's right. Native Americans with a P, Nuwaupians with a B, and the whole nine. So to me, I think that Nuwaupians and Nuwaupians and all that stuff, so for some reason they have to come together, identify some problems within, and then solve all that stuff first, because it's a lot of things that are going on that are problematic for the whole. And and by me being directly in the inside, I see and I know why certain people say what they say. Like, I know why you say what you say about the Taariq and the actual facts and stuff. Like, why you say he don't have anything to do with it. I can show you things and show you that he does have something to do with it. On many of them, like what I can show, because I have letters from him and visitations from him and information sent out from him to me that got inside of the book.
I'm glad you're saying that, because I posed a question. If people saying that they just going by the phone call conversation, if these letters that, like Prince York said, 100 of them was coming in through Brooklyn, why not post those letters to show that he had some type of influence? He could have made.
Yeah, I can do that. I can show you. I can show you. Yeah, I can show you, like, yeah, everything. See, the things I say, if I can't show you, then I don't either say it or I'll tell you.
This is a part of the solution. You said, you know, this is a part of the solution. So where would you post them?
Okay, where would I post them? I've posted some of them before, so I could dig them up. And you specifically, guys, post them on Facebook before. There's a group called a Facebook group under Nuwaupianism. I forgot the exact name of the group. Then there was a group called USA versus York, where a lot of legal documents and the documents that I'm talking about have been posted, and it's been posted on Chuck's website. And there was another website that's no longer existing that I had posted it on before. So I have no problem posting to help satisfy or answer some of these questions. Like when people doubt that he was in jail, you know, I posted some things on me visiting him and everything, you know, and all that stuff. And then about the book, certain books, like the first actual fact book called the poem book, that came out as a letter. I can show you letters where he's drawing in different diagrams, and the sisters take that and they collect it. They accumulate certain letters and information in there, and then they research and add to it, and they will draw diagrams or get pictures to illustrate certain points or whatever the case is, and then put it together real nice and neat, colorful, and the whole nine. Then it becomes a particular scroll.
I have a question.
Hey, can I just say something real quick on that? I'm sorry, Fat.
I have a question real quick. And
sure.
According to AdMax, where he is,
mm-hmm.
with the inmates and them writing letters,
mm-hmm.
he's only allowed to write 2 pages. So how long was the time span where he put these books together?
Okay, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the early actual facts and even the early Taariq, you gotta, if you read them,
maybe the early ones. Yeah.
Hold up. Let me just finish. If you read them all, a lot of the information is very repetitive. There's some information that's new and is added on. But if you extract all the repetition, there's a lot less than a lot of people realize. So that's number one. So, but two is that even when the actual facts was being published and sold, though that information was old by then, because those are older letters. Like I can show you letters from 2007 or 2006 that became the much later actual facts.
That's right.
So he wasn't even at ADX max for some of that. So,
he was still bouncing around through the counties, right?
No, he was in Marion. He was in he was in Marion, Illinois, and he was in what do you call it, Leavenworth. Those two
I heard about the stop in Leavenworth. Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying, so some of that doesn't have to do with AD Max. Now, even at AD Max, he's restricted maybe to how many pages per letter he can write. But he even when he's restricted, sometimes he can still write family members, people who have been verified as blood relatives, like his sister, and pretty much that's what it boils down to sometimes.
Right.
And so what happens is he will write letters, but in the letters he will sacrifice a page or two and spit doctrine. We know what they will call doctrine, and he will write small talk and just regular letter stuff, and then all those things would get accumulated and accumulated, and the sisters will collect them.
The accumulation that you're speaking of, was it things accumulated from like the holy tablets and other books put together? I'm asking questions that are asked. No, go
ahead. I'll just say it. Just ask it again, because
okay, I'm asking questions that are often asked.
Right.
So the things that were accumulated, were those things accumulated from the holy tablets and other books that he's written and put into a book called The Actual Facts or the Taariq?
No, it's a combination of what he writes in the letters, and then the sisters back it up with quotes from the already printed books, or they will try to illustrate and find pictures to put inside the books, and so on and so forth, to create an actual scroll. But it comes from him writing a letter, and then they expound on whatever it is, the topic. So like, for example,
so the expounding is their view, or is it where they authorized to write their expound?
No, that's what I was going to say. So let's say he write a topic. I'm just going to pick anything. Let's just say he write a topic about Tahuti, and he writes it in a letter. He writes 2 pages, front and back, and he reserves the second sheet for small talk or whatever about Tahuti and whatever he wants people to know about Tahuti. So then he'll let the sisters know that add to this from something else he wrote where he mentions Tahuti and stuff. So they'll add to it to make it thicker, to add and expound on it. And so you'll see what appears to be new information mixed with something that was already written. And that's what I meant by repetition. So a lot of things are repeated, whether it's the holy tablets or not. It's just, whatever doctrine books that was already out. So a lot of that is what takes place. And then it's just some stuff that he reads, because remember, we sent him books and he would read and study. York is in there learning, like he's reading, and then he's taking information that he's reading about and then regurgitating it back out in his own way. So he will write something and put his spin on it and then send it back out.
Can I just add something to that real quick, brother Ampu?
Yeah.
And also, when we would go into the visits in AdMax, and between the years of, I'm gonna say 2007 to 2011, also there was a printing company, a book company called Adventures Unlimited Press, where he would request myself, and I have the letters to back it up, to send him certain books like the Orion Prophecy, the Canopus Revelation. So a lot of those actual facts that were coming out between the years of 2007 to 2011, he did cipher some of the stuff out of those books. Now, as you know this, Ample, when you go into the visit, you're not allowed to bring any paper, pen, or nothing. So we would go into the visit, and 3 people were allowed in max at the same time if it was a personal visit. Now, a lot of the times he would also, in the dialogue and the conversation, give you quote unquote doctrine. And after we would leave the visit, we would sit down, put the notes together, and like Brother Rick Ampu said, then the sisters would kind of piece it together and do the research and place the diagrams. Now that happened frequently, and I can attest to that during that period, especially for that first set of actual fact scrolls. But I would encourage people to go on to adventuresunlimitedpress.com, and you'll see a lot of books. And if you take your time to go through them, I would definitely recommend you get the Canopus Revelation. You're going to see a lot of stuff in the poem book and some of the other books that came out at that time. As Brother Ampu said, that he kind of put his spin on, and then the sisters kind of pieced together. So yeah, it's a conglomeration of all. It's not really one particular process, how those.
Yeah, like they said, Nifu used to go visit him, and she's supposed to came back and regurgitated word from word what he said.
I was in many visits with her, and that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, and I did the same thing. I mean, I in visits, there's certain visits that they would allow you with nothing. In certain visits, they allowed me to have a Bible there with me, and no pen and pad, but a Bible and whatnot, or even a pencil. They'll give you this little short pencil. But
and someone regurgitated verbatim everything he said.
No, verbatim is subjective because if you sit there, I don't know, the visits are 6 hours usually, and no one is gonna sit there for 6 hours and remember everything.
Yeah,
word for word.
exactly.
So if somebody says verbatim, they're exaggerating. But the thing is that when you do come out of the visit, like me, I could just give you my personal experience. I will come out of the visit, and when I go back to the car, I don't even drive off. I immediately have my notepad and everything like that, and I will try to recall everything that I possibly could that he said.
And some of it will come from yourself.
No, with me, I didn't have to do it because I wasn't writing in a book. So all I was doing was remembering bullet points.
I'm talking about in general. I'm saying it would come from yourself. Even if you said hot, I could say warm. You know what I'm saying? So that information would come from self. Everybody computes information differently.
Well, yeah, that's what I said. It's a level of. I mean, if anybody said that you're sitting in 6 hours and you come out and you remember every single word exactly, all wise writing exact, they're exaggerating. But this is the thing. Now, this is another part of the process that people don't understand is that York would write York would have visits and he would say what he say, and then notes will be taken from the visit as Mike just explained. Then you have whatever is compiled, they would send it in to him, so that there's a level of proofreading that goes on by him himself, and then he'll okay it. So people have to understand that that's part of the process too. That they will write him a letter, and it would be a put together form of what he sent them in the first place with the added information, and they would send it back into him, and then he would say, okay, yeah, that's cool. Or he would say, all right, well, that's cool, but add this. And that goes on as well. So it's a two-way street.
So they allow him to steal with his charges or whatever all those I don't know all the charges, what his charges were. So they still allow him to speak on the doctrine?
Most definitely. He could speak on the doctrine. There's nothing in the visits or anything that would prevent him from speaking about the Natharu, as they call them, the Anunnaki, as they call them, risk, whatever, anything in the holy tablets. He could freely talk about that. There's nothing that bars him from doing that. He could write
Can
letters
I
about it.
ask
What
this?
what was an issue was when people would write him in the Nuwaupic script, and then he would try to write back out in the Nuwaupic script. They basically said something about that because
like a gang letter.
right,
or something.
they didn't want it to appear that he was writing code exactly. So stuff like that, but actually the content itself, he could talk about the doctrine. He could talk about Star Wars movies, Star Trek movies. They wouldn't, they don't, he could talk, to them, you talk about Murdoch and Tiamat smashing and Beru smashing and Murdoch. It sounds like a science fiction movie anyway. So, they don't bar him from the content.
Has he ever been stopped from writing any letters because of giving direct orders or being connected with anything that's happened on the outside?
Not through the letters. He would get what they call shots, nicknamed shots, but these are disciplinary actions taken against him for any prison violations, and the prison violations can get real lengthy or whatever. So he would get disciplinary actions, and then some privileges will be removed. And in some instances, it will be his phone calls. Some instances it will be phone calls and letter writing privileges, and some of them would be not total restriction, but it'll be partial restriction where he can't write the general anybody public or who writes him. He can only write his blood relatives, or he can only call this particular number, which will be most of the time throughout this whole duration has been his sister. That's been the most fallback number to call or letter to write. Like his sister has been that lane of communication has been the most open available to him, even in his times of restriction. But there's been points where he was totally restricted, where he couldn't do anything, to the point where only a lawyer would have a right to come in and sit with him. So, but when you say what is it for, it's different disciplinary actions. Like, people don't even understand why he's at ADX max in the first place. He was never sentenced there. He was never sentenced to Florence ADX max, super max. He was sentenced to serve 135 years in U.S. penitentiary, Florence. I mean, not Florence. That's 80 max. But he was at Leavenworth, and then he was at USP Marion, which is in Illinois. He got transferred from USP Marion to ADX max because of a major disciplinary action taken against him. He was accused of threatening the prison officials. And it was because of that threat that they administratively transferred him over to Florence ADX max, and that boosted up his security rating and so on and so forth, which made him eligible for the supermax position. And that's why he's there. So when people say they think he was sentenced to ADX max, no, ADX max had nothing to do with his sentencing at all. That's because of an aftermath, of the effects. And what he was accused of threatening by was through visitation, not through the letters. Because in a visit, people don't understand that when you're in a visit with a person in these types of prisons, your visitation is monitored. But a lot of times it's not monitored in real time. It's recorded, and then they have a staff of people that will listen to these various different visitations. And so you may have a visitation today, and what you say may be in violation, but you won't get disciplined for it until maybe 2 weeks later, or whatever the case is, because it doesn't happen in real time. Like, you don't say something, then somebody tap you on your shoulder, come with me. It doesn't happen like that, So a lot of these different disciplines or shots came after the fact, and so the transfer to Florence ADX max was a result of things that was said in a visitation.
So he got video recording.
So someone was actually there, or they felt that his visitors were a threat.
No, somebody was there. It was people who were visiting him, and the dialogue that transpired. They saw that what he was saying was they saw it as a threat to the prison officials based on what he was saying and what he was telling the people in the visit to do.
Wow.
So in this prison, is his family can visit, Is he allowed to take pictures?
No, not at ADX Max. No.
Oh,
Not at
Before he got there?
USP. No, not at USP
No,
Marion.
I'm asking,
Not
or
at,
before he got there.
no,
with his
not at.
family?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Before he got there, you know, he said he was in other prisons. Was he able to take pictures there?
Not at where he's at right now. Not at the
Before,
prison. Not at the prison before that, which is USP Marion. Not at USP. What do you call it? I just said it, Leavenworth. And but yes, when he was in Georgia, and he was never allowed to take any pictures. But when he was in Jones County Jail, the way that the jail facility was set up, it's a low security facility, because it's a county, it's a jail. It's not a federal penitentiary or anything like that. And the visitation room was right next to the public lobby. And so when you get approved to go into the visit, they open the door, you walk in, and you just come into the visitation, and you see different booths that you could sit at, and the inmate will come to whatever booth, and you sit there and you can talk. There was no phone needed whatsoever. You can just talk directly through the glass. There was openings in the bottom and on the sides and so on and so forth. So, and you were not checked. You were not, you in that particular facility, you can take paper, pencil, your cell phone, the whole nine. I used to go in to visit, have my cell phone and all that stuff. So it was less strict than that. So if anybody asks you about a picture, or the picture about the passport and that jail picture and stuff like that, he didn't take it, but somebody in the visit took it.
Ampu, Ampu, and to anyone on the panel, even if Chuck's listening, because I think I saw this recently on Chuck's site, as far as Dr. Malachi's mental condition. I know he's been evaluated before. I know that he's also been medically treated. I think he's even been moved sometimes for medical conditions, and then moved back to Max. But is there a possibility that he could be psychologically evaluated and moved to a less secure facility, and maybe even work his way out of the prison system through that?
Well, his security level is not based on his psychological position. It's based on the severity of the security. So you're given a point value system. So unless something is done to appeal the different points that he has, then no. So it's not because you are something psychologically with you that you would get moved, and so on and so forth. It's not based on those reasons that he's placed there or placed somewhere else, because a lot of facilities will have different branches within itself to handle some of these conditions, or whatever the case is. Like if somebody's on suicide, like if somebody is a manic depressant and they are risk at committing suicide, they're not going to transfer you to another prison because of that. They're going to put you in a particular part of the prison that handles people who have that mentality, or whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of these facilities can handle a lot of different things. Now, when they can't, then obviously they probably have to move you to somewhere else or whatever. But it all depends on a case by case basis. But I do want to say this about the picture thing, because I don't want people to think that it's still like that. You got to remember, in 2004, 2003, 2004, the technology on camera on phones wasn't there wasn't a camera on every phone. You know, people had like these, you know, what we would call antique type of cell phones back then and stuff like that. So I'm sure that their policies have changed. Even in that particular county jail that I mentioned, Jones County jail, they probably have a policy where, you know, people are not allowed to carry cell phones and things in there, because I'm sure they don't want people to inmates to be posing and posting up selfies on Instagram and all that kinds of things. So I'm sure their policies have changed since then. But
yeah,
it was very loose.
Policy. I seen a policy or something about you be able to have a media interview if they approve it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, in certain prisons, yeah, they do that. You could talk to
ADX Max. I just was reading it the other night.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, it depends on the different facility and their local policies. I mean, they made that's how like news people, ABC 2020, they'll come in and interview an inmate who's known, a known inmate and stuff like that. That's how they do. They have to go through an approval process and stuff like that. Like even when documentaries want to be done, like look at Charles Manson and other people who got interviewed. They had to go through their whatever procedures and get approvals and do whatever. So I'm sure every facility is set up that way.
They were in Supermax and they got pictures.
Yeah, but they said they gotta approve it.
No. I mean, but pictures, like I don't know of any pictures that exist of York while he's at
ain't none. I'm trying to figure out. I was trying to look and find out what level he was on there because I see they got different levels: general prop, people waiting for court, and then those that are in disciplinary levels down. I don't.
Yeah, but now I just want to say this thing about the picture thing, because the only reason why people ask about that picture is because Nuwaupians have put out a passport with his picture in there, and everyone can see that it's a prison picture. And that particular picture was way before ADX. It was before he was even moved out of Georgia. So
people also ask about pictures to prove that he's there, not just
I get you.
And also I have another question that people often ask. Why do you know why the petition says another name than the name that he's arrested under?
Oh, I can't answer about that, about any recent petitions, because I don't even do that. Yeah, but as far as the I get what you mean as far as people asking to prove that he's there, then they're gonna keep looking, because they're not gonna allow somebody to snap a picture just to answer somebody's curiosity whether he's at ADX or not, because you can look it up. You can see that he's there. His name, and that's another thing about his name, Dwight York, and his prison number. That number follows him around. So everyone knows, or should know by now, that his name was indeed Dwight York for the majority of his life, until later on when he got a name change to Isa Abdullah Muhammad, then to Malachi York. All those name change documents are on record; they're public. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's my beef right there. If his name, I seen it on the first one of the documented, on the first court procession, they named it, they said Malachi York. And then from there afterwards, it was Dwight York. And I didn't understand how they was able to do that when he legally changed his name.
No, what they've done, if you look at all the court front matter, which is the first sheet on the court record that has all the headings and things like that, they will list all of his names and his known AKAs. So you'll see Dwight York, aka Malachi York, aka this, aka that, aka that. So they made sure that they mention all the names. And
so you could petition the court with an alias?
No. The court the court can display. The court will and often do display your current name and previous names that you've ever been known by. That's what they do on a regular basis.
Okay.
So you'll see Malachi York.
Was his original name just York on the birth certificate, like he claims, or people claim?
At the time the birth certificate was issued, he didn't have a name. So by default, he didn't have a name at all. So
then they put York on it.
No, that wasn't even, well, they put York because that's the surname of the parents, but that he didn't have a name at the time the birth certificate was issued. So that's really a dead point for any, that happens today. Like if your wife, if a woman gives birth to a child in the hospital, and when the nurses come around for the vital statistics and they tell you to fill out this form, if you ain't named your baby yet, you can tell them, say, hey, I haven't named my baby yet. I will fill out the vital statistics later.
I've been there. Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, and they will issue a certificate of birth, live birth, and all that stuff with no name on it, and just your surname, which is last
Yeah,
name.
What was his first actual given name?
It was Dwight. It was Dwight.
It was Dwight,
Right.
because I remember publications with Dwight on it.
Yeah, his name was Dwight. And you can look at the pattern, the family pattern. His family's, all of his siblings' names start with D. You have his sister. Well, I don't know what she's known by today, but most people used to call her Wakia, and her name is Dale. Then you have his brother Dennis. That's 2 D's. You have Dwight, Dale, Dennis. Then you have David, which is Oba. People know as Oba. That's the oldest. He's a David York Jr. So you have David, Dale, Dennis, Dwight, and Deborah. So his entire siblings from both parents, all names begin with D. So that must have been a family tradition, whatever the case is. But all of them start with D.
Whatever happened to Oba, and is he still out in Africa, or are they actually still doing stuff in Liberia? Is this all fictional, or?
Oh, I can't even touch on that at all. I have no knowledge. Last I, like I said, I left the organization in 2009, and as far as Oba is concerned, I haven't been in touch with him since that time, or even a little bit before. So I have no idea. Oba, I have a lot of respect for him. He as far as I know, and how he dealt with me and stuff, he always, he's a straight shooter. He's a straight liner person. He just say what he say, and keeps it short and simple and things like that. That's how I know him as. But what he's doing now, I have no idea. I do know that he had the AIM, and as an abbreviation for a group. I forgot. I think African Islamic Mission, and it was abbreviated AIM. And so I know he had that. I don't know if he still has that going on, but that's it. That's all I know about.
Now, last time I saw him at one point, he was working with at the time Brother Polite, when they had that store side by side on Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. And at that time he was still traveling back and forth to Africa. But last time I saw him was 08, 09, and he had a little, t-shirt shop and stuff he was doing over there. That's at that brief time when him and Polite kind of, paired up together for a minute. But I ain't seen him since then either.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. Out of everything I just explained, I'm looking at the chat. Malachi's disciple is asking me again, Ampu, what is the name given on your birth certificate? I mean, I don't see stuff like that. I don't understand, because I just explained that he had no name on the birth certificate. The only thing that was listed was the surname of York. I mean, the birth certificate is public. You could just look at it and see what name is on there. His mother's and father's name is on there. The person who witnessed the birth is on there. The time of the birth is on there. It's not 12 midnight, June 26th at 12 midnight and stuff like that, as it is in the book. No, it was at 9 something. Matter of fact, I can pull up the birth certificate right now.
Yeah, I got it right here too. I'm gonna pull it up.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You could, if you gonna share it.
Yeah, let me see. I just had it earlier.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See, to eliminate what people say and stuff, I always tell people, just look at the document yourself. And I don't mean flyers or websites. I'm talking about the actual official documents from either the courts or vital statistics. If you're dealing with the birth certificate, whatever it is you're looking for, just try to find the actual documents for it. And I tell people, because even what I say, see, if I say something, I provide the document to back what I'm saying. It's just that we're talking right now, but I've done this before. Like I said, I have given so many documents to people. Like a lot of the PDF forms of these documents was because of me. I collected all these documents. I went to the courthouse, and like the clerk of courts knew me on a first name basis. I used to go down there so much. And I'm talking about Macon, Georgia. Come up in the elevator, come up in there. They're like, how you doing? And then I say, yep. She already had the computer turned around to me and like, all right, well, which document you need today? Then I punch it in, give her a number. She would go make the copies. I pay for it, and then be out. And that was before that I knew about Pacer. Now Pacer makes it easy. You don't have to go anywhere. You just go there, log in, free account, find the document, look under the court case number, and pull up the whole docket. And now, but the only thing about that with Pacer is that because the case happened so long ago now, that the earlier documents you can no longer print. You have to go to the court and get it. So as time moves on, they don't make the older ones available for download. You still have to go in person. But I tell everybody, get it themselves now if you want to pay, or if I haven't. See, I don't have a lot of stuff. Like it's been what? It's 2017 now. I mean, look how many years have passed. 15 years have passed. So a lot of stuff. See, a lot of this stuff I can talk from right the top of my head because I dealt directly with it. In terms of documents, in terms of books and stuff like that, I don't have those readily around me. I mean, that stuff is like so far out of sight, out of mind.
It's just so crazy watching all this. I've been watching for a long time, and even now still studying and going back. Like, there's books that I'm coming across that were written like before the 1900s or around the 1900s, and that Doc plagiarized. Even some stuff that Chuck was putting up on his stuff on his site, and it's just crazy because I've come across some of these books also in my own like separate studies and research. When I was back home, I had like 3 full libraries, and some other spaces just dedicated for like doctrine, and it's crazy the amount of information. So
yeah,
it's just like Nuwaupu brought a lot of people into consciousness, and there was a lot of good information, and those that knew or been following and studying for a long time, you kind of learn Doc style. And if it wasn't for some of the teachings, there's a lot of people that would have never probably ever got conscious. Literally giving some of my books to other people, or seeing other people check out my books, and they couldn't make it through Doc's books, even the small books. They could not, like his style and everything, and the breaking down of the languages and stuff. And it was just crazy how to like cipher and soak up a lot of information. So it's like there's still good things in the doctrine, but it's just simply the family, the community, the organization itself needs to hopefully change or metamorphosize into something good. We were talking about some resolutions, maybe something coming out of it. But
yeah, I'm gonna show again. See, I'm only entertaining this brother for the benefit of people that's listening or will be listening to this recording, and that's the questions from Malachi disciples again, because a lot of these questions come up, they've been answered before, but for the benefit of now, because every now and then it's recycled. So the question is because we're dealing with the name Dwight York. Now just think basic, just common sense and logic. If the child is born, a baby is born, and it has no first name on the birth certificate, and only the surname, which is the last name, York, is on there, then we understand that a child doesn't go through life, through adolescence, through grade school, first grade, second grade, and so on and so forth, with no name. The teacher don't just sit there and look at you and then call your no name. You go by a name. So we know that York had a name. That's just basic common sense. So let's just start there. Now, where the name Dwight comes from, that's the name that he was given. And I just said that all of his family siblings' names were started with a D. Now, how do we know, and how can we prove, and how can we show it that his name was Dwight York? It's simple. I already answered this. I said his legal name change is a matter of public record. As a matter of fact, you can go to the Supreme Court of the State of New York in the county of Sullivan in Monticello, New York. You can look up the court records and you can see York's name changes he has 2 name change documents. He changed his name twice. He changed his name from Dwight York to Isa el-Hadi al-Mahdi. And then he changed it again from Isa el-Hadi al-Mahdi to Malachi York.
Yep.
Both of those name change documents are a matter of public record. You can get them yourself and look them up.
And they was in the scrolls back in the day with the picture.
Right. So this is not
with the charter. When he started the charter and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is not something that's new. So I'm not. So see, now I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who Malachi Disciples is. I'm sure I don't even know the brother. He don't know me, but he has to be somebody new. So, and see, the thing is that he, like right now, he's asking not name change, his first name. So if your name is changed from something to something, then what is changed from is your first name. Like right now, if anybody on this panel go to court and petition for a name change and they grant your name change, I can look at that and tell what your name was because it shows what it was and what it was changed to.
Yeah, it showed it was changed from Dwight.
Right. And also now not only that document, but also if you look at the land, the deed, the original.
His wife was with him too when he did the first name change.
Well, but also you can look at the deed of the land when the land was first purchased in Putnam County, the 476 acres of land. Look at that deed and look at the name that York signed on that deed. You will see Dwight York. Also, you could look at his social security card.
There's a video.
That's not a matter of public record, but if you did have access to it, you will see the name there as well.
And there's a video where Doc says that it wasn't him, it was his son that he sent, whose name was Dwight York, the one that died.
That's not true because his son, he talking about his son Yadulahi is the one that passed away and he had nothing to do with it. So that's not true.
That's why I said in that video, one of the video phone calls, he said something about I ain't had nothing to do with the land 2 years for that. I wasn't the one that went there and I didn't pay for that. My son brought the land.
Yeah, but he wasn't talking about the one that passed. He
wasn't talking about the one that passed? Okay.
No, he's talking about a son that was named after him. His name was not Dwight York. So again, it's there's no way around it. There's no way around it. And think about that. All right, let's just entertain what you just said. Let's just say that's true. But it's not true. But let's just say it is and let's follow it through.
That he had a son named Dwight York.
Yeah, let's just say he had a son named Dwight York, and it is his son who purchased the land. Now, if the federal government is coming after the land because they arrested Malachi York, and they are trying to take the land because they're saying it is his, and therefore that's the justification for them to take the land, then wouldn't you think that York and all the Nuwaupians will say, wait a minute, nope, that land is not Malachi York's or whatever, that's his son's, and just show it? Easy. So I mean, even that will backfire. That's, like I said.
No. What he said was when he first purchased it, it was his son he sent down to do it. But then after that, he was in all the possessions at the city hall and all that. Then he said 2 years prior to him getting locked up, he sold it to the elders. So he gave it to the elders.
No, but hold up.
He had nothing to do with the land, and he wasn't even there for 2 years.
Okay, but check this out. If he never purchased if his son was the original purchaser, then Malachi York has no legal standing to sell it. How can you sell something that's not yours? So again, it would not stand up. So here,
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Right. So the truth of the matter is that York did purchase the land. And at the time he purchased the land, his name change was not approved yet. Therefore, he had to sign it as Dwight York because his name change was not granted until after the purchase of the land. This is what people don't know. The land was purchased in 1992. January of 1992. His name change.
Isa al-Hadi had already was the name change. Am I correct? Right? So it should have been Isa al-Hadi if the name changed and switched to Malachi yet.
No, his name was not switched to Malachi York yet.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it should have been still Isa al-Hadi Mahdi, right?
No. Let me give you the date for this. I'm looking on the date right now. It is March of 1993.
Right, I know that somewhere around there, right?
Which is a year. Wait a minute. It's in the 12th day of March 1993 was when his name change was approved.
From al-Hadi Mahdi, from Isa, right?
Right.
So it should have been, if he brought the lamb before his name change, it should have been in Isa instead of the white, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but now let's entertain that. If that's the case, then how did he ever get the right to sell it to any elders? You would have to account for that. How would he have any right to sell it to any elders? Because you said you heard on a video or audio where he said that 2 years prior to the arrest and stuff like that, he sold the land to
he sold it or signed it over something.
How could he do that if he never owned it in the first place?
That's right. I see what you say.
So it's just the things that people don't know, or they're not up on the documentation. So I'm telling people where they can go get the documentation. They look at the dates of the two name changes from Dwight York to Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi, and then on to Malachi York. And no, Damon Mitchell, I'm not the only one that has the information. The information has been out there as a matter of public record.
We used to try to use that as an arguing point when we would write him letters, because they would tell us that he was locked up under a misnomer as Dwight York. So you would write Dr. Malachi Z. York, Dwight York, and his jail number and all of that. We used to, I remember, talk about, or like toss around back in the day, like how under somebody else's name, and this is a big issue, and he could get out on this because if you look at law, every little letter, every little thing counts,
Right.
What's his actual name?
Right. I don't know if Mike had the birth certificate up.
No, I have here it was actually what I had earlier was his certificate when he applied for his naturalization of Liberia, which states he was born June 26, 1945 in Boston, Massachusetts, signed by him in 1999. The other certificate I don't have here. I got to go dig that up in the room.
All right, so let me just show this. So that's an interesting point though, because he signed that and he said he was born in Boston.
Correct.
So let me just show this because I don't want people to think, like this is impromptu. And like I said, I'm saying this, but by all means, everything that's being said obviously can be backed up, and I'm telling people where they can go get it or whatever the case is. But right now I'm sharing on my screen. I don't know if it's just showing up on the YouTube.
Yeah, I see it. That's the joint. That's it.
But
I see Mary's name.
Yeah, this is the actual vital statistics birth certificate with nothing blacked out, like how you see in the books or anything like that. So you can look at the numbers.
In the books they was blacked out.
Right, you can get the clerk's number 422 and see all that stuff, and you can look this up yourself. All right.
And Brother Ampu, I said that in the beginning before you came on, that people could actually call vital statistics and pull that birth certificate up. But again, they just believe what the administration has been feeding them, and they don't take the time and the energy to actually, like you say, that's accessible. And also on page 43, I believe it is in the PSI, and Chuck's got it up on the website. A lot of the information they got for the personal background of York was from his sister, Wakia, and she confirms they referred to him as Dwight. You can go actually pull that up in the PSI. It's actually on Chuck's website. That was a name he used all throughout his childhood. So that is a name that he used. To say that that had nothing to do with him is completely false.
All right, so now what I want to point out though on here real quick, I don't know if this is showing up on YouTube. Let's see. I don't know. I still see your avatar. It's a delay.
Nah, it's showing up. It's there. It's there.
Okay, so if okay, there it is. So I kind of try to blow it up a little bit, but if you look at it at this box, box 19, let me see if I can put my cursor around it. If you could look, if people could look at that box right there.
Yeah, I see it.
It says, "I hereby certify that I attended the birth of this child who was born at the hour of 9:10 p.m. on the date above stated." So he was born at 9:10 p.m., not 12 a.m. midnight, and so on and so forth. All right. So I just want to show the document. All right. So now this is the thing. Earlier, the sister made a good point. Fatima said, basically in relation to the visits, like people will go into visits and then they try to come out and write down or be verbatim. Or sometimes, like the example she gave was somebody could say hot, but then you write down warm or something. So because we know there's margins of error like that, it's always best to go straight to the horse's mouth or the document itself. So here we are. We have the birth certificate, and it says that this person birth was witnessed at 9:10 p.m. and the patient was the mother. And
that's true, Malachi. You did. Oh, my bad.
And the person who was there is Dr. L.S. Woodworth.
Now, this brings up an interesting point because Damon Pryor is on record saying that he went to Vital Statistics and said that he went into the office and he was informed that there is no record of any York being born at all during that time period in Suffolk County in Boston. So that needs to be.
This is the actual even the way, let me shrink this back. You can actually see that this is taken from the rolls, the book. You can see the crease in the book where the spine and everything is. So, and the date and everything. I mean, people can just do their own homework if they want.
Wow.
My brothers and sister, I don't normally get on these chats or anything, but it's 1:30.
Yeah, I'm about to get.
Yeah, you got a Facebook, Ezekiel?
Yeah, Easy Perez. Everybody knows me as Easy back in.
Easy Perez, like Easy, or just Easy?
I got it. I'm getting a channel going on YouTube as well now too. But I just been watching for a long time.
Just say something on one of my videos or something. You say you saw Breaking the Spell or whatever. Just say something where I could holler at you later. Yeah. And it's for some here where I'm at. I'll be on the videos all night though, but I got shit to do tomorrow. But I appreciate being out here with y'all brothers.
Yeah.
My thing is
I want to say peace and love to all of you.
Make sure y'all get that brother some solutions, man. Not just have him on these panels. Like, help that brother get some solutions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For his problems. And like I said, that invitation still open for later. Whatever, we could do it.
All right, I just want to quickly show this, and then
Go ahead.
I'm out. On my screen now, I'm showing the first name change that was done from Dwight York, which you can see right here. I'm gonna box it around. It says, in the matter of the application of Dwight York, aka Isa Muhammad, to leave to change the name to Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi. So this is the first name change from Dwight York to Isa al-Hadi al-Mahdi. Has the index number where people could go look it up. It's a matter of public record. At the Supreme Court of the state of New York, held for the county of Kings County at Brooklyn, New York.
What's the Isa Muhammad thing?
Isa Muhammad's right here. Oh, you mean Isa Muhammad? That was a name he was AKA. That wasn't his legal name.
Oh yeah, I thought that was done in Detroit.
That was done in Kings County. So like I
What
said,
was
these are public. These are
What was his
public
name on
records.
the Noble Drew Ali card?
Oh, I have no idea about that. But I just want to show this real quick because you know, like I said, people. Matter of fact, see, you have marks. You have a petition, a motion of power of Power, Weiss, and Marks, attorneys for petitioner. This particular
Right.
Marks right here is the last name of Jonathan Marks, who was the attorney who came later and dealt with Habiba's attempted recantment and so on and so forth. This is the same attorney.
Oh, this is where this is coming from. Okay.
So I'm just letting people know to connect the dots. This is Jonathan Marks. When you see Marks right here, the name of his firm back then was Power, Weiss, and Marks. But this person was Jonathan Marks. So anyway, so he's been dealing with York since then, since the name change things, and he's the one that handled the conviction. Now you know that York was convicted for trying to defraud the U.S. government by falsifying a birth certificate to speed up this process with his name change, and it's because of that when he purchased the property in 1993 in January, that he had to use his legal name of Dwight York and not even the Isa El Hadi Al Mahdi or the one he was trying to get that wasn't approved as of yet, which is Malachi York. So those are the reasons, and those are all the answers. So people can look them up themselves and so on and so forth. But remember, he was found guilty for falsifying for trying to defraud the federal government by presenting a false birth certificate to get his name changed to bypass this process right here. Right,
yeah,
so
that's my whole beef. When I be saying, like, brothers are saying he in jail for the molestation. I mean, the state and the fed is two different things.
Yeah, he's not serving. He's not at 80. Remember, ADX is a federal facility.
Right.
He's
not in for that on molestation. But you got people in the world thinking he's in the feds on the molestation charges. You got
okay, but see,
35 for the molestation charges.
Well, this is the thing about that though. In the federal venue, they don't have child molestation statutes directly.
They don't. Right.
Child molestation is a state offense, but now through the Mann Act,
over that.
Right. Okay. So good. So through the Mann Act, the transportation and travel of minors across state lines for the purpose of illegal sex, it has to be based on a violation that is, or an offense that is a violation in the destination state. Because you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, I remember breaking it down to.
Okay, right. So the travel across state lines to commit a crime, but you have to ask the question: what is the crime that's being accused of being committed? And it has to be a state crime. And in this particular instance, it's molestation.
Now, is this from the travel? Taking the kids from New York to Atlanta, or is this for the Atlanta to Florida trip?
It was both. It was New York to Florida and New York to Georgia and then Georgia to Florida. In both instances, he went across state lines. So in his federal case, he had some of the counts were based on the Florida travel and some of the counts was based on New York to Georgia travel. So it was 13 counts altogether.
But he wasn't in the car. He wasn't in no vehicle with no kids on the trips.
Yes, he was.
Which one?
I'm not sure. It's in the documentation. But there was some of the listed victims who actually traveled
with him when he went.
Right. Okay. Not all the listed victims were in the same vehicle with him, but some of them were, and some of them. That's why they say travel and transportation. Those are slightly two different things. You can cause to travel, or you could transport yourself.
I gotta get this.
And Mann Act was originally, dealing with prostitution and pimps, and so pimps didn't have to drive the woman themselves. They could cause them to go to a different location as well, and that's where you get the difference between travel and transport.
Okay. I get that.
Listen, man, I'm gonna say peace to everybody, man. I'm gonna step out.
Me too.
All right, yeah, I know. Probably Dynasty probably sleep. We probably gonna exit out. He probably gonna keep this. Probably gonna go. Monty, because if you don't shut it off, it's gonna be like a 10-hour, 10-hour hangout of just blank space.
Amadi, you awake?
All right, fellas, peace.
All right, peace.
Take
I'm out.
Amadi
All right, peace.
fell out.
All right.